Derek is angry. Little D right here is angry. See that? Little D's angry. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him. Hey, internet friends. Today I'm just checking in on my internet friends to see how y'all doing. I have 402,000 subscribers on my channel, on my southern channel from Atlanta, and I've only made 225 videos, 402,000 subscribers. So I thank y'all for supporting me. I stay on the surface. I can't explain to people how I got so many subscribers, y'all. That guy over there at the Sanity Machine has asked me the question, how'd you get so many subscribers? And I can't tell him. I just can't tell him. I can't share my secret. This is really disgraceful. Checking out. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for donating. Thanks for joining my membership.
Yeah. I struggle too, guys.
Oh, guys. Oh.
It's hard to exist in this reality when you're aware of what's going on all the time.
Yeah, you fucking crybaby. You attack and mock others for months. You crying? What are you crying about? Look at him. Just look at him. Fucking attack me for months? Fuck you. Fuck you, you Chrissy crybaby.
At least what we're told is going on. It's a psychosis realm.
Crying on YouTube. Chrissy the crybaby. Chrissy Pissy the crybaby. That's what you are. Hi, this is Mel from the Scum Covered Life podcast. They call me the ginger bun lady sometimes. I have these thin lips and too many teeth in my mouth, and I sound like this a lot of times, like a mush mouth, but I try my best to spread the love. I'm all about the love. I ban people if they talk about the soul trap topic. Tell my guests, I love that. I love that. Shh, shh. And I just do this the whole fucking interview. I just shh. Please don't try to feed me a big apple. Put a apple in my mouth for these big horse teeth that I have here. They're just giant gingy teeth. Giant gingy teeth. Shh, shh.
Hello, this is Brenda Smith. I am making a video about the Sanity Machine. He's also used to be Evil Reflection, Galactic Greg, but now he is the Sanity Machine.
You're a liar.
Anna Marie Uber, let me tell you something. She is no man. She's a beautiful young woman. And how dare you call her a man? You motherfucker.
Uh-oh. Granny's triggered right out of her granny panties.
Is what you are. And hey, I don't mind cussing. Matter of fact, it feels good to say that to you. So I'll tell you what.
So classy. Stay in your trailer, lady. Stay in your lane. Hey. I mean, I'm just a small channel. Just a small channel. I hope I look okay. I hope I don't have any 5 o'clock shadows showing here in this little video of mine. Do you notice anything weird about me and my big hands? Do you notice the size of my hands? Can you see the size of those hands that I have there? Oh dear. Oh me, oh my, look at that face. Look at that jaw and that nose. And those black eyes. Those black eyes that I have there. You see me now? Do you see? You starting to see clearly? I hope you can see me. I'm just a small channel. Just a small channel that keeps attacking the Sanity Machine.
You're evil. I'm not evil. I'm not perfect. But I ain't evil. So if you...
Oh really? You're not evil, but you call other people evil. Wow. And we should trust you. Why? Why should we trust you, Paula?
And all these negative, evil thoughts about me being this, and this goes to anyone else on the content. It's because you're a bottom feeder.
Oh wow. Polly. How can you call people that? That's not nice. Say you're sorry. Take it back. Say you're sorry. More truth through theater. More truth through theater. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. He's calling people bottom feeders. What's going on, guys? I don't want to go too long with this video. I want to go straight to the point here and talk about my buddy, my bed buddy, Charles. Okay, he's a fellow YouTuber grifter, and he needs your money. He needs your shekels. He's in dire need. He's in this house that should be condemned, and he's working 2 jobs, and he can't pay his rent, and he has credit card debt, and that's your fault. And he has to pay PayPal. Apparently he's in the negatives. I don't know how that works. They let him go into the negatives, and he owes PayPal thousands of dollars. And you guys haven't donated enough money, so you should just unsubscribe from our channels if you don't give us money, if you don't support us, and just give us fucking money. We don't want you, okay? Just give us shekels. Give us your fucking shekels, motherfuckers.
So when you come here, you agree to all the crap that is contained within, okay?
No, I didn't agree to this. I didn't agree to the abuse here, and the evil, and the suffering, and all the rest. Bullshit.
It doesn't have to be moral. It doesn't have to be fair. It doesn't have to be just. And I know that it sucks, but it just is the way it is. It's part of...
You're a fucking loser. Grifter.
I'm just a grifter. I'm just a grifter.
I like to provoke people to feel more, to think more, to see more, to imagine more. Thought-provoking requires provoking, which people paint as negative, just like truth speaking. Well, that sounds negative. He's saying this is a hell realm. Well, that sounds negative. Well, I think it's very empowering to help people get out of here, don't you? Because if you don't realize that it's a hell realm, you're not getting out. Let's put it that way. It's like the prisoner in a prison, and they don't realize they're in prison. You're not getting out then. That's the first step. You got to realize what this place is, where you are. It's It's important. The truth matters, not negative. The truth isn't, quote, negative. So don't let the fools convince you that the truth is negative. Empower yourself and choose freedom. Disrupt the system. Hey everyone, this crown of thorns looks painful, and it is painful. Believe me, it's painful to wear this, but I'm just glad that I'm not on Earth today with the Sanity Machine there. He's a fucking thorn in almost everybody's side. That guy is crazy. He's a madman. He's deranged. He does cursor magic. He is just a piece of work. Just a piece of work.
Hey Leo, how does this sound okay? Loud enough or
Kind of, or is it kind of low?
What the fuck? What the fuck? Is the sound okay? Horrible. You sound horrible.
I have more empathy in my little finger than you do in your whole body. What is wrong with you and your followers that you can eat it up? Well, I love humanity and you don't.
Sure you do, lady. You sound angry and bitter and jealous and evil.
And what do you have to say about that? I'm not gonna put my picture out there so you can make fun of me, even though I'm a
Scared? You scared?
beautiful, blonde, green-eyed woman, and I'm not gonna do it, okay?
Sure you are, Granny. You're a coward. You're a coward. This is Storyteller Jack going postal.
I'm a storyteller. This is who I am. I'm a philosopher and a storyteller. I've been searching and trying to understand wisdom. I am who God created me to be. I play many different roles. I have seen many versions of me on these panels and through the world. Me,
Whoa, dude.
meaning people who have lived an experience, right? They got a testimony.
Hippie sage.
There's a divine spirit aglow. I heard that talked about last night.
Oh, the Sanity Machine, huh? Well, guess what? He got banned from my chat for talking shit.
For asking a question.
He believes in some... He's like a Gnostic, bro. He believes in some Gnostic...
No, I'm not. Wrong, dummy.
LARP.
What's wrong with you?
God's evil! That's why everything's wrong in the world, because God's evil. No, this is a world that's rebelling against God. And God knows that we're game. This is a big test, boy.
God knows that you're gay?
We're gonna get reincarnated into the soul trap. No, you're not. That's based off of nothing but some LARP and speculation that's not backed up by shit.
Backed up by tons that you won't look at, you pussy.
We ride with Christ, my friends.
I don't want to be the host any longer of this show. I want Gnosis itself to use me as its vessel. to spread the truth.
Is that why you flicked out that lizard tongue? Creepy boy.
I want my personality, or who I am, to be on the back burner.
I don't have a real personality.
To reject me is one thing, but to reject the truth is another.
Yeah, what a fucking salesman.
When the Sanity Machine made those videos about me, I was reactionary. Because the ego was attacked.
I was showing you what you are, Gingy. I showed you.
Getting up dirt on people. Getting up dirty laundry. People are just addicted to this, ooh, celebrity sex scandal. You're just like the fucking tabloids on magazines and grocery stores. That's all your fucking channel is. You make these wild accusations with no proof of claim. You just chop things up into a million pieces and you just open your big fucking mouth and you let out guttural belch after guttural belch, and people are dumb enough to take you seriously. And
My viewers aren't dummies, and I've almost caught up to you already in subscribers in just a few months. You big, ugly, angry, gingy boy, gingy boy.
behavior. You know? The spamming, the taking shit out of context, the fucking ad hominems that do with body shaming. Like, you're just a fucking piece of... You're a piece of work. You want to talk about a piece of art? You're a fucking piece of work.
I'm an artist, and I'm a piece of art. I'm a work of art, and I'm a work in progress. So keep fucking around. Keep making videos. Angry, angry Gingy. Angry Gingy.
You and you speak up, that's offensive. Fuck you. Fuck you. So when somebody's like, oh, well, Derek, you know, you're so angry and stuff. Can't you just calm down? No! Never! Don't fucking tell me to calm down! Don't you ever! Ever!
I told you he's fucking deranged and full of demons. I told you he's full of demons. And I told you I was going to make the demons come out.
I will do whatever I want! Whenever I want!
Told you he's a narc. I told you.
You know why? Because I don't abuse people. I don't...
Fuck you. You do abuse people. You liar.
It was like losing somebody close to me. And I think for it too. I think that it was attached to me since I was a little kid.
Chrissy's so upset about losing a demon. I knew he had demons. And he loves the demons. He loves the demons.
Anyways, yeah, it was
He's grieving the loss of a demon. Look at him.
like an addict, Shingel. It was, it didn't like what it was. It was apologetic to me, but still wanted to stay alive. He wrote exactly, they do what they're programmed to do, can't stop, won't stop, algorithms. I don't know if they're algorithms. I know I would also claw to stay alive if I was
All fucking broken up over a demon.
But I was just practicing freedom of speech and talking about the group that gave me the right to practice freedom of speech according to your history books. How ironic. I was talking, or you could say bad mouthing, I was talking about the group that gave me the right to speak.
Gave me the right to speak? Speak?
And you said, and then you removed my right to speak based on me talking bad about the group that gave me the right to speak.
Wimpy, 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 Humpty Dumpty. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him.
Do you understand the problem with the words that are coming out of my mouth, sir?
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Humpty Dumpty. Look at him. Look at the Humpty Dumpty with the eye closed.
He's telling you who he is. He's a fucking demon, mate. He's not going back to source, and he doesn't come from source. So what is it?
He's telling you who he is. He's not going back to source, and he doesn't come from source. So what is it? He's a fucking demon. Right, I don't come from where you fucking come from. You can call me a demon all you want. That doesn't bother me. Coming from you.
What is it then? Basically, he's insane. He's insane and he doesn't know who he is.
Basically, he's insane. Oh, I know who I am. You can call me insane all you want.
All things return to source. There is only one source of consciousness.
Fuck your source. Fuck your evil source. He's fucking insane.
The Sanity Machine won, in my opinion, fair and square. He actually did a really good job putting together, I'll say, a case against me. I do see where he's coming from. I don't agree.
I don't think you understand very much or see where I'm coming from at all. I don't believe you.
With his actions, I don't agree with really.
Oh, I don't agree with your actions. Not at all.
Really how he's gone about any of this, but still, like, if you actually look at the tactics involved, if you actually look at his capability with computers and just his capability in general, I mean, even some of his artwork is actually really, really good.
Very capable of defending myself. Keep that in mind.
Or what he is presenting with it, the skill, the level of skill with some of it is still there.
Hey, this is Ham Sandwich 4 months ago.
Thank you to the YouTube channel, The Sanity Machine. He does some good stuff. You check it out. He put some comments on the bottom of one of my videos and got me thinking last night. Time is wonky, for me anyway. Mostly about suffering, but also, I guess, motivation, like from the point of view of why do people do things, you know, what's your angle? I suppose to find out why should you listen to the message, like that's my take on it anyway. Why you find out someone's angle. Are they selling a book? Have they got a Patreon? Do they want you to join a cult? Have they got a Telegram channel?
I was fired from my job today. I'm starting a new job on Tuesday. I was kind of depending on the money I was supposed to make this weekend.
That's well deserved, demon.
And now I'm hurting. I don't like to ask for money. I'm not trying to grift.
Yeah, right.
And if you can't help, I completely understand. I try to help whenever I can, too.
Oh, sure you do. Sure you do.
I will eventually get back on my feet.
Oh, sure you
Things
will.
will work out for me.
Yeah, right.
But if you can, in the meantime, there's a donate button below.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that Granny Smith? She says, that poor little boy, Charles. That poor little boy. If you could donate some money to him, sure would help. Take care, you hear? Take care, y'all.
To light in the end. It ain't a fucking joke. It isn't an empty threat. I promise you, you will regret all that you've done.
Promise me, huh? Not an empty threat?
And to anyone who can stand by and watch this or laugh at me for sharing this video, you're now in the wrong and you're violating consent because you
You're in the wrong. You're a fucking violent abuser of women.
don't care about the well-being of others. I mean everything that I'm saying.
He's a psycho that was charged with domestic abuse, assault, and battery.
Share this video. Share it as soon
That's why he was in jail.
as possible. Get it out to everybody that you can. Stop this.
Look at him.
Stop them. Don't ignore it. Stop them.
Fuck you.
And I couldn't believe how this guy thinks he's so king cool and whatever. He's got his little harem. Are you kidding me? I gotta have this next wives, man. You gonna want to have a fucking harem? Fuck that. What a goof.
And the last words I'm going to say about that piece of shit. You better pray to whatever you pray to. You and I never come face to face in this fucking life. Now that may never happen because, hey, go ahead and make fun of me on this. I may blow my own fucking brains out in the next 24 hours or...
He's deranged. He's a demon, mate. He's a violent demon. Oh, hey, Chris. You want to smear me? You want to start a fucking smear campaign against me? Let's see what you have to say, and let's take it out of context.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
What the fuck did you just say? Did you really say that murder's not evil? You felon. You dookie boy. You creep. You creepy boy. Oh, hey, Macho Man. What do you think of the Sanity Machine channel on YouTube?
The cream of the crop! Nobody does it better.
Oh, damn. That's quite a fucking endorsement, man. Oh, yeah. We bring the madness. We bring the madness.
Even the name, like the guy he's sending me emails from, its name is Negroider. You're a fucking immature mental midget, not worth even responding to like I'm doing here. I feel ashamed of myself.
Groiter. That's freaking hilarious. Negroider. Look at how offended he gets, how triggered he gets. Look at him. Just look at him.
Myself talking to such a low-level demon. Truther, you're a
this piece of shit.
liar and slanderous, false accuser. I should sue the last time out of you in your trailer park. I
When vegans come over to the Sanity Machine, this is what happens. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Oh, yeah, isn't that beautiful? Derek is angry. Little D right here is angry. See that? Little D's angry. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him.
Like, why doesn't God grace us with the power or the ability to just stand there and say, stop? You know, if missiles are flying at us and we don't agree with the war, to just say, stop, you know, leave us alone.
Stop. Leave us alone. You try to make fun of me and then you're crying on camera. You said that I'm a bitch. Fuck you. Look at your energy, you fucking little 145-pound crybaby. Leave us alone. Alone.
We don't want this life.
I want this.
And the missiles just stop mid-flight.
Go blow your fucking evil god.
Why isn't good ever granted power in the realm?
Piece of shit. Piece of shit crybaby.
Handle this, you're not going to be able to handle any of the shit that's going to be literally spewing itself from my spirit in the future. I don't give a fuck if people think I'm psycho. I don't give a fuck if people think I'm mentally ill. I know I'm right. The truth doesn't change. It doesn't matter how offended you are. It doesn't matter if you didn't like the way that I said it. It doesn't matter. Truth doesn't give a fuck. Get your shit straightened out if you haven't.
Psycho killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 fa. Better run, 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 run away. Oh. He's a creepy boy. He's a creepy boy.
And with this army of your YouTube subscribers, you're going to attempt to seal the tomb in on us. Not gonna happen, cowboy. See, we got a good thing going here. We've had a good thing going here for countless generations, and you're not gonna mess this up for us. So all I gotta say is, we're on to you, and I'll see you on the other side. Team Evil out.
I was afraid of getting sealed in here, and they all talk about the other side.
When you have controlled OBEs, you're accessing the other side many, many, many times.
The other side, the other side.
Accessing the other side many, many, many times.
It says the other side, many, many, many times. EP is unhinged.
Don't allow them to wiggle away! You can't just leave a comment or say stupid shit like that without me publicly calling you out! It doesn't work like that around here on my channel! Why don't you understand that yet, you dumb fuck? You can't just be a troll or an asshole or say stupid shit like that without being called out on your hypocrisy! You motherfucker! You can get away with it elsewhere, likely just fine. Because they're not like me. Because like you, they probably don't care either. Because they're a bunch of cold-hearted, uncaring shitsacks like you are. That's not how it is on my channel.
He has completely lost it. Completely.
Just look at him. Just fucking look at him and what he does. And I'm trying to antagonize. Since you're a free will being, you get to make a choice. I mean, when you just contemplate, I say this in closing, what he does, the way he attacks people, from women to men, the things that he attacks them about, and the things that he says and all that. I mean, just look, in his own words, in his own fucking words, just look at him. Just fucking look at him and what he does. And I'm trying to antagonize your mind, so to speak, to get a little pissed here. But if you're a weak-minded bitch, just look at what's on display that's having such an influence and an impact on you. So the reason I say it that way is because now I want you to think about it. Am I weak? Am I being a bitch? Am I allowing Stevie to dominate my mind, my energy, my attention, my focus? And if so, why? What about me internally is so offended? Aside from the fact that he's just an asshole. I mean, there's that. But if it's gotten to you to a point where you can't stop seeing it, and then it continues to hurt you. There's a guy, it's sad to see, in one of his recent lives, there's I don't know if he's a guy or a girl, but he's trans, and watching this guy for hours as I click through, just such a glutton for punishment, allowing Stevie to assault him, to berate him, to demean him, to put him down, the way he did that to Bex for all that time, and to see how she's come back in full compliance, full empowerment of Stevie mode, and everything Stevie says is correct. That's some fucking bizarre shit right there. Like, everything he says is correct. Same thing with this Callie thing. And the guy that I'm referring to, the person, the trans person, no offense to anybody, I'm just saying this is what it was, to witness how bowing at the feet of Stevie, even though the guy was talking and making his point and trying to point out where Stevie was being, oh my God, the assault that he allowed himself to take. And I'm just like, wow, this motherfucker is really getting into people's heads. And whether it's this narcissistic trauma bond with his Bexy girl, whether it's some sorcerer's spell where he's fucking got her mind and she can't see it, and she plays the part of being the super, or the more intelligent and calm and rational and reasonable one of the little clan of them. But to witness what she did yesterday and the day before, I was just like, whoa. So what could be going on there? Now, part of you could have empathy for them because of the level of manipulation, but then the other thing is they could truly be little mini versions of evil demonesses that are just compliant to him. So it's interesting to watch. And when you're witnessing a whole bunch of behaviors that you've never seen before, aspects of human behavior that are just like, what the fuck am I witnessing? Especially out of a guy who is, what is he, 50 some odd years old? I mean, I'm 52 and he's right around my age. There's no fucking way that guy's more than 2 years older than me, if he's older than me. So just consider yourself, especially if you're younger, what he could know and have never mentioned online. So the choice is yours. Do you want to keep feeding the demon? Or do you want to fucking let it go anemic and starve and die? Because your attention is what it wants. It continues to tell you how it doesn't want your money. No, it doesn't want your money. It's got its own money. It wants your attention. It wants your focus. It wants your energy, and it wants it emotionally charged from that disgusted place within you, from that angry, resentful place within you. Think about the movie Constantine, where at the end, Gabriel, played by that woman, wanted to hand him the gun. Are you pissed at me? Really? Here, kill me, John. Here. No worries, bro. You can go ahead. I say it's okay. Goading him on to do something that you wouldn't otherwise do, and to break some, in the context of that religious shit, break some rules. Well, this is in a similar context, in a similar way, a little different, but similar. This is what the demon that Stevie is doing. It's like antagonizing you on, like, come, look at me, look at what a fucking freak show I am. Look at me, on display, the most bizarre, psychopathic, fucking delusional, fucking narcissistic. I mean, this motherfucker covers the gamut of the most toxic range of toxic psychological fucking character traits. So I literally wonder if the dude is possessed by a demon or fully subjugated. Consider this, and I mean this. You can apply this to me too, but this is just a general thing. You do not know who you are dealing with on the internet, and if you can.
When vegans come over to the Sanity Machine, this is what happens. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Isn't that beautiful? Derek is angry. Little D right here is angry. See that? Little D's angry. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at him.
That's special about you.
I can do this.
Do you ever feel envious of your sister?
With the boyfriend? Yes. Because I've wanted to follow in your footsteps since your first one. And I haven't. I still don't have a boyfriend. And seriously, I got her fourth boyfriend now, Max. And he's really nice and stuff, but I still haven't had one. I'm getting tired of it.
How would you describe your sister?
A tree.
A tree?
Let me finish, Sarah. Okay. She's very tall, but I love my C anyway. When I was at Schoolsville and I saw people like together and whatever, it just made me feel sad because I don't have one.
What's it like for you when you hear Michelle say that she wants to follow in your footsteps?
Well, I think it's really nice because it means that I have good footsteps to follow, I guess, you know? Like, it's something that she wants. Big footsteps. Yeah. Big footsteps. It's a path that she likes, and she likes the person I've become. So that's nice to hear.
What do you want someone to think when they see you for the very first time?
Sorry, I had to yawn when you...
Am I boring you?
No!
Do you want me to dance around while I ask my questions?
No, I just woke up at 5 this morning to go to the bathroom, and that's early.
I can't believe you're yawning at me. Am I not entertaining enough?
I am not yawning you. I explained to you why I was yawning.
You know, I'm a sensitive guy. I'm going to start crying in a minute.
No, you are not.
When somebody sees you for the first time,
Yeah.
what do you hope they think?
That I'm cute.
I was walking from my room across the hall to the bathroom, and Michelle was in her room alone with a full-length mirror, and she didn't know anybody was there. And I think she had on a new outfit or something. And she just looked at herself in the mirror and she just said, I look so good today. And like,
I don't even remember that.
I know, because that's like a daily thing for you. But a lot of people in this world do not have that kind of vision of themselves. And so I think that is one of the best things about you, because you are just so unapologetically yourself.
Be specific.
My next question.
Question what?
Question 24. Would you describe yourself as sassy?
No! And whoever said that is a liar.
There's a lot of words that we could use to describe Michelle. I know she doesn't like sassy. So I will say she is strong-willed and specific opinions about things, and very smart.
Aaron talked to Chris about the sexy thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not.
Well, I just think you are very, you know what you want, and you know what you think, and you know your opinions, and you want to assert them at every opportunity.
Would you mind sitting up for this one? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh my God, Chris. What was that all about?
Do you like goofy people?
Yes.
Why?
You make me laugh. Like you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you question number 1,700,082 of this interview. Are you ready? What are you laughing at? I'm serious. I'm keeping track.
No, you're going all over the place.
You don't believe him? Are you calling me a liar?
No.
I'm being serious over here.
No, I am not calling you a liar. But you went from 10 to 365.
Maybe you're calling me an embellisher.
No, I'm calling you Skipper.
You calling me?
Sorry, I had myself muted. I forgot. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? She called him Skipper. I've called this guy a lot worse than Skipper. 14 million views. We're back here again. This Special Books by Special Kids channel. Almost 3.5 million subscribers. This guy's raking in a fortune doing this. Does he ever tell you about Hell Realm or anything useful in these videos? At the end, does he ever say anything other than just praising? You know, you get what I'm saying? Seems like exploitation. He's using these kids to make millions of dollars. That's what I'm getting at. In case people don't know, if you have that many subs on YouTube, you're worth a damn fortune. It's the way it works. That's the way it works. Do a lot of people support it? Absolutely. They just applaud and, oh, wow, he's amazing. That's what most people do. Is anything that this guy puts on YouTube going to help you in this life or help you get out of this realm? No. So there you go.
Hey, you calling me a skipper?
Yes.
I've never skipped a thing in my life.
You're skipping numbers.
I would never skip a number. Now are you ready for question number 10,815?
Skipping numbers and yes.
You can call me Skippy. Would you rather be seen as nice or confident?
I don't know. Maybe both.
I think you are both.
Yeah.
You love yourself the most of anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
So I wish I could have an eighth of that.
No. Not that generous.
That leads into my next question. Question 1,517.
That's funny.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
If you're not sassy, what are you?
I guess kind. And I'm not sassy.
What's it like to be Michelle's mom?
Being Michelle's mom is the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life, as well as the most exhausting and worrisome thing in my life. I love her to.
So there's the, oh my God, I love her to death. And I'm going to sing for this one. Our God is an awesome God. Our God is an awesome God. A lot of people just pretend and say it's all a gift. This girl is not going to live that long, okay, with that syndrome. You don't live, what can I say? It's not a child, 20 years old in this update here on this. That was 6 years ago. That one, this is 4 years ago.
To death. I feel so blessed that she's in my life, along with all of her challenges and all the hardships that we've all endured. She's still the strongest one in the family because she's the funniest. She's extremely smart, and by far and large, she makes me happy when I'm down.
What is suctioning?
Are you asking me?
Well, why don't you answer and then I'll answer after.
Okay. It's to clear my trachs I can breathe.
Yeah, so it's basically like blowing your nose for a person without a trach. It clears the mucus out of the trachea so that it's clear.
I like to go underwater and I can't because my trach.
What is a trach?
Really, Chris? I guess that's silly, but it helps me to breathe. Because I got a tiny nose.
Pretty much just like blowing your nose, right?
Yeah.
But you don't blow your nose.
No, I don't.
So now I'm turning suction on so I can start. So I put it in the water first and then into the tray.
And I cough. Good.
Do you understand why sometimes your mom might be worried about you?
Because I'm sick a lot of the time, and because my meds give her a headache when they don't get bruised. Oh my God. Yes.
A lot of times insurance and Medicaid, we have both, challenges
Yeah.
medication all of a sudden out of the clear blue.
They don't
She'll have
get
been on a
approved.
medication for 7 years,
They
and all of a
don't get
sudden they
approved.
say,
Not
we're not going to approve that anymore. And it'll be like a $500 a month med, or
Yeah.
and we jumped through the hoops, the appeals and all that. But it happens so much
Yes.
throughout the 22 years. That's what's exhausting.
Mhm.
But it's a game that is played by insurance and Medicaid
And you have
to
to
keep
play-
their costs down.
And you have to play the game.
We got to play the game. We got to keep you going, Lady Jane.
When did you first learn to help your sister with the trach?
12, I think. I asked one day. I asked my mom. I was like, I can suction her, and I was like, what? I was like, yeah, why not? I mean, it's an easy procedure, and it's one less thing for you guys to do. And so my mom taught me, and then what? 12 years later, I'm a newly graduated nurse.
Yes, and
right?
pretty soon.
What is your diagnosis?
Hallerman Street syndrome.
What is that?
It means I have 26 of the 28 characteristics. I can't say the word. Characteristics that make up me.
How would you describe it, Mom?
It's a rare genetic disorder.
I have to pause here because I have to mention something, and I wish I never had to mention this. It's not directed at anybody right in the chat room right now, but there's been so many people over the last year plus on my channel that argue that these disorders are created by humans. They're genetic. A lot of these, including this one tonight that I'm covering, is genetic. There's no choice. You're programmed to get that. You're programmed. You're just programmed. You have no choice. You have no chance. It's literally God's plan or God's design built into you. Just like if you can program a computer in certain ways, it's going to do that at a certain point, certain time and date, whether it's before birth or at a certain year, certain age. It's right in the genetics, right in the genes, coded in. You can't blame anybody except your creator for this. Can't blame anybody. That's where religious people are so disgusting. They try to get off the hook, say it isn't God. It absolutely is God. It absolutely is your God that I call a monster. Okay, that's what it is. And there's thousands of genetic disorders that are unavoidable. No drugs involved. Doesn't matter what you eat or what the pregnant mother ate. It isn't that at all. It's programmed this way in this realm. Programmed. Designed this way. It isn't broken. Designed to work this way. It's operating as it's designed by your cruel, evil, sadistic monster that some of you insist on kneeling before and calling a God and praising and worshiping. Because you're afraid of that thing. That's the reality. You're afraid of that monster. And I'm not.
One of the primary characteristics of this syndrome is craniofacial disorder, and along with that comes cataracts, small airway, recessed chin, dental anomalies, high palate, small nose, and then there's many other characteristics that can be associated. And like Michelle said, she has 26 of the 28. You only need to have 7 or 8 to be diagnosed with it.
Do you have any fears?
Well, I can say this now, but years ago, I couldn't even say it. I am afraid of robots.
Are there any questions you don't want to be asked?
I think about robots. But other than that, I'm an open book. When I was little, I had this toy robot and it would not shut up. So I locked it in my closet. And I feared the Americans.
I will not ask you any questions about robots, I promise.
Yeah, don't do that.
I won't even say the word robots.
Yeah, don't.
I'm not going to do that. I promise you, I won't say the word robots.
If I catch you doing that on Insta, I'm calling you out.
Have you two always been as close as you are now?
Hey?
I think so. I'm sure we had a few years, like teenage years, where we weren't. We were kind of like in different spaces in life.
Yes.
But I think now that we're in our 20s, we're both kind of like besties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially on Insta.
Especially on Insta. Yeah, we send each other Insta messages and stuff.
And pictures.
And pictures. And selfies. And giffies.
I will never say the word robots. Robots will not come out of my mouth.
It's just it.
Again. It's my troll face.
Oh my god.
If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Seriously, Chris, you already know this, but I'll say it. Disney. Chris.
If somebody sees you out in public, like at the grocery store or at the park, wherever you are,
Yeah.
do you want them to come up and say hi?
Yes, but they need to be at my eye level, like what you are right now, and they have to say their name.
Do you find it intimidating when they're up high?
No.
What do you think when people stay up high and talk to you?
They think I can see them right there, and I can't.
Oh, so it's because of your vision. And when I'm this close, you can see me.
Yes.
But when I'm up high, you can't see me.
No.
Are you able to see far?
Well, my right eye, I can see, but my left eye,
people need to look past her differences and into her soul and her heart, because it's the biggest heart you'll.
We can look at that, but there's no reason to struggle through life this way. That's the thing. We can see somebody's heart, spirit, charisma, humor, all these things. But why is it so difficult and painful? And why do so many need so many medications in this realm if your God is perfect? Why? It's a simple question that I've never gotten an answer from anybody that's religious. Why? All they do is dodge. God works in mysterious ways. We can't know all this stuff. Why? I keep asking why. I've been asking why for decades. They can't answer. Because to try to answer would basically they'd have to be confronted with, this is an evil realm created to be this way.
You'll ever meet.
What in this world makes you the happiest?
Piper, my dog.
Who is this gnarly beast?
She is my beast. She's a sweet dog called Piper. She's my daughter. I play with her. I love her. I can't take her out because I can't pick up poop. So my parents do that, but I hook her up to the leash. I unhook her.
What's the best thing about being a dog mom?
Taking care of my sweetie. If she takes care of me when I'm sick or sad,
What are some things that make you sad?
loud noises scare me. So she licks my face, and then she licks the tears off it, and now she's licking my foot.
Are you two able to enjoy the present without worrying about the future?
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the future is always there,
Unknown.
but we can, and it's, yeah, you said it perfectly, it's unknown.
Unknown.
But we have a, go ahead. See, we're talking the same.
We don't focus on it one day at a time. Go ahead, Mom.
Remember that old TV show? Maybe the Brits don't know it, but Americans would. One day at a time. One day at a time. And I'm not mocking her or anything, This is my sense of humor. For the people that don't like it, then I guess you're in the wrong place. I cover a lot of dark topics like this. I see a lot of sadness, suffering, misery in this realm. And if I don't have any light-hearted moments, then I would probably turn out to be a bitter mess. I'm not a Gnostic, Bob, so please don't just group me in with Gnostics. Gnostics talk about God and God being absent and abandoning humanity. They think there's a good God way out there somewhere. I think that's impossible. Why so? Because if a parent leaves their 3 children in a house and their toddlers and young children and just walks away, that's neglect, that's abuse. It's not good. Parents, they can be charged with that and jailed for doing that, held accountable. So it can't be a good God to leave us in a realm full of evil, to leave us to the wolves to eat us. Couldn't be a good God by definition. I agree, Wendy. I hope they do. I hope that I can contact some of them, make them aware of what's going on here. But you got to keep in mind, a lot of people don't want to see what's going on here, including children with disabilities, including parents of children with disabilities. A lot of them don't want to see it. They prefer the fairy tale. They prefer the fairy tale because it feels better. And that's what a lot of people run on in this realm is feelings. Feelings. They don't face the evidence and the suffering and the design. They just want to look at their feelings. They operate by feelings. If you operate by feelings, you're the easiest in this realm to deceive. In millions and millions of ways. Literally millions and millions of ways. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings.
Welcome to this video. Today I'll be reading an excerpt from a book that will be published in the far future. I can't say too much. It might be published anonymously, but since I'm making this video, you know what? It's not going to be. Due to some reasons, I can't give too much context for this, but I'm hoping that on this channel in the future, I will be able to get more context. So basically, this is from the depths of my subconscious and deep meditation. And let's go. You are trying to figure out why God doesn't love you, but you are truly trying to figure out why God doesn't love itself. This is based on an assumption of separation. Everything is connected. Self-love is based on hate because hate is separation. You are love. You can't love yourself or anything because saying something is separate from you stems from hate. You are it. Be present with it. Your external reality is a microscope into your internal reality. What if I stop trusting the ego? You're holding back because you say your perspective is broken. You are saying that a broken perspective could exist in the first place, but it cannot and does not exist. You are the reason no one has done anything. In this, I'm talking to the ego. The ego is the reason people are procrastinating, and we're going to get into this more. The ego is pretending to be God, but there is no ego. It's an illusion. The I, there is no we. I, God. One God, one God, one God. There is no separate. I is in me. No more living in separation. If there is a God outside, if there is only one God, then we are all a part of it. The reason why we are waiting for God to do something about the state of the world is because we believe we are separate from God. But God doing something about it means we are doing something about it since we are one with God. God doesn't know God is God since God is too humble. We live in a fake world because many people who are part of God think God is fake. God thinks God is fake. As the mind wrongly feels separate.
She's really doing her best to defend God. We can save humanity. Look at this. This girl thinks she has the answers. She's getting some views, though, out of YouTube. 2,835 views just from being up a few days with only 260 subscribers. 209 likes. I can't remember the last time when any of my videos got over 200 likes. So this is all you have to do. Preach things that are downloads or medication, or meditation, not medication, meditation, and preach God. Try to defend God.
From the body, God believes we are separate from the earth. God means us in this. This is not in a religious context. It's just in a context of collective consciousness that we are all God. We keep thinking about what is beyond us, not right here. If God is humble, God barely remembers that God is God. The ego is pretending to be God. That is why it is acting like you have to wait for God. Wait for yourself, that you cannot be happy now.
Yes, that's true. She's got the low neckline here. She's trying to show off some cleavage there. "118 comments. It's incredible, but this is the way it is. People love garbage. They love garbage. Garbage. They love it. They love it.
You have to wait for God because you must be humble. But this is a lie. This undermines that you are a part of God. You are one with God now, here, in the now. When we look at the world, we ask, why didn't God do anything about it? But the real question is, why didn't we? Why didn't I? Why didn't you? Many people believe in humanity. No. Many people in humanity believe that God is excessively humble. Hence, they try to mirror this humility. The human race has humiliated itself by separating itself from God and the earth in the equilibrium of nature. You can be proud, you can be confident, you can be happy, and you can still be kind. People are proud of what they love.
Yeah, they don't want you to separate yourself from the earth. They want you to feel like you belong in this prison forever and ever and ever. And that's what whatever entities fed her this information when she was meditating, it worked like a charm.
Why not be proud of yourself for once? We are so intellectual that we have become unaware that we are a part of God. All of nature lives simply enough to know and be in harmony. Why are we out of harmony? Humility and separation. We need to realize that we do not need to do anything to fix the earth except undo the damage that we have done. Since we believe we are separate from God, we separate ourselves from creation and nature's equilibrium. Meaninglessness. We try to add meaning, which makes things separate. We try to have a reason to everything that we do. We try to make a purpose. We try to build a legacy. We try to make ourselves live past our due date. The more intelligent we are, the more disconnected we become. We are worried because we are unable to accept the truth that we are nothing but a snowflake that will melt away. In response to this, we destroy everything since we want to preserve our egos. Go with the flow. We are so smart that we invented the concept of God to match our own level of consciousness. Okay. So that was one page out of 25 in this book, but hopefully you all get to read that book one day. Hopefully. But basically that entry, that excerpt was talking about, you already know, that
Oh, I really want to read that book one day. I wouldn't give you 3 cents for it. I've heard all that garbage before. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
humans believe in that perspective that they believe that we are a nuisance to nature, or even that nature is a nuisance to us, when it's a symbiotic relationship. We give plants carbon dioxide, they give us oxygen. It's a symbiotic relationship. But because of this fear, we have enclosed ourselves and really disconnected ourselves from our true essence, our origin, the earth, and we have constructed these rules, the society, to control ourselves. Because of our unlimited nature, our unpredictability in general is a lot to deal with. And yeah, I think the way that we are going to save the earth and to save, well, I mean, the earth is going to be fine, I think, once we're gone, but it's pretty messed up what we've done to it. So I think the only way for humanity to be saved on this earth, or in term not go extinct, the way humanity is not going to go extinct and spiral downward and mental health issues increase more and physical health issues and cancer, the only way for these issues to start going away is if we return back to our origin, return back to union, oneness with ourselves, and in terms our consciousness, Christ consciousness, our creator, but it's all one. You see, the issue...
Oneness, it is not all one. That's ridiculous. You're just spewing the same fucking New Age programming.
It's okay if you subscribe to religion. The issue that
Are you one with the worst creatures walking around, the worst psychopaths, the ones that have done the most violent, sickening things, abused others? I'm certainly not. I'm not one with them. I'm not one with creatures. Period. I'm my own being, independent, individual. I am a sovereign, eternal, magical spirit. I'm not one with the garbage, the demons in this fucking realm.
The reason I don't subscribe to most religion is because many religions say that God is separate from humans, that humans will be punished. And this is ingrained in our culture, ingrained in all cultures. And many wars have happened because of this. To say that God is separate from God's creation is like saying, I don't know, I don't have a metaphor, but basically, if we keep believing a lie, we will continue to live a lie. If we like, we are one with nature. And if we believe we are separate...
We are not one with nature. We're a mismatch for nature. And nature's fucking brutal. It's not what you portray it as. You haven't really studied what nature is, lady. You haven't looked at it. You haven't examined it, analyzed it, studied it, looked deeply. You don't understand where you are. You don't understand what Earth is. You don't understand how everything eats everything else here. It's a feeding frenzy, life eating life, every single second of every day and night, all day, every week, month, year, forever, as long as this has been going on. It's brutal. It's brutal. Nature's a meat grinder. You don't get it. You don't get it.
From nature, then we're going to live like it, even though it's BS. So obviously, going from a life of living this artificial life and throwing yourself right back into nature can be like overwhelming, because nature is protective, but it is also very harshly honest, and it doesn't exist simply for your comfort. Nature is expansive. It basically puts you in uncomfortable situations, but it also provides for you. It's the uncertainty within nature. So
nature doesn't provide for you whatsoever. Doesn't care about you at all. Not a bit. Doesn't care if you starve, freeze, burn to a crisp, get eaten alive. It doesn't care at all. At all. So there's no mothering with nature. None. And that's part of the psyop, calling it Mother Nature.
stepping right back into that after being out of it forever is very daunting. But my invitation to everyone watching this is, like, at least carve out one day a week. I mean, I know most people don't already do this. Carve out one day a week to go outside and sit in nature in silence without any distractions. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, is that all you're asking? To sit on a city park bench or something? What about out in the wilderness, really outside of the cities, in the places that have not been tamed by men? Go there.
If you want to go the extra mile, then start learning skills like how to grow your own food and stuff. I'll join you on the challenge, one day a week. And you will see the intelligence that is within nature and within you that you will not find on the internet. And I want everyone to realize that they can be more connected to themselves and their true nature. True nature. Natural. So,
Oh, nature, natural, nature, natural.
at the end of this, it's
I would not be saying this if this person wasn't so arrogant as to write a book about something she knows nothing about. Why don't you study nature first? Study a few things before you preach about them.
you can't love yourself because that means that you're separate from yourself. And you are love. So,
Oh, you are love. That's why this realm is so loving, right? Because you are love.
let's change the society. Let's save the world one day at a time. Also, one big crucial step in that is, what do we value as a society? And do we actually value that?
We value titties as a society, okay? We value great big breasts.
As individuals, and how can we change our society to reflect what we actually value?
Cleavage. We value cleavage.
Funeral home. Going to the funeral home. Got me a coffin, shiny and black. I'm going to the funeral and I'm never coming back. Oh. Sometimes that's the only thing that I look forward to in this life. Sometimes that's the only thing that makes me able to get through another day. Because this place is totally bullshit. Totally every single thing. Yeah. Going to the funeral and I'm never coming back. Oh, it feels so good. One more time, one more time. Funeral home. Funeral home. Going to the funeral home. Got me a
They're all losing it. They're all losers, and they're all losing it.
coffin, shiny and black. I'm going to the funeral, and I'm never coming back.
They're all losing it. This is Joshua S. John, Gingy Joshi, or Hillbilly Gingy. Hillbilly Gingy, I call him sometimes. Only 102 views in 2 days. He's got almost 2,500 subscribers. Nobody's watching his shit anymore. Nobody watches. Nobody cares about his stupid shit. Nobody watches. Nobody cares. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser, mate. He's a loser. He can't sing worth shit. There's people buried 500 years ago that just covered their ears in the grave. Horrible. He sounds horrible. He's a creepy Gingy.
You know, in life, it always seems like we need a lot of things, whether it's food, water, clothes, shelter, various necessities to life. But there are those moments when all those things are covered. You have a stomach full of food, water, clothes on your back, you feel safe, sheltered, secure. You don't need a single thing, and you just feel at peace. Those are the godly moments, the moments that we remember of our true source. And if you can take that same
Our true source? What are you talking about? The hell are you talking about? What's this guy talking about? He likes to have his face on camera. A lot of them love to put their face on camera and talk as though they're wise and profound, and they sound foolish. Foolish.
sheltered, secure, you don't need a single thing, and you just feel at peace. Those are the godly moments, the moments that we remember of our true source. And if you can take that same feeling or that same mentality, that same instinct, whatever you want to call it, if it can even be called anything, the same peace. And even in times of necessity where things aren't guaranteed for you, you don't feel like you're safe the next day or guaranteed a meal, or there's chaos ensuing, you can still maintain that level of peace. Then things always seem to work out because our source is always with us in those times and in that level of mentality or thinking or instinct or feeling. Hi everyone, welcome back. You'll have to excuse the shadows. The sun is most high currently at about 12 o'clock. So it's beating down on the tree in front of me, causing the shadows on my face. But, you know, I was on my walk, and I'm like, hey, I'll make a video of it, having doing some contemplating. And I wanted really to discuss that sense of non-necessity that arises in being alone, in being in connection to our true source, right? Because
What true source? Stop eating then if you don't have any necessity. Stop eating and stop drinking anything, including water. See how long you live and don't need anything. See how long you can go here without any necessity. Go for it. And no shelter, too. Don't live underneath anything, just live out under the sky.
It does make sense that our spirit comes from somewhere, that we didn't just spawn in this reality, right? We didn't just appear, or really didn't necessarily evolve randomly from cells or monkeys or dirt or stardust, even though our bodies do seem to be made up of the same components as stardust. That can, either mean we came from stardust, or everything in this universe is made of the same stuff, the same numbers, the same illusory reality. Okay. And while we are here, there are also people or beings or things that are rather from this system, it seems to be, that do not seem to be able to perceive or even conceptualize or even necessarily believe the potential of things existing outside of this reality, such as the astrals, or such as our true source land. And that's normal, right? Something inside a system made from the system can only be programmed to interpret that system. In order to think outside of the box, you have to be able to perceive outside of the box. You have to be able to perceive the possibility of there being more than a box, more than the confines of your reality. And I've noticed this with many people, right? You go and you ask them to think.
He's getting some views. He's getting some likes and getting some views, that's for sure. People love this kind of garbage. People really love this kind of nonsense. They could listen to this forever and ever and stay here forever, too. And stay here forever. Look at this person said, "This was the most important video of my life. Thank you, man." Oh, fucking hell. Like, what can I even say to that stuff? What can I even say in response?
Ask them to entertain other possibilities, and they get stuck, right? It's not within their ability, their capabilities. And people with the ability to perceive such things are more likely to spend time alone, more likely to be separate from that type of reality, because it does not feel normal, right? It doesn't feel normal to us. It doesn't feel
I don't want normal. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're talking a bunch of shit. You're talking a bunch of bullshit. That's what you're talking about.
And I couldn't believe how this guy thinks he's so king cool and whatever. And he's got his little harem. Are you kidding me? I gotta have this next wives, man. You gonna want to have a fucking harem? Fuck that. What a goof.
harmonizing.
What a goof. What a goof. Oh my goodness. Hello, Paul from Newcastle.
Isn't it weird how the power in this reality always benefits the team of fucking demons? You guys think this is a good God? Good God. There's a Freudian's good God. Yeah, my ass, he's a good God. What kind of demon God is he? I'll grant power to all these evil demonic motherfuckers. I will get, that is not God, whatever, or it is God, and God's not a happy fucking guy. He's got a very weird bizarre sense of humor, or there's an infinite amount of realities, and this is just one, and it's not as important as I think it is, or this is a simulation and it was never important, or blah 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 blah, because the rabbit holes are endless, and I'm stuck in a perpetual state of fucking not knowing about it, a perpetual state of fucking amnesia. Where am I? What am I to do here? Does anything have meaning? No. You're in a slave system where some jagoff that you never actually see in person. It's like a pathetic type of weasel. Some jagoff you never see in person has power over you, saying, you better pay these bills, you better get up and go to that job that you don't like, you better go and do that thing that you don't like, and do all these chores and tasks that you don't like. That's the reality you're in. You wonder why people are blowing their fucking brains out? Guys, just a heads up, the ones committing suicide are probably the most logical people in the fucking reality.
They're all talking about that one thing now, over and over and over again. All of these Team Evil channels, the Shady Bunch, they're all talking about it. They're all talking about it. All at the same time. Same week.
Who would be subjected to a wrong like this and be okay with it? Must be slightly crazy. Or you've been dealt a hand where in your ignorance, you've just never seen any of the evil in reality. You've never observed it. Maybe you grew up in I don't know, the perfect little white picket fenced suburb. I don't know how you could not see how evil and demonic this slave system, warring, putrid disease and filth-filled cesspool that this reality. How could you not see it?
When he's talking about filthy, putrid cesspool, is he talking about his mouth? Because he's got some black teeth, rotten teeth in there. He has a nasty mouth. Nasty. He says sick things about people's mothers. This creature, this Uncle Fester on the screen, it's got a nasty mouth. Nasty. He's also a felon. Did you know that he's a felon? Is anybody aware of that? Are you aware that he's a felon?
Like, why doesn't God grace us with the power or the ability to just stand there and say, stop, if missiles are flying at us and we don't agree with the war, to just say, stop, leave us alone.
Stop, leave us alone. You try to make fun of me and then you're crying on camera. You said that I'm a bitch. Fuck you. Look at your energy, you fucking little 145-pound crybaby. Leave us alone. Alone.
We don't want this life.
I don't want this.
And the missiles just stop mid-flight.
Go blow your fucking evil god.
Why isn't good ever granted power in the realm?
Piece of shit. Piece of shit crybaby. Let's see what Chris Sedaris has been talking about lately.
And then he wrote, by my twin, I meant my testicle twin. Yes, you know your joke, testicles. The Matrix, Watcher 777 wrote, birds of a feather flock together, criminals hang with criminals, and chills defend chills. Okay, the Matrix Watcher 777. Didn't know that they were creepy boys. And I'm also a criminal. I had a felony when I was 17. I got arrested probably 20 times before that. Didn't get charged every time I got arrested, but I got a bunch of charges. I was a street fucking kid. I was doing crazy, stupid shit. I was doing stupid ass fucking shit. And I got arrested. I was fighting, getting in trouble, stealing, robbing cars, doing drugs, selling drugs, whatever. I was a fucking troubled teenager. But
what a surprise! Another felon on YouTube. Oh, hey, Chris. You want to smear me? You want to start a fucking smear campaign against me? Let's see what you have to say, and let's take it out of context.
Murder is evil. No, murder is not evil.
What the fuck did you just say? Did you really say that murder's not evil? You felon. You dookie boy. You creep. you creepy boy. I once accused Uncle Fester of being illiterate. Let's see if he actually reads books.
Thoughts on it. It's a small book. When you said it's a small book, I was like, okay, maybe I'll read this one. If it's real small, like let's say 10 or 20 pages, I might be able to read a full book. But no, David, I've actually still never read a full book in my life.
I knew it. I knew he's never read a full book in his life, and now he's actually admitting to it.
The most I've ever read out of a book is probably 10 pages. I just ain't built that way, dude. I don't know what it is. I wish I was more of a... Well, I say that, but like, really, what... For example, you got somebody like Archaics that sat and read books for 20 years, and he kind of...
The rapist, the convicted sex offender, he's still defending him. This gets creepy, very creepy.
You people are disgusting. I hate you all with my whole fucking heart. I hope you all die. I hope you all die. But anyways, man, where's all that money going? Where's all that money going?
To drugs for Uncle Fester, perhaps?
I actually came on with notes, and it's becoming a rant. I'm sorry. These are my vents at the end of the day. To be honest, this is beneficial.
Cut your chin another 20 times. Look at that raised eyebrow.
I wish these demons would cease to exist in my realm.
Start with yourself.
An awkward moment. Every time I step above that stupid little fucking retard voice in there that says some dumb shit, it always ends up being beautiful. Every time. So, and that tells me the voice is always swaying me to not bring happiness or love into the world. So that right there tells me that it's evil. Well, I also would say that
He hears evil voices, yet he attacks others and says they're fucking schizo. They hear voices, this and that. But he hears voices telling him what to do. Did you hear that? Hear that? Straight out of his mouth. He's a fucking creepy boy, this guy. He's a piece of shit. He projects onto others.
if we're all subjected to the voice and humanity can... How long is the fear gonna control you, you pathetic fucking demons?
You're the fucking demon.
Fear is the devil. Fear.
You're the devil.
The human avatar comes pre-programmed and scripted to fail this test. That's what I mean when I say that. Why is fear an aspect of the avatar? Oh, you needed it to survive. Bullshit! That's a fucking lie!
Don't point your fucking finger, you angry, angry little demon. Angry little demon boy.
By the same demon that uses it to control it.
Fuck you.
See it. How could you not see it? People standing in a soup line are wearing a jacket that's 25 years old to help feed other poor people, while some jagoff in tights is throwing around a pigskin making $20 million a year. How can you not see the imbalance and evil in reality? There's some fucking kid in some African village somewhere that ain't got access to clean water. Now he's got a bloated belly because the bacteria has filled up his intestines. And there's some jagoff in a white coat somewhere prescribing pills he knows are demonic and evil to somebody unhealthy and pocketing 10 grand every time. You can't see this. Where are you if you can't see this demonic, fucked up system? Where are you? Oh, one sec, guys. Sorry, guys.
So now he's got the glasses on, guys. He's got the glasses on. Well, I have a clip of him. I showed it. Him saying that murder's not immoral. He says fucking twisted, wicked things. He makes threats against people. There are gullible idiots on YouTube that would say, he's telling some truth. He's telling some truth. Well, go line up behind and follow the demons then. This is a demon on your screen right now. I expose them all the time. There's a lot of people that still can't see them. There's a lot of people on YouTube that still can't see them. This is Chrissy Pissy. Chrissy Shateris.
I was getting a little agitated. I had to go hit up the old bolio. Have a little two-step with Mary Jane. Hey, Mary, how you doing? Here, I'll help you feel better, Chris. I grabbed her ass, too. I grabbed her ass before I walked away from the dance. And she didn't slap me. She just went, oh. She didn't slap me, so we're in first base, boys. But what was I talking about? Oh, probably a bunch of negative shit because I'm a truther and I talk about the evil, demonic reality, observable demonic reality that we're all subjected to. Wouldn't it be great if, as a truther in this realm, if I could get on here and be like, yo, guys, 2 blocks away from my house, this rock sprouted up out of the earth that looks like shimmering platinum. And if you go up to it and you touch it, it gives you special healing abilities or the ability to teleport or the ability to grow food by looking at the earth. You could grow abundance of food in a desert with your mind. It gave you everybody watching this is probably thinking like, oh God, what is this guy, 6 years old in his mind? Was he a little baby? He wants magic stuff to happen. It's like, I just want good things to happen. I want a reality that I feel like was created by a loving God, not a reality I feel like I'm forcefully subjected to. That's a monotonous Groundhog's Day slave realm. He emailed me, said, hey, Melonhead, get those fucking teeth fixed. I think you did get, hold on, let me move this over. I think you did get possessed by a demon when you drank alcohol.
Possessed by a demon. Learn how to read.
And tried to meditate, and you changed completely into another person.
Then again, you said reading books is your kryptonite. You've never read a book in your life. You admitted to it. You fucking moron.
You'd have some demonic, evil shit living inside you. You stupid, ugly, smelly, foul-mouthed bag. Guys, just so you know, I'm going to end up saying things in this that, you know, this dude's fucking douchebag, and then you'll see. Go make a new video, you homo, you weirdo, pathetic shill boy, you rapist defender.
That's what he is. That's what he is.
How long is the fear gonna control you, you pathetic fucking demons?
You're the fucking demon.
Fear! Fear! As it was dying, it was like clawing, terrified. It was terrified. It was dying. It was terrified. I never experienced a level of failure that this thing was experiencing in this moment. And this thing actually loved me, but it had to feed off me. And I felt its love. I felt it was apologetic to me as it was dying, but it was still clawing to stay alive. bothered me. And I don't know if that's the mind parasites.
I told you he has demons. I told everyone.
Really get it pulling at my heartstrings. Like, it knows what works on me.
Don't cry, Chrissy boy. Don't cry, little boy.
It was like losing somebody close to me. And I think for it too. I think that it was attached to me since I was a little kid.
Chrissy's so upset about losing a demon. I knew he had demons. And he loves the demons. He loves the demons.
Anyways, yeah, it was like...
He's grieving the loss of a demon. Look at him.
Like an addict, Shingel. It was, it didn't like what it was. It was apologetic to me, but still wanted to stay alive. He wrote exactly, they do what they're programmed to do, can't stop, won't stop, algorithms. I don't know if they're algorithms. I know I would also claw to stay alive if I was
all fucking broken up over a demon. This is what a demon looks like and sounds like. Watch this. Listen.
People in this country end up having a beef with people in that country. Like, you people are disgusting, driven by mind parasite little fucking coward ass fuckboy sellout, soul sellouts to the fucking mind parasite. You fucking degenerates. I hope you all fucking burn. I don't want to forgive them. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them and their motherfucking mamas. They don't deserve my forgiveness. They don't deserve my forgiveness. I agree it's good to forgive. It's not good to forgive blindly. I forgive. No.
Don't deserve to have any power over anyone else. This nasty, degenerate creature wants others to burn. It's fucking demonic.
They do not deserve my forgiveness. My forgiveness. Yeah. I struggle too, guys.
Oh, guys. Oh.
It's hard to exist in this reality when you're aware of what's going on all the time.
Yeah, you fucking crybaby. You attack and mock others for months. You crying? What are you crying about? Look at him. Just look at him. Fucking attack me for months? Fuck you. Fuck you, you Chrissy crybaby.
At least what we're told is going on. It's a psychosis realm.
Crying on YouTube. Chrissy the crybaby. Chrissy Pissy the crybaby. That's what you are.
Every day is the same thing. Every day people argue over the same stupid shit. Every day the hooks, lines, and sinkers all go out and zip, they all catch a fish every day. Every day the pattern repeats over and over and over and over and over and over. And if you become conscious and you start seeing this simulation for what it is, technically you're going to lose your mind. You're going, in my opinion, you're going to gain consciousness. But in the retardo realm, to normal people, you're going to look crazy. You're going to look crazy. And that's unfortunate, but that is how evil and dark this realm is. I'm not making this shit up, guys. Like, I'm talking from experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of know what I'm talking about. Ain't too many people in this fucking realm that, first off, they would get on the camera saying this type of shit I do, especially like looking like with my fucked up grill and like I obviously give a fuck more about the truth than anything else. You know what I'm saying? There aren't too many people like that. You're like, well, aren't you worried they can kiss my ass? Oh, aren't you worried there's witches and warlocks out there and they're going to kiss that they can spell these nuts on their chin? If you think threats or worries or so, it's like, bro, I've been dealing with that since I was a little fucking child. Since I was a baby, I've been dealing with horrible shit. You think I'm worried about these dodo birds out here talking crazy about me? to one of my oldest subscribers who just recently sent me a message on Discord, like, really, bro? Like, you're worried about these people? Like, anyway, like, all this realm can do to you is bad stuff. What are you worried about? The badness might get even worse? Bro, you die at the end of the day. I mean, like, really, like, I don't want a suffering death. I don't think anybody does. But guess what? Most of the time, that's kind of what happens. So you better get ready for it. But people, again, these are hard thoughts that the human avatar's soft mind can't deal with. This thing is built, again, maybe not this one and certain ones, but most of them didn't deal with traumas and knew about evil at a young age and been dealing with this shit and have the mental fortitude. To them, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought 1 second. Oh, yeah, I guess I already kind of made that point. The point is that people have trouble dealing with very harsh thoughts. Here's what's actually going on in humanity. Human beings, the human avatar thing is very soft-minded, very easy to traumatize to. So you take this super gentle, fragile creature that can't deal with traumas, and you throw it into a traumatic reality, and you.
This is baby truther shit right here. This guy's had a channel for many years, and he just spews a basic level of shit. That's baby truther shit. In other words, low level. Everybody on my channel should be well beyond this shit by now.
And you wonder why reality's fucked up? There you go. There's the answer to all your prayers. Reality's fucked up because you have a bunch of traumatized creatures in a traumatic, harsh and hard to deal with reality. This avatar thing is known for creating mental comfort. Well, or mentally breaking down. Again, if you look at the suicide rate and the rate of mental psychosis in reality, it's just obvious people are struggling. This is a harsh realm, hard realm. This is not a place created by a loving God. The idea that you were thrown into this to create character, okay, well, all it did is create hate for God in my heart. That's all it did. It created frustration, confusion, aggravation. So what kind of school is this? What kind of school would this be? And the idea that, oh, you learn more in the fire, that's not true. I can't learn under pressure. I can't learn when I'm stressed. I can't learn when I'm worried. I can't learn when I'm in fear. I can't learn when I'm bugging the fuck out. I must be in a. Where did this ever make sense in reality? Have you guys ever been to a school that at random intervals things jump out and scare the fuck out of you, or random intervals things pop out of your desk and stab you in the leg, and you go, ah.
Yeah, he stole this from my channel. I think he's been watching my channel because I said that stress and suffering and pain prevents learning. I've talked about all this kind of stuff before. He's just a thief. He's a copycat. He's a loser. He's a demon, mate. He's a demon. Look at this. The looks on his face. Just tell it all.
Ginormous fucking 40 acres indoor brick buildings, 40 acres. And can you guys even imagine a building that big? But 40 acres indoor brick building was built by these fucking old toothless cowboys with fucking old rock picks and hatchets. And man, are you people crazy? Are you like, is there a brain in there when they tell you these things? But it's not a brain thing. It's not a brain thing. It's because most of these things are told to us before we have the brain. That's why school works so well. They're telling 8% human meat. That's disgusting. There shouldn't be any percent human meat in any food ever. But that's happening right now. And it still happens. We get told about it, and then nothing happens to combat. I'm raising my vibration, and they're not eating meat. They're eating those fake burgers that we sell them that fucking say don't have meat, but when you observe them under a microscope, they actually have human meat in them. These vegan burgers, most store-bought burgers. Again, I don't like saying shit like that, but hey, you gotta observe the real fucking reality. Let's go back to mental comfort zone. No, the food's completely poisoned. Most fast food has got human meat in it. 8% human meat. That's disgusting. There shouldn't be any percent human meat in any food ever. But that's happening right now. And it still happens. We get told about it, and then nothing happens to combat it. It just keeps going on. That's the psychosis realm. They literally tell you how evil they are, and they keep being evil. It's almost like a reminder that you're powerless. This whole reality is set up to create an environment to make you feel powerless. And they're not. The whole reality, everything from being in school with a teacher, being in college with a teacher, being at work with a boss, being at home with your parents, being into spirituality, being a soul with a God. Everything's to create you beneath something. The whole reality is evil and demonic. Don't listen to it. That's the problem. Motherfuckers are listening to their goddamn... Don't even listen to your second thought. That's the way the mind virus actually works. It's not the first thought. That's easy play. That's level 1 demons. It's the second thought. It's the thought that you think you're agreeing with. It's very tactful. Tactical. I don't know how the fuck to say that word. Tactical. It's very tactical. I need to give an example of this. Actually, I need to make a whole video on that, how the mind virus works. I've been paying close attention to these fucking little low-level demons. I've learned a lot about them. It's interesting. Like, I think that a lot of them realize, like, oh shit, we can't fuck with this one. This one don't work no more. So they just go. Or maybe it's almost like my presence now scares them away. It's not even so much the language I use internally. Like, I would almost sort of pick at them. Like, that's obviously not one of my thoughts, you little fucking pathetic low-level mind parasite. Do I need to send you to the pit where you belong? The mind parasite will know what the pit is, trust me. It'll know what the pit is. And it'll run the fuck off like a little pathetic, low-level pussy boy, Harry Potter level magician. Nothing. These mind parasites are extremely powerful, but only to the uninitiated, only to the unaware. They completely control most of humanity because most of humanity thinks they're operating off of the thoughts that are in their head because of them. Say, fucking meditate, man. Meditate. If you can't just meditate and wonder, does this thing work for me or for something else? Why does this unconscious thought projector keep projecting thoughts into my mind when I want mind silence? Does the brain work for me, or am I simply some sort of antenna that picks up some other signal? Don't pay attention to the signal. That signal is the matrix. And again, could this be a spiritual thing? Absolutely. Could this be a fucking technological thing? Absolutely. Could it be both? I don't know. We talk so much about the spirit when none of us have actually fucking experienced it. The closest you could get to somebody that experienced spirit is an astral projector. Somebody that astral...
No, that's not true. It's not true at all.
Projects. That is the closest you will ever get to. But we all talk about it so much. Like, where is it in reality?
It's not in you. You're an angry little demon. He's a demon, mate. He's a demon. He's a violent felon. He says that murder is not immoral. He's an angry, messed up little demon. Oh. Oh.
Agree. They're a source of pain, heartache, and suffering, and blah, blah, blah. I get it. Some people will certainly say, well, there's lots to learn. And from, dealing with people. And well, I get it. I get it. It's not like I'm not in contemplation of these things, but when I start looking at the fact that what the hell's it all for? Because we're going to die. We're not going to take any of it with us. All this supposed knowledge that we get about it just doesn't make any sense. And the power structure on this planet has created this money thing that has poisoned the minds of humans.
Creepy Keith still thinks this is a planet 5 years later. This was 5 years ago, but he still believes that today. He still calls this place a planet. A planet, like NASA calls it. A planet. People think he's high level. Are you kidding me?
That has created an environment where we have to pay to live on the planet that we were born on, which on its face is the most ridiculous, ludicrous, absurd thing that I could think of. But because of this construct, if you see your slavery and you don't want to work for some dead entity known as a corporation, work for an organization that has a human resources department, work for a corporation where the fruits of your labor make them billions of millions of dollars, and I'm saying not yours individual, all of us collectively as the slaves that we are, make these people, these corporations, and we just get meager paychecks. Most of us get meager paychecks and become content with the average existence, the average experience that we have that is largely predicated upon the money that we bring in this life. Not everybody in this life is trained and taught about the nuances of money and how to bring it in to your life, the connection between energy and money and how that all works. Therefore, most of us stay content with the salaries that we make that keep most of us living from paycheck to paycheck and no more than 3 months away from bankruptcy or total collapse. And that is the harsh reality of what this world has become. And when you start looking at the fact that other men have created this for us, it's just like, you got to be kidding me. I continue to look for the silver lining, the gold lining, the platinum lining in the experience. But the trump of all of it is, all these things we say we learn through the journey of the human experience is for naught if we're wiped when we die, formatted, and it just doesn't make any sense. There's probably pieces I don't have yet that might help me to understand greater things. But if you think it's some religious piece of knowing God better or something like that, then I would suggest that you keep that advice to yourself. Seriously, just don't even comment on that shit. And if you do, you're obviously trying to be an asshole, and I'll block you and make it so that you can't comment again. Everybody's so, what's the word? Hypnotized, in a trance.
He blocks people for basically nothing. He just can't take it. He can't take any comments. This guy's been an asshole for years. It's rebellious meat prick under a channel of perception deception years ago. By the way, you can comment there and he can't remove your comments because he forgot his password. He can't log in here. So he can't remove your comments on this channel. He can't remove them. So if you want to leave a comment there, he cannot delete it no matter what.
And what we experience has become the status quo. The ubiquity of the ridiculousness of this has been with us. It's been all of this ridiculous shit has been so persistent, so pervasive in our lives that we have become used to it. It's the status quo. It's what we know. We've adjusted in such a way that it's the norm. The sickness of the society that we live in that has been created and the malignancy that it's become has become the norm. This is not okay with me. And to interact with any human being that does not see that, we're not vibing. We're not resonating together. We're not going to connect. We're not going to make a bond. And it's only because I can't force you to see that. And if you don't see that, then you're at a level that's going to require such a long time for you to take in information and learn, to understand, to comprehend it all. And learning and comprehension comes in levels or layers, and they stack on top of each other.
And you can't get to the layer 3 of learning without obviously without having gone through layer 2. One stacks on the other, and you can't get to layer 5. You just can't do it until you've gone through layer 1 through 4. You can never get to 5. There's no mechanism to get to 5 until you've gone through 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm using these numbers as an analogy about the layers of learning that beget new comprehensions, and that without one, you won't have the other. And I would suggest that from the place I'm coming from, I'm many more levels ahead of a lot of folks. Not because I'm so great, not because of anything that
many more levels ahead. Are you really many more levels ahead?
It's my ego or makes me think I'm better than anybody else. I'm as average and normal as everybody else, with the exception of maybe how I choose to think about things and the fact that I've chosen to self-educate myself on levels that few will ever endeavor to do, because they're so caught up with, well, get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes, raise your kids. And I know you got to raise your kids. If you got kids, I get it. But I don't have kids, so I've never been obligated to that. I just see the plight of not having the time. Therefore, most people will never do what I've done. Never been married, don't have any kids, don't have that whole thing that obligates me to hours and hours a day of my attention being diverted to something else that requires it, that needs my attention and my every aspect of me, because, well, I gave it life and I need to teach it and raise it and cultivate it. I don't have those obligations. So I've been able to spend that time feeding my mind, trying to grow in my comprehensions of everything spiritually and every other way I can possibly induce any growth in me as a being of intellect and intelligence. And in that path, on that journey, this is where I've come to. It makes it really challenging to want to continue to be here, to not just literally go put a bullet in my head to say, fuck this, and not contribute.
Oh, wow. He's talking about biting the bullet again. And again, this was 5 years ago. He's doing that these days, this past week, just days ago. So what's going on here? He's been talking about this for over 5 years. Wow. Remarkable, isn't it?
It does. I mean, when I think about it, it's like a bullet in the brain would be an instant. I don't have those obligations. So I've been able to spend that time feeding my mind, trying to grow in my comprehensions of everything spiritually and every other way I can possibly induce any growth in me as a being of intellect and intelligence. And in that path, on that journey, this is where I've come to. It makes it really challenging to want to continue to be here, to not just literally go put a bullet in my head to say, fuck this, and not contribute. It does. I mean, when I think about it, it's like a bullet in the brain would be an instant exit to this construct. Instant. No pain, no suffering, boom, done. And if there is pain, it's milliseconds or just seconds, and then boom, you're out of here. You're out of here, you're breaking through the barrier. It's like I'm not so depressed that I'm like, oh, I'm just going to do it. But fuck, that thought keeps crossing my mind. Because I keep saying to myself, I want out. I want out of this motherfucker. I'm in my mid-40s. And recently coming to many of these understandings or comprehensions.
Again, this was 5 years ago. He was miserable wanting to bite the bullet 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Miserable in his 40s, still miserable in his 50s.
And when I realize and grasp the degree of knowledge that I need to possess and then master in order to truly effectively move through this life with any degree of power that does anything, I have a lifetime of learning to do. And I'm already halfway or more through my life. So it feels very, 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 what's the word? I feel defeated in many ways, because it's like, I'm not going to live forever. I got, what, 25, 30 years left on this planet? I don't know. Maybe less. Who knows? I could.
It isn't a planet, but you are defeated. Again, it isn't a planet, but you are defeated. He's a homeless bum. He's a loser. I think he's an incel. He's a bum cell. A bum and an incel. He's a bum cell. He's a bum cell.
I could die tomorrow. And one of the things that chaps my ass the most is when I look back at the last 46 years, it's like, fuck, man. So few occasions in my life have I ever stepped into actually living. So, yeah. And I consider to myself to be a being of logic, reason, intellect, and all of that stuff. I'm not ruled by my emotions, in the way that I used to be. I'm still affected by my emotions, but I have a much more, I don't know, I have a much better grasp on them. And I'm not saying what I'm saying about, as an example, putting a bullet in my head, as from some place of just being overloaded with this emotion that I can't control. It seems like the most logical explanation to end the suffering, to just get the fuck out of here. Not having a family, not having a wife, not having any of the things that most people that have been conforming to the society and living in the society have may play a part of it, may very well play a part in it, but it wasn't obviously part of what I was supposed to do. I don't even know why I'm saying it that way. It just wasn't in the cards this go around. It makes it literally makes getting up every day and facing this world, experiencing this shit, a very challenging thing.
He sounds like a child when he goes. Grow up. You're in your 50s. You're supposed to be a grown man. Grow up. Take some responsibility for your choices, for your fuck ups, for your situation, for the stupid things you've done, like threatening other men over the internet, being a fucking idiot. And now you're a cursed being. Now you're cursed. Now you are cursed, Keith. Creepy Keith is cursed, Keith.
Thing. I may have some people on my YouTube channel that subscribe to what I say that get what I mean, have some sense of it all. Some, maybe not all, some. And that may be the one most concentrated place that I know of on this planet where there's anybody that gets it or is looking to get it on a deeper level. Are. When I walk out my front door and go experience the world, I consider myself lucky to run into somebody that's halfway awakened. It's a very isolating thing to begin to rise yourself out of a level of ignorance that the masses that surround you are content with. For whatever reason. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was. I don't know. I say something came along and I attribute it to something spiritual that just kind of grabbed me by the shoulders firmly and pulled my head from out of my ass. And I have attributed it to something bigger than myself, some spiritual entity, whatever. But it may very well not be that. It may very well be the byproduct of the fact that I induced so much suffering into my life that I began to ask bigger questions, and slowly this process of rising in knowledge and awareness, or awareness and then knowledge and then content. I don't know. So one way or another, the process happened. And now I have gotten so far beyond where I ever used to be that those that used to know me still are incapable of seeing me as anything else other than what they used to know. And everybody in my experience tends to think that because I'm not swimming in seas of money and stable in that financial way and all that other stuff, that I just haven't figured certain things out. It's just like, all right, whatever. One of my biggest frustrations in this life is the gotcha that man has put in front of us of, you've got to be a slave and work 40 hours a week to even survive on this planet, or become a homeless person and beg, or master how money works. Well, I don't know how that works, or how that energetic connection works. I've never figured that.
Okay, well, a known liar says that his brother has 20 million bucks. Are you so sure that that's true, John? Just because a liar on YouTube claims it? This guy makes a lot of claims. How would you know how much money his brother actually has? Do you trust him? You trust him?
That out. I keep hearing about it. Don't know quite what it means. I don't fully yet understand how some of the most horrible people on the planet can be some of the richest people that exist.
Because I'm a king and you're a peasant. You're a little pissant. You're a pauper. That's why. You're evil. And I am a beautiful king, and I smell like Prada, and I'm independently wealthy. And that just eats you up with envy. I've tagged him, invited him on my show multiple times, told him to call me King Stephen. Come on here and talk to me, Keith. I'll send you a care package with some toothpaste, toothbrushes, some shampoo, some bars of soap, some toilet paper, things that you might need. You might need that. You got a big mouth.
And they may not be able to look under the surface and contemplate what the motivations might be. Now, let's just say, for example, Stevie's doing a live stream. Stevie's got, I don't know how many people connected, 10, 20, 30, 40. I've never seen hundreds in any of his lives when I've peeked in on him. But I wonder how many of those people are actually the people that he's abused. And then he's putting himself on display, abusing more people. So you're witnessing, if he's not doing it about you right then and there, you're witnessing the abuser abuse other people. And then he's got your attention and your focus, and he's pissing you off, and he's getting in your craw, and he's making you want to do whatever horrible thing you probably would never admit that you'd want to do. See, I'd admit it. I'd tell him right to his face, I want to feed him his dick. I would feed him his own dick. And I don't feel that way about people. He's literally the first motherfucker I have ever thought that I wanted to do things like that. So I had to step back from that. I'm like, that's an interesting thing. And then it hit me because, well, Stevie, I'm as smart or smarter than you. You just may know some shit that I don't. That doesn't matter. I recognized what I'm seeing. And it's because I spent years studying the occult.
You're not as smart as I am. You're not in my league. You're not even close. Creepy Keith. You're not even close. You're not even close. You have been warned? Yeah, really? You're not even close. You're a peasant. I'm a king. What don't you understand, you demon? You smelly, stinky, vile little demon.
Occult, working with magic, practicing certain things, doing candle spells or fucking planetary magic, or working with elementals, trying to play an experiment. No, I don't do that shit anymore. But because I did that stuff, I kind of understand how some of this works. I studied enough about the dark occult and Satanism and all this shit. Hell, I've even listened to Passio, who was a fucking priest. It's a perfect source to go to get some really good information about how these dark motherfuckers will mind fuck you. And then there's something to be said when you think of the metaphysics of it all, about your energy, your attention, your focus, and the emotional charge behind your energy, and possibly feeding something like an egregore would feed and cultivate something and then put it out into the fucking etheric, the astral, to do what it does. I mean, you could feel like you're being attacked by a goddamn demon, and it could just simply be a thought form that some dark fucking egregore from a coven or a fucking mystery school or something like that created. And somehow it's crazy when you really understand. And since most people don't understand this stuff, most people don't believe it's real or true. Magic, sorcerers, they don't get it. They don't get it. And those are the ones that these dark evil motherfuckers will want to devour, so to speak, manipulate, play like a fucking puppet. If you read for the purposes of understanding your motherfucking enemy, understanding how they operate, understanding what the fuck they think and why. You got to understand what motivates your motherfucking enemy. You do. The art of war isn't there for, I mean, Sun Tzu told us everything we needed to know.
He wants to make money like Passio. He wishes he could do this as full-time job, just like Passio, and get paid by you and rip off people. That's what Keith wants to do. That's his role model, is Mark Passio. Satanist, a grifter, a Freemason. It begs for shekels for new laptops.
Good to know. But most people have never studied that. But when you look at the Satanic Bible and look at the tenets in it and the principles and precepts that are pushed in that, they look at the herd like sheep to be fucking plucked whenever they want, to be manipulated in whatever way, because they're dumb golem, or they're the unbegun, or not the unbegun. The unbegun is basically just a state of ignorance where you haven't started the journey of learning and fucking educating yourself. What I'm referring to is the walking dead, the living dead, the wholly unconscious. They're just those that are at slightly above or possibly below, like waking consciousness, those types of people. The herd, the sheep, the flock, that kind of stuff. These fucking Satanists, these dark Kabbalists, sorcerers, occultists, these dark fuckers, they look at the quote-unquote herd as theirs to manipulate in whatever they want, in whatever way they want. That's just a part of the way a lot of these people operate and function. Now, when you think of how a demon would function, it would be a similar MO. You'd see a similar MO. So be cautious, highly cautious with Stevie Boy. And if you found yourself glued to your computer, if you found yourself watching him for hours as he does what he does, consider what might be going on. Now, am I trying to prop Stevie Boy up and say he's some evil, diabolical soul? You just never know, is what I'm saying. And I see that.
So is he calling me a mastermind, a genius, a brilliant sorcerer? Is he saying I'm the greatest sorcerer or the greatest magician since Merlin? Is that what he's saying? Don't sell me short, Keith. Don't sell me short, creepy Keithy. Creepy Keithy.
I see all of the components right there. I see the efforts to grab the attention in multiple ways. Not only can he get you watching him as he's abusing other people, so you're witnessing your abuser, quote unquote, doing it to other people, or you're sitting there watching because you want to see if he's going to say anything about you. Ask yourself why it matters, really, when you really think about it. Other than it's just generally offensive, it's morally repugnant, it's all of those things. But if what he says isn't true, why does it matter what comes out of his shithole? Why does it matter what comes out of the inversion of asshole and mouth that he's dealing with as he shits out of that fire hose of a mouth he has?
He's a classless peasant. He's a homeless bum. He's an incel and he's a bum cell. He's a homeless bum, a bum cell. That's what he is. He's creepy. He's a creepy little creature.
What is it about what he says? You got to look at yourself. What is it about what he says that hurts you, that bothers you, that blah, 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 and causes you to be drawn to more of what he does? Think of how a demon would operate. Think of it. And I'm telling you, this fucking guy fits that MO in such a precision way. It's not even funny. I have quite literally never witnessed a human being operate on public display in the way that fucking guy does. And the level of offensiveness and hideousness and just cringeworthy is so off the fucking charts. And you're dealing with somebody with the moral compass and the conscience of somebody who is a independently wealthy individual that points the finger at people that are, I mean, he drove I heard that he was the reason that the guy that's called Lion Sword somehow became homeless and was sleeping in a tent. And there's content where this piece of shit is literally making fun of him and boasting because he did that to him. The level of cringe and offensive, I think it has an effect of drawing your attention, grabbing your focus. And think of the emotional charge that comes out of every one of you that hear my voice, that know what I'm talking about, that have been in those places where you're fucking focused on his ass. Under the context that I'm presenting here and what the energy vampire would want, what the narcissist is trying to do, what the dark sorcerer is trying to do, when you consider what they're trying to do, what the egregore is trying to do, well, what do you think this piece of shit is trying to do to you? And why do you think he's chosen you? The more you feed that piece of shit, the more space he occupies in your motherfucking head, rent-free. Do you hear me? The more energy, the more focus, the more attention you give that piece of shit, the more he, quote unquote, wins. The more he, quote unquote, owns your mind to whatever degree that shit will envelop you. So this is where you, as a human being, are faced with an opportunity, as I have talked about before many times when I talk about the non-physical, incorporeal components and subcomponents of the human being. And I've talked about self-discipline and self-control. Those are components of virtues, of our higher faculties of self-control, self-discipline is temperance. This is an opportunity that this guy presents to those he attacks that are hearing what I'm saying and understanding the implications of this, to exercise, because you have a living example that's taunting you every fucking day, every other day, whenever your mind is drawn to what's he doing, what's he saying, what's he doing, what's he saying. This gives you the opportunity to develop those mental muscles of mental discipline, self-discipline, and self-control to not feed.
You're obsessed with me. You can't stop watching. You can't stop talking about me. You are completely obsessed with me, my channel, my content. You can't stay away. You can't stay away, Keith. You cannot stay away. And I do own you. I own your mind. I own your mind. You're a puppet. Rebellious meat puppet. I pull your strings. You're my puppet. You can't stop watching. You can't stay away. You can't do it. Oh, you don't have self-control. I want to say that too. You don't have self-control. You don't have it.
To exercise, because you have a living example that's taunting you every fucking day, every other day, whenever your mind is drawn to what's he doing, what's he saying, what's he doing, what's he saying. This gives you the opportunity to develop those mental muscles of mental discipline, self-discipline, and self-control to not feed the demon. I shit you not. You ever been through one of those drive-through like zoos or nature reserves or nature parks, and they say do not feed the animals in certain places? Well, because why? Because they could attack you. Well, look at Stevie. Don't feed the demon, because it'll attack you, or it'll parasite from you. It'll energy draw you from as an energy vampire. Think about it. Be stronger than that piece of shit. Exercise mental control, self-control, self-discipline, and to the degree that you cannot or will not, he fucking owns you. And when you look at that piece of shit, do you want that to own you mentally in whatever way, I'm referring, you could infer there. He quite literally, in a weird sort of way, can make you his bitch in that way. And unless you're aware of this, only he's going to know.
I own you. You're a puppet to me. I just pull your strings. There's nothing you can do about it because you don't have any self-control.
That he's made you his bitch. Only he's going to know what he's doing to you. And you don't know. If you don't, you should now make you his bitch in that way. And unless you're aware of this, to own you mentally in whatever way, I'm referring, you could infer there. He quite literally, in a weird sort of way, can make you his bitch in that way. And unless you're aware of this, only he's going to know that he's made you his bitch. Only he's going to know what he's doing to you. And you don't know. If you don't, you should now, how you're feeding him or the demon within him. You see what I'm saying? So now you've been told. Now you can see what you're dealing with on a level that you may not have considered it before. And since you're a free will being, you get to make a choice. I mean, when you just contemplate, I say this in closing, what he does, the way he attacks people, from women to men, the things that he attacks them about and the things that he says and all that. I mean, just look in his own words, in his own fucking words. Just look at him. Just fucking look at him and what he does. And I'm trying to antagonize your mind, so to speak, to get a little pissed here. But if you're a weak-minded bitch, attacks them about and the things that he says and all that. I mean, just look in his own words, in his own fucking words. Just look at him. Just fucking look at him and what he does.
Wait a second. Just look at you. Just look at him. Just look at this Keith creature. Just look at this little Keith creature. Let's check out this guy for a second. Here he
When
is.
you think in terms of human,
This is an older picture of him. He was younger then. He was younger back then. Look at him. Look at the arrogance on this thing. Arrogance. He's completely arrogant. Just an arrogant piece of shit. Just a fucking arrogant piece of shit. That's what he is.
And like, no, you wouldn't understand. And I'm almost hard pressed to not even tell you because
Look at him. Just look at him playing around with his fucking fingers. What is he doing with his hand here? What is he doing? Watch this, everyone. Check this out.
other and like, no, you wouldn't understand. And I'm almost hard pressed to not even tell you because you're never going to believe it. And you're going to end up fucking ridiculing me for it. And when you need help and you're weak and you're vulnerable in that kind of way and you need your fucking family, you damn sure don't need them fucking telling you that you're a fucking blah, 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 but when you're fucking not. When you know that you're more fucking conscious than they are. They just happen to have the fucking resources.
You don't have a pot to piss in.
Ugh. So I am now just like, now what? I am not motivated at all. And it's not like not to work. It's just like for life, knowing this mountain that I have to climb at 52 fucking years old. Are you fucking kidding me? And I wound up in this place because...
Oh, what was that just there? Just a second ago. What was that?
Are you fucking kidding me? And I wound up in this place.
Oh, he makes a point of throwing up the double 666s right here. Both hands. He's got the 666 and the 666. There you go. Wow. There you go.
Because prior to walking into the jungle, no, I was stable. I had a good career. My own house, nice truck, man cave. It was good. I saw what the government was doing. And I was ready for whatever was whatever. Prepper. I was kind of like that guy in the movie Tremors, that fucker up on top of the hill that had all those guns. Yeah, I was.
Look at it. Look at him laughing at this. This is just sick. Prepper. This guy's so attached to this fucking hell realm he can stay here forever. Forever and ever.
Prepper. I was kind of like that guy in the movie Tremors, that fucker up on top of the hill that had all those guns. Yeah, I wasn't like the crazy Marine. I just was like armed to the teeth and the guy that knew the government was corrupt and all the supplies. And I used to reload match grade precision long range fucking ammo. And just, I was that guy up in the hill, if you will, in the movie The Tremors. And I sold all of that, got rid of that whole fucking life. Because of a string of synthetic synchronicities that led me into the fucking Amazon, because all of those synchronicities over the course of like 10 or 11 months, all of them had the theme of me becoming a healer tied to them. Every single fucking
one. Yeah,
one.
that's believable that you'd ever be a healer. That's really believable. It's really believable.
Like something threw you into the alchemical process. Hear the call, will answer. So when I came back after things didn't work out the way I'd hoped, I took a major fucking leap of faith.
Yeah, wag your finger. Wag your finger.
With very little family support. That, excuse me, whatever was out there that I thought was God at the time. Now you got to remember, this was late 2014 into 2015. So, you know, I haven't wound up in this situation because I'm a big fucking idiot making all kinds of...
Yeah, it is. That's why you wound up there. Piece of shit.
Our beliefs generate thought energy. That thought energy goes out and we collectively influence this reality in ways that we don't realize.
He's a homeless bum speaking to people, and he believes himself to be wise, but he's a homeless bum.
That's why they're going after the mind. That's why they use the indoctrination of fucking religion. That's why they've been using the television. That's why they've been using the media, Hollywood, pornography. Oh, another way. I mean, tell you, what we don't know about our sexuality and the reasons these demons have been hypersexualizing the cultures so that sex is like on display and it's something that's done willy-nilly. There's a phrase called sport fucking, you know, all that. Like, we've really, really, really fallen from an understanding of what sex, sexuality, you know, they don't want motherfuckers knowing about this shit. They don't, because they can manipulate everybody into dumping out their energy, rendering them impotent little fucks. But go ahead and tell your average 20-something or 30-something that he's got to keep his dick in his pants or she's got to keep her fucking legs closed, stop having the orgasm, stop spilling the fucking seed, and you'll become more. No, gotta hit that ass, man. All right, you dumb fucking animal. You're going to get what being a dumb fucking animal that's chasing after pussy like a dog, chasing after a dog in heat. is going to get. You'll get laid, sure, good for you. Anyway, I just at a point now where I'm just so fucking disgusted with this place. Based off the shit that comes out of my mouth, and as disgusted as I am with what this fucking place is, what goes on here, the deception, I mean, on and on and on and on and on and on and on. How motivated do you think I really am? To fight through rebuilding life from scratch. And it's not just rebuilding life from scratch. That would assume maybe I had a job and some money. No. Extricating myself out of homelessness to whatever degree I get sucked into this. I mean, I'm here now, but how deep in this hole am I going to get? And I'd almost rather let my father know that he was such a piece of shit, my brother know that he was such a piece of shit, that because they wouldn't even help their fucking, well, my father's firstborn son and my brother's older, wiser, and smarter brother from blowing his fucking brains out because they left him to rot homeless in the fucking streets. There's almost a part of me that wants to be like, you get to live with that motherfucker. Because I hate these fucking people for rejecting me that way. They're my fucking family. And how dare whatever's up there birth me to fucking rancid shit stains like that. You can say, oh, look at the way you talk about your family. So what? Fuck you. You're a dumbass. You don't know shit. You don't understand narcissism. You don't understand what it's like to be raised by or to be fathered by or to be around fucking narcissists. You just don't fucking know if you say those things. So if I decide to leave, it's going to be something that I've put a lot of thought into. Don't cry for me. Don't fucking cry for me. Not that I would expect anybody would, but just say it. I'm not sitting here in a big fucking pity pot. I'm pissed, fucking resentful, and all those other things. And I hate this fucking world with every fiber of my being. There is no saving it, and there is no saving most of the fucking people in it. And if the great spirit in the sky isn't going to surround me with people that I can be of service to or teach or help or some meaningful fucking thing, I have no fucking purpose to be here. And I'm not going to sit here and deal with this shit. So I just some perspective, man. You know, it's not every day somebody tells people, you know, I'm thinking about blowing my fucking brains out. It doesn't happen an awful lot. I'm very sane. I'm very rational. I'm very lucid. I'm not all emotional in my feels. But what I am is thrust into homelessness again. And that, and the suck that kid, and the level of life that you then exist. No, I'm not doing that. I would rather fucking blow my own brains out than deal with that shit. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's not so much that I'm better than that, even though I am. It's that I just won't do it. No. And if I do decide, I want my fucking parent, my father and my brother to live with the fucking.
How are you better than that, Keith? Why do you think you're better than that? Why?
No. And if I do decide, I want my fucking parent, my father and my brother to live with the fucking. Yeah, well, he blew his brains out because I wouldn't help him get out of homelessness and he had no other options. Live with that motherfucker. Because I don't have anything to live for anyway. So it'll be easier for me than you might think. There ain't no miracles coming for me from the spirit world. In fact, I've had nothing but curses, attacks, fucking energy vampires, narcissists, the whole thing. What, do you think I'm just going to have faith that somehow it's just miraculously going to fucking change? The other thing is the 8th house in your chart, that's the house of death and dying, amongst other things, but that's one of the houses, that's one of the things that house encompasses. And my north node is there. That's all life path. That's life path. So there it is. And it's north node in Aquarius. And it's my birthday. It all fits. There's a big part of me that just wishes the shit would go down so that I could get out there and fucking get in the battle, get in the thick of it, and just fucking go out in a blaze of glory that way. At least I was doing something for my fucking country. Something. Anyway. But they'll probably wait until, I don't know, who the fuck knows. We got a big solar eclipse coming. They'll probably wait for that. Anyway, I don't know what else to say. I'm not trying to tug on people's heartstrings. I'm not asking for sympathy or fucking anything like that. Help is nice. Help, well, helps. And to those people that made donations to me, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate you. If I could, I'd give you a hug. Like, seriously, thank you. So, yeah, I seem all good now. But there's going to come a point, and I don't know how much time it's going to take. And the last words I'm going to say about that piece of shit, you better pray to whatever you pray to. You and I never come face to face in this fucking life. Now, that may never happen because, hey, go ahead and make fun of me on this. I may blow my own fucking brains out in the next 24 hours or...
He's deranged. He's a demon, mate. He's a violent demon.
And I couldn't believe how this guy thinks he's so king cool and whatever. He's got his little harem. Are you kidding me? I gotta have this next wives, man. You gonna want to have a fucking harem? Fuck that. What a goof.
Or I'm just not going to tolerate this shit anymore. And I'm going to, of my own free will, choose to leave this rancid fucking place because there's nothing here for me. There never has been. See, that's the part that I'm at too. I'm a 52-year-old man that's figured that out at about 48. There's never been anything here for me but pain and suffering and bullshit. Nothing that I've gotten here would I have signed up for. It's just been the way it's all worked out. And if I actually knew what the fuck this reality actually was, I never would have fucking signed up to come to this rancid fucking shithole. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And the fact that I was born to two fucking horny 20-year-olds and my old man wanted to get some pussy in Wildwood, New Jersey when he was 20 years old or 21, and I'm just a byproduct of that kind of shit. No wonder he fucking treats me like the dirt under his fucking feet. And see, when this kind of shit happens, you hate the world, you hate what put you here, you hate the parents that you were born to. And here's the thing, I wasn't born to just one narcissist. I was born to two of them. Two of them.
He hates everybody. He hates the world, hates his parents, hates his brother. He hates everybody. Everybody. Keith hates everybody.
Hi, Stephen.
Hello, Wendy. How are you?
It's good to hear you.
Oh, it's good to hear your voice. I haven't had you on for a while. I was surprised.
Happy Saturn's Day.
Thank you. Happy Saturn's Day to you as well. I'm trying to hang on to my voice here, but I do have some voice left, so I thought I'd do a live stream.
I won't keep you too long then. I just haven't been on for a while and I thought I'd just hop on and say hello to you and all the listeners. So
Oh, I'm glad that you came on. What's on your mind today, or what are your thoughts about this creepy Keith character?
well, he's not looking good for employment, and I think he's going to have a time back in the recycling system to figure things out next time around. And just all these people claiming how hard life is, they've got no idea. Like the little girl that she was 20 or so, but that is a hard life, and that is why we don't want to come back, because that's just so cruel, being stuck in a vessel or a meat suit that you can't even, go for a walk unaided. I mean, it's really brutal. So old
Absolutely.
creepy Keith is just, he's just so absorbed, and it's just disgusting because they don't know where we are, and the only thing he cares about is extracting money from people. And yeah.
I agree with you. I think that well, it's I was going to say it's remarkable. I don't know if it is or not at this point that people follow him. Sorry, I am trying to have some breakfast here at the same time. I ordered some eggs and coffee, some egg McMuffins and a coffee, which I think Franny is probably writing down on his little chart right now that Steven's having a coffee. He's putting a. I don't know if you watch that on Bex's stream, but he
Faces,
keeps
please.
track of how many coffees I
Yeah.
have and any
Yeah.
caffeine. So
Oh.
this for the record, Franny, this is caffeinated. There's a lot of creepy people out there that keep track of everything. I can't imagine doing that, wasting my lifetime doing that. But I think that creepy Keith is probably using me now at this point for money, or trying to use me as sympathy to get donations. I think that's part of it. Why he's making a lot of videos about me. All he'd
Yeah.
have to do is just stop talking about me and stop watching my channel. Change the channel like changing a TV channel, and not come here again and not fixate on me. But I don't think he has that self-control to do it. I don't think he can do it.
Yeah, it's wise advice. If you're listening, Keith,
It,
just walk away. There's
it
plenty of
is.
other
It's
things.
wise advice. It'll just get worse if you keep coming at me. It won't go away. But if you walk away, I'll just leave him alone.
Yeah.
Plus, you know what? If he's legitimately homeless, if he's not lying about that, shouldn't he focus on getting a job, getting his life together, instead of focusing on a stranger on the internet,
Yeah. Yeah.
fixating on me? Like, doesn't he have bigger problems to worry about in his life? I know if I was homeless, I wouldn't be focused on everyone else. I would be focused on getting my life together.
Yeah. Because if you're really homeless, let's say you really, literally really are homeless, you're worried about your next meal and keeping warm, getting a shower. You honestly don't have time for people on the internet. It's a bit strange to have all this time and energy to be so vigorous about creating videos. It means he's listening as well as responding, and yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's listening in right now, watching this.
Yeah.
I think he's one of those guys, he's not the only one, that if you give them great advice, they dismiss it immediately and say, just like Kai did on Bex's stream, saying that she would never take advice from me ever. That's one of the dumbest things I've heard anyone say. Not just because it was directed at me, but because I would take advice from any person that I viewed as intelligent, even if I didn't like them anymore. If I thought, oh, that's sound advice. Sound advice is what I'm saying. But they
Yeah.
go by feelings and bias. They don't have that control to separate and say, you know what? I don't like him, but that makes sense. The advice that they gave. I told Kai to just walk away. I've told others to walk away, Wendy. I told the Angry Garden Gnome, Derek, Little D, Green Wizard. I told him last year to walk away. Walk away. Just leave me alone. Let it go. Walk away, bro. He didn't do that. I told him to take a break from the internet. Of course, he didn't do that. And now where is he? He just kept it going. And I'm the type of person that if you keep it going, somebody swings at me, I'm going to swing back at them. And that's what happened. He started shit.
Yeah. But the world's got really soft and like marshmallow-like, and thinking you should play nice, and that if someone attacks, you must excuse them or give them too many chances, or definitely not stand up for your your own like rights. That just simply walking away is the simplest way to do it. And there's no, people in the olden days knew that that's how battles came to an end. You'd give a nod and then you walk off and it's over. You don't have to continue. It's really stupid to do that.
Yes, it is really stupid, especially for someone that can't win and their life's getting worse and worse and worse. They're going downhill and they're putting it on the internet and people can view that they're going downhill. So
yeah,
if I were him, I would walk away. I would put some gas in the truck, drive south where it's warmer so I wouldn't have to sleep in the cold. That's a simple solution. Drive down I-75 south. Simple. Simple. Why is he tied to that area that he's at? He doesn't have any family there. He doesn't have a job there. He doesn't have a home.
That is very strange. Because I mean, like in England, if you drive south or whatever, the weather doesn't get better, so it's nowhere to go here. But America is so huge, you could end up, down sort of getting a sunburn, and it's no big deal.
I mean, if I drove from here down south, I mean, in one day I could be like a day or a day and a half solid driving. I mean, I wouldn't do it that many hours. I wouldn't want to drive that long, but 8 hours a day or something, or 10 hours a day, which is still a lot of driving at highway speeds. You could be basically in a tropical environment where you can get a sunburn instead of freezing. So he also was homeless the last time. He was homeless before this. He said he was homeless in Florida for 2 years, so he knows what it's like in Florida, but he could go to any southern state and he would be a lot warmer. But anyway, like I gotta say, I'm giving advice to someone that after what he said to me over the years, I wouldn't care if he froze to death. To be honest, I don't care about him. But he's too stupid to take any advice. He's made threats against me, said vile things towards me, made all kinds of physical threats. Said he was gonna clean out my bank account, find out my personal information. Well, Keith, I know your last name. I know everything about you. I could find out the plate on your truck and where you're parked. I could deliver something to the side of your truck if I wanted to. And what I mean is not a threat. I mean a care package with soap in it so that you wouldn't stink anymore. Some soap and toilet paper. I could find you easily, Keith. So don't ever threaten me if you're watching this. I can find out everything about him. Everything about him. He's outmatched, and he should just walk away. I don't think he's that smart, though. I think he's too stupid and too demonic and too much. He's probably on meth or something. I don't think he will walk away, but
even a lower IQ person would have some sort of self-preservation kick in and go, actually, this isn't going to work out. Let's just move off now and start over somewhere else. You don't have to be like a genius to figure this out. It's very simple. Walk away, start again, just move off. Yeah,
it is very, very simple. Very simple. And anyway, that's the situation with that character. He's a joke. He's just a joke. And he did forget his password for that channel. And
genius.
He can't do anything if people. He's such a genius. He can't even get into his own account and be able to log in and remove any comments. There's no power there at all.
If he was a sysadmin, I mean, what did he do to lose the jobs? Did he actually forget the password for the company and their systems crashed or whatever? I mean,
they might have called him.
So basic.
The boss might have said, "Hey, get rid of this person, ban them, remove." And Keith was like, "Well, I forgot my password again." And they're just like a big corporation saying, "Well, Keith, I mean, we can't have this happening. You can't keep forgetting your password."
Oh no!
Oh, Keith.
is that why there's all these data leaks going on? He accidentally let the passwords out in the wrong direction. I don't know, Keith. I don't know, Keith. Hey, anything, if you wrote it on a little piece of paper and you sort of dropped it or something, but who knows? Yeah.
It's a possibility. Maybe Keith, if he still has shoes, he's homeless, but as far as I know, he probably still has shoes or boots. He should just type little password notes and stick them into his shoes and his socks and carry them that way so he doesn't lose it.
It's also insulating against the cold. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, he should save up some newspapers and make a little nest in his truck and take that big canvas that he had on his wall. He called it a canvas, it was all paper, and just wrap himself up in that or use it as toilet paper. Because, I mean, I was laughing so hard at that. He couldn't even zoom in and focus where we couldn't read a single word that was written on it. Why even film it then? I couldn't read a single word on the damn thing. The whole video.
It's super secret. So I'm going to publish it.
Super secret. He just kept it blurry out of focus the whole video. I don't think I've ever seen a YouTube video that was out of focus the entire video where I couldn't see anything. Oh, God, Keith. What a genius you are. And then he said he doesn't know how my channel gets so many views and so many subscribers, so much attention or whatever. Well, Keith, you're when was the last time you made a decent video about anything?
Yeah. There's also so many topics and so many ideas that people could come up with creative ways to make videos. But they all are hanging on everything you say, everything you do. I mean, every single one of your snores is getting recorded. It's like, it's even the sound of your breath. Just if you weren't around, they'd have no content.
Yeah, and you know what? I've gone through this before, even before YouTube. Believe it or not, people have, in my lifetime at various times have reacted to me this way. In this weird way where they're just obsessed with my every move, stalked me all over the internet before I had a YouTube channel, tried to keep track of everything I was doing, saying, wrote down quotes for me or screenshotted my poetry in chat rooms decades ago. Decades ago. I've encountered people like this before in my lifetime. So I don't know what it is about this realm. My girlfriend sometimes teases me a little bit, saying that I draw stalkers, or I'm like a magnet for stalkers or people that just get obsessed with me. But I don't know what it is. There's something about me that does seem to draw them in somehow. Because this has happened before. This has happened before. And Keith's not the only one. I mean, and Franny's not the only one. There's others on here that would, if they could keep track of how many Coke Zeros I drink in a day and measure my caffeine amount and sugar, and they'd love it. They'd love to know everything about me, every minute detail, all the minutia of my life. This stuff to them is just like fuel for them. They don't have lives of their own. And it's obvious, whether it's Manny, the guy that was on Bex's show that's very creepy and lives with his father, or Keith, or Green Wizard. I mean, it's a bunch of them. They don't have lives of their own. So they might be in age grown men, but they're not grown men. They're just creepy little psychos.
Just to clarify, it was Franny, not Manny. I was just listening in there. Not our Manny, not our happy face man. This is Franny with an F.
Franny with an F, exactly.
Yeah.
He's from Australia. He's very strange. He's the guy that got naked on Bex's show on webcam months ago when I was on there.
That was dreadful. I mean, I think Bex was talking about how this happens in the metaverse or whatever the name for it is, and then it happened. It was almost like, I wouldn't say manifestation because that's the wrong word, but it was just weird the way he had to get up and perform, like really, really creepy. So
yeah, very, very creepy. Anybody that does that, gets naked or does drugs or does these stupid pulls out a weapon or something, which they're doing too on YouTube on webcams, apparently on panel channels they're pulling out weapons in the United States where they have handguns. So it's just it's I don't know what to say. It's degenerate at a minimum, if not demonic behavior, as far as I'm concerned. At a certain level, it crosses from being just degenerate to demonic.
Yeah.
So I don't want anybody on here with a webcam on. I don't even want somebody coming on my channel and pulling out a bong or something and smoking marijuana or something, which is legal in Canada. But I mean, this is the internet. Anybody could be watching my live stream, and I just don't want that. I
Yeah.
don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that on my show. So yeah, I don't want naked people on my show. I don't want creepy drug addicts on my show and all this kind of stuff. I just don't want it. And I think that's normal on the other panel channels. I'm not saying on Bex's, I'm saying on some of the other ones. They just seem to think that's perfectly okay behavior. And I just think it's gross.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think part of the appeal of your channel, apart from the Esoterica series, is that you can come here and have a decent chat. The guests are good, and that's just like for starters. Then you cover content across hundreds of topics, and you can switch from one to the other. You haven't got to have a 3-week planning session to get the perfect script to read out. And then you've also gone down the rabbit hole and you've linked different things together. There's always something new to learn, and I'm very grateful that you're doing this. I mean, it's not like you get paid for it. It's not like you've got a penny from it, and just the amount of flack that you get for that's completely unjustly sent in your direction. It's really disgusting, but yet you carry on doing it for those of us that can hear. And so I guess I think I could say on behalf of people listening now who have good spirits, thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome, Wendy. I do try my best. What the latest thing is with Keith and the others is they're saying he doesn't ask for money. He says he doesn't need money because he's independently wealthy and because he just wants our energy, wants our focus on him. That's what they're saying now. That I want everyone's focus on me apparently, but it's incredible. Wow. I've gone out of my way with my channel to make the focus not on me since the beginning.
Yeah.
I wasn't even going to show my face, but you can't really
Yeah.
do that on YouTube because then there's people saying, well, don't trust him, he won't show his face. You can't
Yeah.
win on YouTube if I don't want me to be the focus though. I want the actual topic, my philosophy and my model to be the focus so that people can understand where they are, which is observably true. Even if they walked away from my channel and said, you know what, I hate that guy, Steven. I don't know what it is. I don't like him. But they started looking around at this realm. They would see that what I've been saying is true. If they did the work and observed and really looked into it, then maybe they would come back here and say, yeah, I'm going to stick around because what I looked at, what you were saying to look at, it is true. Because it is true. They can observe it for themselves. It's not that they need me to convince them. They can go out in the world and look at the realm and see it with their own eyes. They can see what I've been talking about.
Yes, and that actual observing with your own eyes, I appreciate that, because some places have a lot of big words and like convoluted conversations that are, it seems to be designed to confuse as well. Whereas when you actually talk about things that you can see, it lets you trust your own senses and get that back again, because it seems that the whole I was going to use the word narrative, but that's like a big word. But it seems the whole system is designed to make us deny what we're feeling, deny what we're seeing, deny our senses, that we'll believe all sorts. It wasn't that recent that I still had like the globe model running in my brain kind of thing. Because once that is exploded out of like your brain capacity, and you can actually trust your senses again, then it makes you think, what else is there? And you always say, what is there? Well, just about everything. That's a lie. And So I'm just grateful that you don't come on here and try and make things super highfalutin, and you can actually speak to basic people, and I put myself in a basic category. But if someone came on and had studied all the philosophers, you can converse completely naturally with them as well. It's a great skill to be able to do that, and it also makes the show interesting that you have people from different walks of life and different countries, and somehow you're able to convey messages over in a way that we can all understand. We haven't got to have 3 university degrees, and you can literally help people. Or there, I use the literally word. That's trademarked, isn't it? Sorry.
It is.
I went.
It is.
Gosh. Funny. Sorry, I was rambling.
Oh, that's okay. That was good what you said. I was saying around 2015, 2016, a few friends of mine would say, well, what does it matter if the earth is flat? And I said, for one thing, it's a lie, the model they gave you, which should matter to you, that they fed you a lie your whole life, and they've been lying about this for nearly 500 years. Another thing is it gives you your senses back once you realize how the sun, moon work, how they're in motion and we're stationary, and also how the oceans are flat. Most of the earth is made up of water, not land. There's more water. The huge oceans, Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, they're enormous. And I think it's 66 or 68 or 70, maybe it's 70%, something like that, of the earth is water. So if the water is flat, if water is sea level, and there's a level with the sea, which there is, then the earth is flat, because you can't have these huge, enormous flat spots on a globe, on a ball, right? So I try to simplify it for people that way. I also want to say I do like having different guests on. I love having you on, Wendy, and I've enjoyed having different people on, even people that I disagreed with, or people that are new here, or even people, as long as they weren't yelling, people that were evil. You know, even the demons on Team Evil, I still get enjoyment most of the time out of whoever I have on. They can't get me down. You know, I invite them all the time. That's another thing I want to get across to people, is that I actually invite them all the time on here, and they don't come on. So if they're so confident, if anybody's tempted to be fooled by these shady bunch demons on Team Evil, they're invited here to speak all the time. Mushroom Coyote's been invited. The Green Wizard, Little D's been invited. Rebellious Meat Puppet has been invited. Barbie Sasquatch, Charles Weepy 33, Demon Slayer, on and on and on. All of them have been invited multiple times, some by emails, and also tagged on my community post, where I'm tagging their channel, where they get a notification on their channel that their channel was tagged. And then on my community post, it's saying, hey, why don't you come on my show and talk? Just like that Tommy Rogers guy, I tagged him, or I replied on his channel, said, why don't you come on my show and talk to me? And he said, no way, or no thanks, with the sick faces. Well, what's your problem? How come you can name call me on video, but you can't come on here and talk to me one-on-one on my show live?
Yeah, they are so mouthy in their posts and everything elsewhere, but as soon as presented a fair opportunity to come over, they display that big yellow stripe down their backs.
Exactly. They're just cowards. So what I don't understand then is it's so obvious that they are cowards, how anybody could respect people running those channels. Because I certainly couldn't. If I was running a channel and I had all the information that I just handed out about how they're invited, they can't come on here, they're too cowardly. I can't respect cowards. I just can't do it. I've even offered to pay them. I know that they think I'm independently wealthy, and Keith is very hung up on that. He mentions it all the time out of envy, saying, well, he's independently wealthy. Obviously, it's on his mind because he keeps mentioning it. But I'll pay you money, Keith. How about $50 if you come on here for 1 hour? That's what you claim you used to get paid that in tech and IT as a sysadmin. Why don't you come on here? I'll send you $50 if you come on here for 1 hour, if you can make it an hour without yelling and have a reasonable conversation. I don't think he can do it.
No yelling, Keith. Do you hear that? No yelling, okay? Because I'll be there with the wrench. And
I don't think he can control himself, though. I don't think he can do it.
yeah.
Why doesn't he come on and show people how stupid and wrong I am? You know, it should sink in with people. I was like this in the early 90s and late 80s when I was running bulletin board systems with computers, like when I was younger, desktop computers with the modem that you plug in with the serial port. They were big clunky computers with big monitors and everything. In those days, big heavy monitors and very expensive to buy in those days. And I was this way back then. If you can't prove me wrong in a discussion one-on-one, then what do you have, right? In terms of what do they have in terms of in terms of knowledge or being able to prove me wrong? They can't do it. So I think that anybody that speaks bullshit, they deserve to be exposed. I don't think lies should be allowed to stand, and liars, they should be exposed.
Yes.
If you get what I'm saying, if they have the truth, come on here and show it.
Because truth doesn't need to be explained; it stands as it is. So, if they have truth, they can come on and speak about it like a human being, calmly, like a man.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
that's the thing too. Beyond these fools on the Shady Bunch, out there in the world, if they're preaching something that isn't true, if it was true, it should be able to be challenged. If it could be challenged and debunked, it shouldn't stand. That's how I see it, because it's not true then. If somebody like me can come along and tear it to pieces intellectually, it doesn't deserve to be taught.
which is why they won't come on, because they're making shekels from re-spinning the same bunch of garbage in many different ways, switching things around, adding in a few Google images here and there, and begging for shekels to rehash it, and threatening hockey sticks when the subscribers don't empty the pockets. It's also predictable and just wasting time, because at the end of the day, are they going to get out of, or are they going to end up as one of these children in a wheelchair or worse? I mean, at some stage you have to have a look and think, put down, you know, whatever's happening here, and think about the bigger picture, which happens after this. And most of these people aren't in their sort of 20s anymore. Sort of time isn't on the side. Even if you're sort of healthy and live in a safe place, it honestly, if you've got any sense of survival long term, or even a low level IQ, you should be thinking about what happens next when you get out, and are you going to get out, and preparing for that, really.
Yeah, I like the ones that the demons, like the ones I was showing you earlier. Sedaris talking about removing demons from himself, how they were clinging to life, and how he said he would do that. I think most of them would cling to life in this earth hell realm. I don't think they have the same view that I do. They can't scare me because KI double hockey sticksing me doesn't frighten me. I know it doesn't end here, and I'm preparing for battles outside of here. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking ahead to 10 years from now, 100 years from now, 1,000 Earth years from now, maybe 1,000,000. I don't think they can do that. I think they're focused on their meal today, their creature comforts today, what they can get today, what they can enjoy today. what they can say today, how many shekels they can get today. They're very limited in their view. It doesn't go very far.
But then hanging around claiming that you're telling truth or that you have like a spiritual connection when you actually don't is very disingenuous.
Yes, it is, for sure. It really is. And saying one moment it's a hell realm, they hate this place. The next moment they're saying they'd cling to life here, to stay here. It's incredible. I mean, it's just all over the place. Their message doesn't add up at all. There's no consistency with them. I have a lot of consistency. If you go back, you can go through 1,200 videos on my channel and go back to, I think, around November of 2022 is when I started this channel. Very consistent. Very consistent. I'm not saying I'm 100% perfect, because no one is, but I would say I'm more consistent than any of these shady bunch Team Evil channels could ever come close to. They shift like the wind within their own video. Within a 40-minute video, they're all over the place. I mean, they can't even be consistent within one video. It's just incredible for me to watch. I'm just like, oh my gosh, look at the Callie likes when I say, oh my goodness, but it's just all over the place. I never say, oh my God anymore. That's the one I really try to avoid and try to get out of my vocabulary. But because it's a monster, and I don't want to give it any energy. If it's anything as a being other than an AI, I think it's just a complete monster or a group of monsters. Were you here, Wendy, when I did certain live streams for like 12 hours or so? Literally for 12 hours. And I just answered questions. It was just a Q&A session the whole time. I was taking questions early on with live streams for people. A lot of these channels, they don't answer any questions, even in their comments. They don't do live streams. They don't answer anybody's questions about their theories and their model at all. They can't take any scrutiny, any challenges, any criticism, any questions. And then people trust them. That's what's mind-blowing to me. People that call themselves truthers trust these people that can't even answer one question, much less 12 solid hours of questions. It's really incredible to me.
I don't know which particular one you were referring to. I might have missed a couple earlier this year. But I know you do answer things from people that come from all walks of life with all sorts of questions. So
yeah, in the chat room, it was just basically people in the chat. But I still do that whenever I see a question. If I saw a question right now, I would answer it if somebody wanted to ask something. I'm open to that.
Have they gone quiet? I hope I didn't disrupt
Yeah,
them.
I think they have kind of gone quiet.
Have they
but they're
fallen
still
asleep?
there.
Or are they paying
No,
rapt attention?
they're just
Oh,
it's rapt attention. They can't get enough. Oh, Marcella just showed up. She said
Hey,
that it's so
Marcella.
lovely to see. I'll put it up on the screen
Oh.
so that if you can see it on the screen here. Can you see her comment?
Not yet, but in a second.
Okay, yeah, it's a long distance, so might be a delay.
The Wi-Fi in the UK is not the best, so but
She said, so lovely to see Wendy in the live. She just hopped in now.
oh, thanks, Marcella. I see it now. She's so sweet, Marcella. Oh,
Yes, she is. It is great to have you on. I will, now that I think about it, not everyone saw that. Maybe I'll do that again. Maybe not a 12-hour because it just gets kind of tiring, but I'll do another live where it's just answering questions, or that'll be the focus. Maybe I'll talk about some things, but I'll just answer
nice.
people's questions.
And everyone brings a question along, and because often if you're talking, you have a question and it goes out the window, and you think of it later in the day. And I think Louise also makes lists of questions, and whenever she comes on, she ask a question, and it's always helpful because her questions are really solid and your answer is so helpful. And one of the things you answered for me recently was the ocean and time. And I've been thinking about that while I go out for walks, and we've had a lot of rain, so there's puddles that are very deep. So as you're walking through it, it's like looking at it thinking, oh, imagine if you did come back, you come back at another part of it. Time was never explained that way to me before, so I'm just trying to not embrace it, that sounds very woo-woo, but just immerse in it literally and actually and literally. Just thinking about like the difference in time out there. Like people could be spending a few seconds, and here it could be 1,000 years, and how we don't actually know what it's going to be like when we get out of here, other than it's going to be completely different. We'll have our powers back. We'll be bigger creatures. We'll hopefully have wings. That'd be kind of cool. And get our memories back as well.
Yeah, I would say once we're out of the matrix, we could make imagine ourselves and create wings on bodies if we wanted to. Or could imagine yourself being a dragon if you wanted to. You don't necessarily have to look as a humanoid, we'll say, in this type of meat suit body. You could make yourself angelic or dragon or something like that, whatever suits you.
Yeah.
I just, now that you mentioned, just a second, I'm going to move this tray on top of me so I can get more comfortable. Okay, that's better. That feels better. I'm under my blue blanket again. I was having my breakfast in bed with my laptop beside my bed on a table, and then I had a tray, like one of those breakfast tables that you put over top of you to eat a plate and bread in bed. So I'll go into the time thing a bit more again. If you were immersed in the ocean, literally out in the middle of the ocean, and you couldn't see even any land in any direction, no islands, you couldn't see the UK, you couldn't see Europe or Africa or North America, South America. You were just right in the middle out there somewhere. And you just dove down, and let's say you could breathe underwater, whether you had assistance or magical ability or whatever the case may be, but you're surrounded by water. You could do a 360. You're underwater, so there's water below you, there's water above your head, there's water in all directions. And it's fluid, because water is fluid. Water can move, water has currents. That's how I view time. Instead of the straight line is the linear, was what they taught us, past, present, future. And you can just draw that on a piece of paper and they go, there you go, that's time. I don't think it is that way at all. I think they lied to us about time. I do think that it is fake. Okay, it's a creation, or as Jason from Archaics, I don't know if you ever heard his voice other than my voice impressions, but he says, construct, it's a construct. He's got this weird voice that sounds like a cartoon character. It's horrible, but anyway, yeah, I think it is false. And I think time is fluid, and we're immersed in it in this realm. Doesn't mean everywhere, but I think it's used here to control us as much or more so than money. Because when you think about it, time is the way that a lot of things are measured here, not just the hourly wage, but our lifetime, our lifetime. Time is right in the word lifetime, right? It's lifetime. Time is right in there. And time really does matter in so many ways here, with schedules and alarm clocks, and everything is basically measured by time, our age, birthdays, you name it, stages of life, from newborn to toddler to child, adolescent, teenager, at adulthood, maturity. It's all like measured in these years and time. So time really is a control mechanism here, as much as money is, as much as religion is. And a lot of people really don't think about, oh, time really does control our lives within this place. But it does. And a lot of people just don't think about it. They just there's people that have had watches their whole life and they don't think about time. They never stop to wonder about time, and they've always worn a watch, or they've always had these antique clock collections. I've known people like this that have tons of antique clocks and they never seem to wonder, what is time? You know, they're surrounded by things that show them what time it is, but they don't know they don't ponder what is time. And I think that outside of here, even in the void, which is not outside of the matrix, I want to emphasize that for everyone. Lolita and some other channels claim that that's home free, and it really isn't. It's between this level and the next level. It's the in-between realm, you could say, is the void. It's a space between levels within this matrix. There might be more than one void in this. There might be 100. There might be 1,000. I don't know. It could all be one void. I don't know for sure. I don't think anyone knows that. But just in that void, it's timeless. According to anybody that's ever been there and felt it, it is timeless, or near timeless, as near as possible, where they don't seem to feel any time passing. So what I'm getting at is, going on that data that we have, I think that there's a huge possibility outside of this matrix that we're in, this hell realm matrix, that it's timeless and that we are eternal. And once you really grasp that we're eternal, it makes far more sense than popping out of nothing and being born as a spirit, not as a body, but as a spirit out of nothing. It makes more sense that we always were, always will be, and nothing can destroy us. And this is where some people get hung up thinking, well, how could they, quote, trap us or get us in here? It doesn't mean that we're impossible to trick. These other entities might be, I do believe that they are masters of illusion. I think that's their main power against us, is illusion. Just like in some of those videos that I analyzed, Star Trek, they show us truth hidden in fiction quite often. It's hidden in plain sight. And I think that's what these entities are. They're masters of illusions, but it doesn't mean that they're all powerful. And these other, quote, truthers that say, oh, we're going to become gods, I think we'll have superpowers far beyond what we have here. But I'll never call myself a quote unquote God, not just because the word is tainted with the evil that people worship this quote God of this realm, but because I don't think I am. I think I am an eternal spirit, but I'm not going to say that I'm a quote God. I don't want power over others. I want freedom for myself. I want freedom for good spirits, not just for me, but for any good that I can help get out of here. But I don't want power and control over others. I'm not a control freak. I'm not a power person. I do exercise power over evil demons. Absolutely. I fight them here, and I will fight them outside of here for sure. And they know that already. Not just the low-level demons on YouTube. Other demons, we'll say maybe higher demons, or you could describe them as. They know that already, that I will be fighting them. They're not stupid. These demons beyond YouTube are smarter than the ones on YouTube. They're aware. They have higher awareness of what's going to happen. They're not fools. They do understand that I'm not just letting this go when I leave this place, because I can't just let that go. I don't want children growing up in this fucked up place and suffering as much as I did or worse in my lifetime. I don't want that. I don't want this to continue with these disabled children and ones that are dying in childhood and have these horrendous genetic disorders that are not their fault, and everything else that goes on here, child abuse and disabilities and deformed children. Imagine living with some of these horrible deformities where their face just looks like a monster almost. I'm not faulting them. I'm not calling them ugly. I'm not being mean and all the things that Team Evil will accuse me of. I'm just saying they look like something out of a movie set. And that's the quote creation of this God. That's their God's plan. People that believe in God and worship, and these religious people, It's sickening what is going on here. I think they would be defending that monster if we were all crawling around on broken knees, crippled and missing limbs, and all of us either blind or born without tongues or born without whatever. I mean, without eyeballs or all sorts. Like, this God is a monster. I don't know how much clearer it has to be to people, but I do think that some people are so spiritually blind that nothing I could say or show them will get through to them. Just nothing. I think that people have to be at a certain level and a certain spiritual, they have to be a certain spirit type or species and at a certain level to even understand the language that I'm speaking, because they don't want to look at what's going on. And I just can't allow this to continue. I can't do it. I know it has to be stopped, and that is the moral thing to do, is to do whatever I can once I'm outside of here and get my memories back, my powers back, my abilities. And, I'm not restricted in this human meat suit, which has a governor on it, to do what I have to do, and it has to be done. Because I think this would go on forever if nobody ends it. That's what I think. They would do this forever. There's no set closing time or ending for this. So that's my perspective.
I agree, and what you've just said, that would make a really good, if you could snip that out and have it as a standalone somewhere so that more people can hear that, so it doesn't get lost in, like hours of time, Stephen. Anyone's listening, I could make a note of the time now so we could find it and have it as a little video somewhere standalone, because that's so empowering as well. And this morning when you were showing the video of that little girl and the design of how people are born that way, I kept thinking, if you were in an office and you designed that, you would lose your job straight away, because that how could a creator of somewhere allow that to continue again and again? If it did happen once as a mistake, you would, if you had a conscience and a good heart and kindness and all the goodness, you would ensure it never ever happened again. Not of 600 FOP children around the world. It's just, the whole realm is just so corrupt, and there's no sign of it ever improving or fixing. There's just too many things about it that cannot ever be changed or fixed, and much easier to start from scratch.
Yes, that's a good idea to clip that. I did jot down the time. It was 3 hours, 33 minutes.
Oh, the magical.
By coincidence. It's a triple 33. So
Yes.
triple 3 is perfect. But
Wonderful.
that's a good idea. For some reason, when you're on here, I tend to, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the energy from you or something, but I tend to be able to do that when I'm talking with you, to describe things in a concise way, summarize a thought that way. Just, it's happened before, so
it brings
I do remember it.
I must be the muse in the harem.
You're bringing up the best of me, Wendy. So
we all
you have some.
We all have different abilities, so it's not compulsory for everyone to do. But I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Yes, we all have different abilities. I mean, that's happened before with you. I recall where that happened, and you said one other time, and I forgot to write down the time or what video, but you said, "Oh, that would make a good clip to clip that part out." And I remember you saying something previous time when you were speaking live with me.
And I know Louise could have asked you the same question that I just asked you, Stephen. So, Louise, you're going to love this segment. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I hope she does watch this segment and enjoys it, gets something out of it. Oh, when you just said about work, you would be fired. I mean, exactly. It's so horrendously done, so flawed, the design, top to bottom. I mean, it's not just one thing. That's why there's people that they look so delusional, and it's not me being self-aggrandizing or egotistical. I'm not hyping myself up, but it is so obvious at this point. It just is. Where this place is not only flawed, being flawed would be one thing, but it's designed to cause so much suffering and be horrendous. Where I cringe sometimes seeing what people are going through here. It hurts my heart to see it. It literally pains my mind and my heart. And sometimes I have nightmares about it, where it's not about me going through shit. It's watching and seeing what's happening here.
That's something different about you as well. You haven't put your blinkers on to cut out all the hardship going on for other people. You actually see all the suffering going on in so many places and areas. And my eyes have been like exploded open. You can actually sense it inside your body physically, and I think Marcella might call it like the womb energy, where you can feel or sensate it inside. The heartbreaking, the agony, and there's just so much going on, and this is why we have to find the humor, find the laughter, find the goodness as well. But you have to see both, and you have to look at what's ugly and what's evil, because when we get out of here, there's going to be the shouting and screaming and the battle sounds, the really ugly, disgusting shapes and creatures that we've seen in sci-fi movies and things, big and for real. But we have to know that we'll have our powers back, and size isn't going to make a difference there. Not being rude or anything, but whatever we are when we get out, we'll have so much more power that they might have an illusion of being like a kilometer high or 2 miles high creature, and we might appear to be smaller physically in front of them, but the power inside that we're going to be able to do so much more when we get out. And I can almost hear Manny speaking in my head now, because he's spoken about some of these things before as well. So when we do get out, we will be able to do so much more. And there's a big part of me looking forward to going back into battle, because where we are now is just one stop. There's other places that might need helping, and there's going to be things ahead. So we are preparing now, getting our strength now, and also in some sense it's like a network of spirits, good spirits, like an internet, or what was the network you used to have inside a building that didn't go to the big wide world? There was another word for it, I forget, but it's almost like
local area network, a LAN network.
The LAN. That's the word. It's like we're spirits connecting in a LAN, and I can feel that energy flowing in the calls between the good spirits when we're all together. It's like an electric tingling, or someone pouring ice water on you. It's a physical sensation that I can feel when there's a certain connection happening. It's like a real it really is. And that like LAN connection, I think that's something that's happening here now, Stephen. And it sounds completely like kookaburra crazy, but I definitely sense it inside my, like inside my meat suit. So I find that exciting.
The audience is listening and saying, see, the ladies really do love El Diablo, that tingling feeling and everything.
We tingle all over.
He's giving them the tingles all over their bodies,
It's true. Oh, it's true. We definitely tingle.
So I think that's a good way of expressing it, though. The LAN, we have like a private LAN where we have it passworded, and we haven't forgotten our password. Yes. So, Keith, you're doing it wrong, Keith. If you're on Team Evil, you're stumbling like a stooge, like a fool. I gotta tease him. I mean, he's got a real thin skin. He can't take it. I'll send you a care package
when we get out of here.
I love teasing these demons, and I've said it. I've admitted to it for years. I've said I love teasing the demons. I really do. I love it, and I would say this to people that if you're picturing what Wendy said, they probably will look that way. Horrific creatures. They'll look horrible. They'll look disgusting. They will look like demonic Hollywood type or worse creatures. Demons, entities, demons. A lot of them will look like just stinky, filthy, disgusting. Some might try to appear to be a kilometer tall or whatever. But you know what? this is the attitude I want you to go into it with, is not just be fearless, but know that before you leave this body, know in your heart and your mind and your spirit and your being that you are eternal. They can't really hurt you. They can try to trick you, but they can't really hurt you. You are a powerful, magical, eternal being. If you're any type of spirit like mine, you don't have to be identical. We might even be different species. But of course, if you're on the side of good, then I stand with you and you can stand beside me. If maybe we are the same species, I haven't determined that yet. Maybe all the ones that I'm closest to here might be the same spiritual species as me, where they're more like family than my human family ever was. That's a possibility for sure that I have thought of. But if they're way bigger, taller, whatever, I would be standing there laughing because I know they can't hurt me. I know I can slay them. And I know it in this realm. And I don't even have all these capabilities, the spiritual ones. I'm in a physical body here, in a physical realm, limited with a governor on my brain and body. But I know they can't hurt me here. They can't do to me what they wish they could do. And look at how many I've been taking on. Look at the clips that I've been playing, showing all just on YouTube. It's dozens and dozens of channels that I can go through that are against me, that I'm taking on and exposing. Me versus, I'm not part of any of them. I don't have any. I'm not part of their club, and I've made no secret that I'm against all of them, and I'm not afraid of all of them. Like I've said many times, I remember Orphan Annie. I knew there was something wrong with her months ago when she kept saying that we're outnumbered. Did I ever say that I was afraid of being outnumbered by these demons on YouTube or demons in general? I've always said, send 6 million against me. The 6 million number.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of them at all. I could be outnumbered 6 million to 1. 6 million YouTube channels run by demons versus me. Outnumbering doesn't mean that they have more strength or power or intelligence. They don't scare me. Why would they? They have all these scare tactics. It doesn't work. They have smear campaigns and slander, and they try to do whatever they can mock me, saying, look at he plays with puppets. And my girlfriend encouraged me to buy more puppets. She was the one telling me, oh, those are hilarious. The very first videos that I made with finger puppets. She thought it was so funny, me doing that stuff. And this is before I had this YouTube channel. I made these short finger puppet videos that she was laughing at and encouraging me. Just like in 2020, she thought it was hilarious when I made Zombie Apocalypse 2020 Scamdemic videos back then, short videos. Not for YouTube. I didn't have a YouTube channel. For other platforms and just to share with friends and family for the most part. And I was just mocking the whole thing in the first 2 weeks or so. I didn't have to do deep research to realize what was going on. I used my intuition. And they thought it was funny. Even my girlfriend's family, they thought it was funny. They were laughing at those videos she was sharing with them and stuff. So anyway, what I'm getting. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention too was the whole thing that you mentioned, Wendy, about how someone would be fired from their job. It also made me think of something that came up when my mom was dying, even before she was in the final hospital room that they put her in. And that final room, she was in there for a week or 2 weeks probably, or something like that. This was a long time ago, so I don't have the exact days remembered, but she was in at least 3 or 4 different rooms, moved around the hospital on that floor. And also for a while, she was in a bed without a room. She didn't even have a hospital room and had to sleep in a hospital bed out in the hallway. So that's what it's like in Canadian hospitals. But when she was dying, her oncologist came in and realized, okay, her patient is probably not going to make it. And she was talking about if she had it to do over again, she wouldn't change anything about the treatment that had destroyed my mom's organs and created a state of sepsis where everything was just destroyed, devastated by chemotherapy, heavy chemotherapy with a chemo pump that's hooked up to a PICC line in your vein, a tube that goes in, and it's pumping that poison into you 24/7. That's my view, YouTube. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm speaking about an experience that I had watching my own mother waste away into a skeleton and have to have all these surgeries and all this quote unquote treatment. Radiation, aggressive, was called aggressive radiation and aggressive chemo. And it's not chemotherapy. I don't call it therapy because I know where it came from and where it was developed, how it was developed. So anyway, I knew what was doing it, what was causing my mom's decline. We'll call it that, put it that way. And the oncologist stood there with me and my siblings and said if she had a chance to do everything over again, she wouldn't change anything. And I'm looking at my mom in the hospital bed that at that point looks pretty much like a skeleton. She got even worse in her last 2 weeks, but still, she looked really bad and had to have drainage tubes and all this because of sepsis. And yeah, it was just horrible. And I thought to myself, it made me feel sick. This was a long time ago. And before I got heavily into the type of research I'm doing right now, or I've been doing for years, it was before all this. It's long before 2020. It was before 2015. So anyway, I just couldn't imagine. Like I couldn't imagine borrowing even your car, Wendy, if you were kind enough and said, "Yeah, Stephen, you can borrow the car." If I happened to be in the area or something, and you said, "Yeah, you can borrow the car," and if I destroyed your car and said, "I'm sorry, Wendy, I just, your car is completely totaled. It was an accident. It was my fault. Nobody hit me. I drove off the road into a tree." But if I had it to do over again, Wendy, I would just speed and drive into that tree again and destroy your property that you were kind enough to let me use. Like a doctor said, it just blew my mind in that moment, just thinking, this is sick. This is really sick. I didn't trust doctors before then, but that moment just really solidified it for me, how sick that industry is and what cycles there are in that industry.
They must know
So
what they're doing because everyone gets worse on all these things. So to continually carry on doing it, you have to have no warmth in your heart, or to actually carry on doing it again and again with no regrets, no remorse. Kind of spirits that are doing that job can't be that different to us, and they will all be held accountable out of here.
absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. They'd have to be. That was a moment that I felt sick just standing bedside and I was speechless. But right after that, or shortly after that, once we were in private away from my mom, I said to my sister, "Did you hear what she said?" The oncologist was female. And I just, they didn't get it. And I was just like, I wouldn't do that to somebody's car if I had a chance. I'd say, I wish I'd had a chance to do that over. I wouldn't do that or end up ruining your car. I would have been more careful, or just to be that callous to say that they, as though they're infallible and they know they're looking right at the patient that's devastated from what they did, what they prescribed. So
Like a living human being with a family, with a life, with feelings, memories. It's almost as if they don't see humans as humans, that we're just like pebbles on a beach. The heartlessness, the callousness, really, it's not acceptable.
no, it isn't. It's interesting that you mentioned the pebbles on the beach. There's a lot of scientists that are Freemasons that talk about us being just grains of sand. I've heard that throughout my life by scientists that believe in evolution and the Big Bang and all this stuff, that we're just like dust in the wind or just pebbles. They do think of us that way. They literally at times describe humans that way. It's remarkable when you think about it. I would never have the gall to stand there in front of someone's family, the patient, and say that. And it's just sickening to me.
Well, when it rains in the UK, all the little earthworms start escaping from the ground and crawl on the pavement, and you'll see me picking them up and trying to find a patch of grass to put them back onto. I just couldn't be in an industry where I was putting poison into people and wrecking lives and entire families and charging people money for it. You know, getting people into debt. It's abominable. I would, if that's the word.
Yes, abominable.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
Yeah.
I get a sick feeling. I wouldn't be able to do that even once and see that and realize, okay, what I did made things worse. I would feel so sick and devastated and just remorseful that I had caused something like that. To do that over and over again with thousands of patients in a city where there's only so many oncologists, it's just it's truly sickening to know it wasn't just done to my mom. That was bad enough, but it was done to the moms of so many others. And I know, I didn't have to stalk the person to know where she lived. My mom told me when she was alive where an oncologist lived, which is not far. It wasn't too far away from my mom's place, but it was in the richest neighborhood. It was like my mom's place was more middle class property house. It was not a small house, but it wasn't multi-million-dollar house, which the oncologist and her doctor husband, they were both doctors, lived in. They had an enormous, they don't measure houses in square feet there, do they? In the UK?
I think they do. It's meters in South Africa, but square feet here, I think.
Oh, okay. They're the houses in that neighborhood. I don't know about hers in particular, but they were all between 5,000 and 10,000 plus square feet.
Wow, size of
In that
hotel.
whole yeah, they were huge, just
Huge.
enormous. You drive by, and
Wow.
some of the windows were bigger than somebody's whole apartment. The size of these huge windows on them, just enormous windows, even. So, yeah, just enormous places, and some of them just had a big plot of land, but some of the houses were so big it took up most of the land. It was just just big places. And this was a long time ago that these places were $2 million homes. So the housing prices have skyrocketed here, even just in the last 5 years. So they I don't know what they would be these days, but I know they were multi-million-dollar homes back then. They were in the millions already. So it's a long time ago. So they must have been making a fortune as doctors to live there, and they make so much money off of a sick industry and suffering. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. And then you get people doing, let's take the chaps that come around and collect the garbage. They're here in all weathers. They're friendly. They're performing a service for everyone all the time. Their pay won't be great. The conditions are brutal. Not just the smell, but they're literally physically the lifting of, or literally, and they're performing more of a service, because without that we'd have rats and disease and sickness and just taking away the garbage from us. Those men, and they're all men doing the job. There's never been a woman out there doing it. They were here right through 2020 onwards, every week, like clockwork, keeping the wheels of everything working. And I have more respect for them than these people with 5 PhDs and sitting in offices injecting poison.
Yes. Well, temporarily, I did that as a temp job one summer when I was younger.
Okay. Wow.
I worked on the back of a garbage truck. I've done all kinds of jobs in my lifetime, and I know that is a tough job. I did it in the heat, and it is tough to hop on and off the back of the truck. There's sometimes if it's one bag, I was working with two other guys. One was driving the truck, and both of us were on the back. So it was a 3-man crew. And they worked for the company, but I was working through a temp agency just as a job between jobs. So I was hired there out through a temp agency, a temporary worker. And if there was one bag of garbage at one place, they'd slow down a bit, but they don't stop. You reach down and grab it and toss it behind your back into the back of the truck. It's the way that we were taught to do it, to keep going, because we had a lot of places to cover, a lot of pickups and a lot of trips to the landfill in one day. We filled up that truck multiple times, our crew. And I mean, there was a lot of other trucks out that day too. Of course, it wasn't just us, but yeah, it's a lot. It's in a hot day. That's a hard job. You drink a lot of
Very
water.
hard. And there's
And
glass in the bags and wires and lamps that have
anything could be
smashed.
in there, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It could explode your face. It could be
Yeah.
when you go to crush you or you throw it into the back if it's empty, and it could smash, or you don't know exactly what's in there. That's true. I had to throw sometimes. This was, at least in those days, this was a long time ago. They didn't have a separate day for pickup of large items. We were just throwing everything in there. Like if there was a big,
Wow.
I remember one place there was a big wooden table, and that went in the back and it crushed it and broke it, like a solid wood top. I mean, I don't know what people would throw that out for. They could have sold it for it.
Yeah.
It just needed to be refinished. It was well built. It just needed to be somebody to refinish it, sand off the top and stain it or varnish it, or it would have looked beautiful. But I mean, it was just a waste. It was thrown in there. And at one construction site, I went to lift up a pail and it was full of bricks. The whole garbage pail was full of
Wow.
bricks. So I went to lift that up with one hand. So I got a surprise, because I mean, you could almost
your
take your
knees
arm
and
off.
your wrists.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So, and you're moving, and I was like, fuck that,
Oh.
you know. I had to hop off and tell them to stop, and then grab up both hands and, you know, wrench it into
Oh,
the
wow.
back. Like, but the other guy helped me, because it was like, I don't know how many hundreds of pounds, but the whole garbage bin was full just of bricks.
So
So
they
it was
aren't allowed
heavy.
to do that. Yeah, but in the olden days, you could put anything in your black
Back
bags,
then it
even
was,
like
yeah, it was everything.
aerosols.
It was crazy, like fence boards with nails in piled up at the side. You name it, just stuff where you had to watch your fingers, because you could have a rusty nail go right through as you're trying to do this quickly too. Like we were on a hurry up kind of like thing. Don't stop too long to pick things up and
Yeah.
throw it on. We were just moving the whole time. It's like, fuck, this is not easy at all. So yeah, I did that for a while. I worked another temp job. I worked sent to different warehouses, different places. What I liked about that was in the summertime, it was cool unloading trucks, but I was hand bombing cases of beef from Nebraska, and 120-pound cases. Each case weighed that, and I would have to stack up the cases onto pallets for the whole trailer, because none of it was on pallets. It was loaded in the U.S. just on the floor, stacked up with these cases high. The whole transport truck full of meat like that. So you got to be strong to lift that many cases, like 50,000 pounds or whatever it was for that trailer.
Oh, that's just one day's work, and you get all these like gym bros trying to load things.
That was a few hours. That wasn't the whole day.
Oh wow.
That would take me a few hours. I would be done, and I would be on to the next job. So I did that, but I also worked in a warehouse when I was in high school. So we'd drive around and load up pallets to be delivered to grocery stores for the orders, and it would be a variety of groceries and produce and frozen foods and all that kind of stuff, dairy stuff, and cases of cans, sodas. Worked at a grocery store. I also worked in landscaping, worked in construction. I built homes, concrete foundations, putting up the concrete forms, carrying steel rebar, tying the steel together in mesh cages and for the walls and floors, wheeling concrete for pouring floors of big barns and home, certain floors driveways as well, and also like the floors inside the big workshops some people had. Some of those workshops were as big as a small house. I mean, there were people that had huge workshops in their backyard. Rich people have like a 40-foot long workshop with a heated concrete floor with the
Oh.
piping that goes under the floor. There's rich people around that have a lot of money just to workshop for their hobby shop or woodworking or whatever they're into. Yeah, so I mean, I did a lot of work, manual labor by hand, mowing lawns, landscaping, building decks, doing everything you can imagine. So I know how to install hardwood floors, build decks, do outdoor work, construction work, foundations, different things.
Crammed in like 10 lifetimes into one lifetime while you're here, so you definitely don't need to come back and try anything else out.
No, I've in some ways working with your hands, it's tiring, but it's satisfying when
Yeah.
it's even if it's not yours, you built something, and at the end, maybe years later, you drive by, you haven't been
Yeah.
there, and you think, yeah, I worked on that place. I
Still
worked on that
standing.
place when it
Yeah.
still standing. It was a hole in the ground, and it's a big warehouse, and
Oh.
I was there building the walls and floor, and then others came in later, and I didn't get to see it finished. But houses that you drive by years later, I used to drive by some areas where we built the place I used to work for, the company built houses, and yeah, it's just you get a satisfaction out of doing something that actually matters rather than some of these jobs. They don't matter. They're just pushing numbers around and
Pushing
there's
a
a lot
mouse
of
around, yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that it isn't helping anyone. It's not really building something. It's not sheltering someone. Just like with the groceries, I wasn't feeding, but I was part of the system, the line of getting food to people's table is kind of what I'm getting at. Truck drivers played a role. Obviously, farmers grew the food, and the companies maybe that canned it and different things. But the warehouse workers play a role too because they're assembling these orders, going around all throughout the warehouse, putting them on pallets, and then putting them on the trucks. And it's a system. So it isn't God just magically putting the food
No,
on our table.
sure
If
isn't.
you know
He's
what
a
I
lazy
mean?
so-and-so, exactly. He can't
So
even answer his prayers.
they got a bin in heaven where all the unanswered prayers just get thrown in the bin.
Yeah.
They get shredded up in one of those big paper shredders and put in a bin to be recycled. But just like the ones that get stuffed in the wall in Israel, every once in a while they
Yeah.
dig them out and sweep them up off the ground. I mean, they don't stay in there forever. They're just dug out. It's just a joke, People buy this stuff and they
Yeah.
think it's holy. They think that's holy, but
Yeah, holy on the
anyway,
wally. Oh, I love the tinkle of your straw. Do that again. Do that again. Tinkle your straw.
the tinkle my straw.
I love it.
Like that.
Oh, it's so nice. That's a beautiful sound. That, and then when you crack open the tin and you can hear the of the bubbles, it's wonderful.
That's funny.
Oh.
That is funny. I wonder if people have thought that that's something else other than the straw. Like the ones on Team Evil that watch my
Oh.
channel. I wonder if they thought, what is he doing? What is that sound? And they get paranoid thinking
You have to
I
explain
might
it
be.
for the millionth time.
Yeah.
Silly.
That's my
Oh,
straw. It's
it's
reusable.
gorgeous. It's a metal one and it has a little pipe cleaner. I've heard you explain that a
Yes.
few times, so yeah, it's
Yes.
lovely. Oh, it's one of the pleasant sounds to have. Yeah.
They should be thanking me for not destroying the earth with the trees and the plastic straws and all these woke ones that wanted to get rid of straws in this country.
Yeah,
They should be thanking me and thanking everyone that uses stainless steel straws or glass straws. You could get glass as well. I don't have any glass ones, but
I wouldn't have a glass one. I'm a bit clumsy. I'd smash it, so stainless steel at least is you can put boiling water through it and get it squeaky clean simply.
Oh
So.
yeah, it's very durable. It's very hygienic, very easy to clean, very durable, just perfect. I hate the wet paper straw the disposable straws that kind of get soggy if you leave them in a
Oh,
drink a
yes.
little while. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
It just annoyed
They're
me,
like
so I was like, yeah.
soggy floppies. They're not good anywhere in life.
Keith is going to think you're talking about him now. Soggy
Oh, I'm sorry, Keith.
floppy. I
It
think
was
he needs Viagra as well in his care package. Don't you, Keith? You need some Viagra or Cialis or something. Poor Keith. I'm picking on him again. He's going to say that I'm a demon because I have these wisecracks, and you know, he doesn't like humor and wit or
No,
anything.
there's a definite deficiency of humor cells these days, and that was one of the good things in the 70s and 80s and back in the olden days, just after the dinosaurs finished their roaming around and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's more fun, and you know, these quote truth channels, they don't. That's the one thing I noticed even before I set up my channel. The vast majority of them don't have a sense of humor, and I noticed it before I was teasing them. It's not just now that I've been doing this. I noticed that it was really lacking, so I wanted to bring that into this, you know, to my channel. I can't say the quote community because I'm not part of their community by choice. I never wanted to be grouped in with them. With good reason.
Thank goodness for that, Stephen. Oh.
There's people on my channel that say, "Aren't you part of their community?" And I say, "No, I'm not a felon. I'm not a convicted rapist. I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm not anything like them. I don't make death threats against people. I don't do anything that they do. I'm completely different. If you view the ones that run these channels, they're all drug addicts and felons and homeless and grifters, and you know, they're shady characters. They're people I wouldn't want to befriend or associate with in real life, or quote real life.
Yeah.
But you know, off the internet is what I mean.
You know, in the olden days, people would have a sense of shame from what they'd done, and they wouldn't be advertising their heinous activities. And now they're all over YouTube, thinking, you know, they can just take some NLP courses and marketing scamming ideas and actually turn it into a lifestyle. It's really disgusting.
It is. It really is. And then they'll say, "Well, you're not perfect. You have no right to judge us." I don't have to be perfect. No one has to be perfect to make a judgment or have standards. I don't have to be perfect. Wendy doesn't have to be perfect to our listeners. Marcella doesn't have to be perfect. Uni, Manny, Inga, whoever's here, Bobby, we don't have to be perfect to say, you know what? We've never been sentenced to 30 years in prison for aggravated assault. You know, like Archaic's channel. And that guy earlier that was talking about being a felon and being a drug dealer when he was younger and breaking into cars, stealing cars and all this stuff. I don't have to be perfect to say, you know, I don't think that's good. I think that's wrong. I think he has a violent history. He's made violent threats against me as well. A lot of them have. I know they love to make these threats. I guess they've gotten used to it in their life, making these threats, scaring people away, but it doesn't work on me. I don't just shut my mouth because somebody's making these threats. But what I'm saying is they really are shady characters. They are they are or they have been drug dealers or thieves or committed violence, domestic violence for the angry garden gnome, Little D. He's had domestic violence charges. A lot of times when they talk about some of this stuff, it's because they know that I'm right on the verge of saying it or discovering it. So they try to get ahead of the curve and they try to admit to it, thinking he's coming after me next.
Okay.
So that's part of it too. Raven also noticed that, where they want to get ahead of the curve and spill the beans on themselves, like that Barbie Sasquatch when she made a video. She was talking about me, and then she said, "Why does he do background checks on everyone?" And then she said, "I've been to jail. I've been to jail."
Oh, yeah.
That one said, "I've been to jail." Southern, that high-pitched accent, and she's got the black fingernails and the black lipstick and the nose ring and everything and the dyed hair,
the granny panties.
granny panties. And then one live stream over there, I said to her, "Are you wearing granny panties?" And she stood up on her webcam and pulled her pants down a bit and pulled up her panties and said, "This is what they look like." mean, it's incredible. Even the ones that hate me are
I
almost ready
know.
to throw their panties at me. I mean,
No more panties,
God
ladies.
damn,
No more. The warehouse
control
is full.
yourselves. Control yourselves on Team Evil. Like I know there are sounds coming out of the bathrooms when my show is on, and their husbands are saying, well, they're saying, hey, you've been in there for half an hour. What are those moans? What's that sound going on in there? You watching that show again? That El Diablo Radio International? What are you listening to?
That's Stephen.
That's
Step away.
Stephen. That's Stephen. Granny Smith and her
Switch it
granny
off.
panties. That's what's
Oh.
going on. I think they just
Oh.
they can't just watch and control themselves, but
Yeah.
they've got to show me their panties, or they got to throw their panties at the screen. I could picture them right now. There's panties flying through the air at the screen right now as we're doing this show. It's like, oh my goodness, just control yourselves. Jiminy Crickets. That's another one that I stole that one from a demon, actually, though. That saying, Jiminy Crickets. I think he stole it though from what is it? Pinocchio movie, I think. I think it was a Disney movie. Jiminy Crickets. But yeah, that was Panty's Passion. What is it? Marcella said Panty's Passion Killers. They're soaking those granny panties as the show goes on. That's what's happening. I know it's happening. They don't even have to admit to it. I know it's true.
I know. Even your snoring, Stephen, even that's some of the women can't get enough of that. They've got the volume turned up really loud and they're dreaming of being on the pillow nearby.
Even when the king sleepeth, they just listen in, they tune in. And, oh, is he snoring? Is he awake now? Oh, he's snoring. You know? Oh God. Oh God. Oh my gosh. I better be careful with that though. I lost one video on my channel from doing that. Remember?
No massage sounds now. This is strictly serious
They said
now.
it was pornographic sounding.
Oh.
I mean, it was just it's incredible that I can't get away with anything on YouTube. And then they have the audacity to say to me, how do you get away with all this? Get away with all this stuff. I lost 2 channels. I have strikes on this channel all the time. I mean, I'm barely been able to keep this up. I've had more videos taken down, I think, than anybody that I've known, any channel I've ever known in the last, or at least in the last year and a half. I've never known somebody to lose so many videos, have them blocked from countries and copyright strikes and moved for community guidelines. Oh, this is pornographic. I mean, it wasn't pornographic. There was no imagery, but it was just my voice. I guess my voice is pornographic now.
It's your voice,
according to
Steve.
YouTube.
You
I have a
breathe
pornographic voice.
in a
Everyone.
way that makes women, start getting excited. You have to stop breathing for a while, Oh dear.
It's against the rules. My voice is my breath is against the YouTube rules. Everyone, I can't help it. I was born this way. I was not born like Kai. I was born this way. I was not born like Mushroom Coyote. I was born this way. So yeah, I'm not sure what their voice is, but I couldn't believe it when Bex was saying that they sound like a man or something. Or I was almost speechless when it was on there. I was thinking, I don't hear a man's voice.
It wasn't manly, and it wasn't womanly. It was.
I was thinking that's not a man to me. the sparse facial hair. I mean, god damn, like that looked like didn't look like a 30-something-year-old man. It looked more like a 12 or 13-year-old boy that had just started puberty and had not shaved and they tried to grow facial hair without even ever shaving before, and it's their first facial hairs coming out on their chin. That's kind of what it looked like. It was just oh my goodness. And that passed for a man. Are you kidding me? That they have a video saying that they could pass for a man, or that people said saying on video that, oh, I passed for a man. Said they passed for a man, and a man. I think it was at a corner store. I thought it was a gas station, but
sorry.
What were you saying?
No, this person blind who blind
Yeah,
and deaf.
I was
Yeah.
thinking,
Oh
oh
wow.
my goodness, a man called them boss, and they thought, well, they must have passed for a man, and that men treat each other better because
Oh.
some man called her boss. I mean, it's just
Oh.
incredible to me. What
I find
kind
it
of a
quite
man would that
confusing.
be? What kind of a man would that be? A tiny little creature with no muscles, no chest, probably just over 5 feet or under 5'5", maybe. Scrawny little thing, a waif of a little thing with narrow shoulders, scrawny little arms, and they really think that they're masculine and pass for being a grown man. Like that in itself is delusion. Forget about,
Yeah.
the fact that they don't know, they're
They
confused
should
about
have
other
to go and
things.
do, Stephen, or anyone who says they're a man should go and do some garbage truck duty, a few hours of that
Oh
and some
yeah.
construction site and,
Do
have
one
a lot
day
of
of that.
box. Not one day, well, they wouldn't last that day, but they need to do, and then some construction site in the wind and the snow with
Yeah.
the metal rebars, dealing with concrete and, you know, um,
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff. And that's just like a basic entry level. And that's just, not even having to scale up lamp posts and put the electric wires and stuff like that.
I
So,
would bet $1,000 that they wouldn't even be able to pick up a concrete, like in construction. It's not the little wheelbarrows, the little dinky, rinky-dink wheelbarrows that people buy at the hardware store. We
wow.
have heavy-duty wheelbarrows that are heavy and built bigger and hold more. They're, industrial size for doing concrete work. I don't think they would be able to pick up one wheelbarrow load full of concrete and wheel it, lift it up and wheel it somewhere. I don't think they'd be able to do it. I really don't.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
Because even fairly strong men have difficulty doing it and dumping it, like lifting it then at the end of wheeling it somewhere. Sometimes you have to wheel it uphill a bit too,
Oh,
or
and
up a
often,
board. I mean, it's not easy
and they often have
without spilling it.
they have the boards, but they're at like half a story off the ground, so you have to have balance as well. You could fall off. That sort of the health and safety issues all day long are very there's a lot of possibility for broken limbs in those jobs.
Oh
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
have to stay alert, and it's not
There's
lolling
guys
back.
that fall down and crack their skulls open sometimes. I hate to say
Yeah,
that, but
yeah,
there's some
it's
major injuries once in a while. There's some deaths.
yeah,
Of course, in construction, there's deaths that happen. You're working around heavy equipment too. There's boom trucks and cranes, and there's trucks around. There's
yeah,
sparks flying, of course, too. There's generators. There's gasoline. There's endless possibilities for shit to go wrong. You have to
yeah,
load the concrete cages, which are thousands of pounds when you have these forms in a cage. It's like a steel cage that gets picked up by the boom truck, set on the back of a flatbed boom truck, and loaded up with cages when you're delivering to a site or picking them up. And then there has to be somebody on the back of the truck guiding the cage into place, helping it go exactly where it belongs. If you get your fingers caught in there, your fingers are going to be broken because they're going to be 5,000-6,000 pounds of that weight crushing steel between cages. It's very easy to get your fingers broken, your hand broken. There's I did a lot of that stuff, so I don't wish harm upon even that creature that has been slandering me, calling me racist and misogynist and things that I am not. But I don't think they could last a day. That's why I said a day, because they
okay.
would walk off
That
the
was
job. They would
generous,
never
Stephen.
last a day. They'd
Yeah,
never last a day. They'd leave.
yeah,
They'd quit. Even if
yeah,
I was giving them money, saying complete the day and you'll get this
yeah.
much money.
No,
I
I think
promise. Write it down or whatever.
they'd have a
You
little
know.
bit of foot stomping. You'd have to do that a little bit with some shrieking and wailing and a few, stomping.
I think they'd be shrieking and wailing and then throwing getting triggered and throwing a tantrum, like these woke people that fall down on the ground crying and they're throwing like a 2-year-old tantrum. I could see Kai doing that, something like that. If they had to work a day in their life, I don't think they have.
Yeah, yeah,
There's a lot of people on YouTube that haven't, just like that Keith guy. He has endless opportunities to get a job where he'd actually have to work and use his hands. He's not 80 years old. He's only in his early 50s. He acts like that's too late or he's too old to do any manual labor. I don't think he's done any his whole life. Go out and mow some lawns. Go out and do some landscaping, lay some sod, or go do whatever. Go build decks or go, there's endless things to do
Yep.
that he could be doing. He doesn't want to work. That's what I want to say. He's a lazy bum, and he wants to get an indoor, air-conditioned, heated job or working from home on a computer where he never has to leave his office chair, and he wants to get $50 to $75 or more an hour. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
He's homeless by choice. And there are people that say, there was somebody, not from my channel, but they commented on the short video I made of him, and they said, a lot of homeless men are good. A lot of people comment these days without even knowing the story of what's going on at all. They don't have a clue. But anyway, there are a lot of people, and it's not all of them, but there are a growing number of people in North America, especially. I don't know about other places. I can only speak for here, that are homeless by choice. You could walk up to them and say, hey, I have a job for you. I own a business, or you could work for me. Do you want a job? I know where you could work. They'll say, no, they're not interested. I'm not kidding you. Not kidding you. Even in a cold place like this, but out in California or certain homeless places, havens for the homeless where it never gets really cold. There's places that never get cold, where they'll never freeze, and they just want to stay there. They say they like the lifestyle, they like the freedom. They don't want to take a drug test for a job because they are drug addicts. They want to be that way and living that way. And going and panhandling, asking for money. It's not like they're starving. They know lots of places to get fed and get money for drugs. That's what's really going on. But I do feel for people that are homeless, not by choice, that do try to everything. I absolutely have sympathy for them, for sure.
Yeah.
And I have given people like that money, and I would again. But the ones that are homeless by choice, that are just lazy bums and arrogant and entitled, think they're not going to work unless they get $75 an hour. They can go fuck themselves. I mean, that's disgusting.
It is disgraceful.
So many people that don't make $75 an hour and they live fine.
Yeah.
He's just incredible.
He's got no
saying that,
no family to feed either on that.
No.
Just himself. So money goes a lot further when it's just one person. So.
And even, you know what? Why wouldn't he get a job in the meantime, even while living out of his truck?
Yeah.
Get a $20 an hour job at Home Depot, work full time, save money, and save up the money for first and last rent to get a place, and save money while you're not paying rent.
Yeah.
Lots of people do that.
Yeah.
Lots of people do that. He won't do it. He doesn't want to work. That's what it is. That's if he's not lying about being homeless. That's another possibility. Quite a few people have said to me that they don't believe that he's homeless.
That car he's in looks so devoid of clutter. I mean, I've seen sort of hippies, and they come to Devon because it's, like these sort of like a hippie lifestyle, a lot of families, and the people that live in their vehicles have got so much clutter and clothing, and not just knickknacks, but living things. It's like your change of clothing and your water bottles and your coffee cups and all your other stuff. Their vehicles are absolutely crowded, and his vehicle just looks like maybe he goes for it just looks like a runaround vehicle that you use, maybe with some camping gear in the back or something. I mean, he hasn't shown the boot, but it's so tidy. It doesn't look like a lived-in space at all. There's no sleeping bags and pillows and socks drying on the window. You'd expect it to be a lot more crowded if it was your house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Maybe you are already, but somebody gave him a $1,000 donation.
Oh, yeah.
And then he immediately blew the money renting a hotel for however many days he could get to use up the whole amount of that money.
Stupid.
That's what he said. He said he was going to get a hotel for 10 or 12 days.
Wow. That's just
incredibly stupid. So he says that he's as smart or smarter than I am. I never would have done that. if I was in his situation.
No.
I wouldn't be in his situation, but if I was in that situation, I would have not got a hotel room. I would have put gas in the truck, driven south so that I didn't have to freeze. If I didn't have, for some reason, didn't have any blankets or enough pillows or sleeping bag, I would have found a place to get that at a decent amount and not blown tons of money on it. But I
Yep.
would have gotten warm camping gear.
Yeah.
I would have got a Coleman stove, which will last you forever, that you can cook on the tailgate of. He apparently has an SUV, so you can just put that in the back. You can cook on that and get whatever I needed to. Treat it like camping, where I could cook eggs, bacon, whatever, hamburgers. You can cook all kinds of stuff. You could make a stew. I would have gotten a little crock pot or slow cooker. I would have gotten that. I probably would have gotten something. There are really small ones. I don't know whether it's a generator, but it's some you can get with little solar panels, and it isn't thousands. I would have gotten a small model of that to be able to recharge things like a phone, stuff like that, and charge whatever I had to do with cooking and being able to recharge my phone, not just using the truck to recharge it. And I would have made sure a mini generator with inverter, something really small and inexpensive. I would have made sure that I was set up to live that way. I would have gotten a post office box or done something to be able to get an address to get a job and use that to get mail. And I would have been thinking, oh, this is what I have to do, this, that, and implement a plan. And again, once you drive down south, you don't have to worry about freezing. And he said, oh, it's going to be good tonight. It's going to be in the 20s. Well, why do you just sitting in a parking lot in a cold area when you still had half a tank full of gas in your truck? And then he gets the donation, and he's apparently still there, like it's stupid.
It's very stupid.
So it's if he's telling the truth, assuming, let's say, that he's telling the truth, and it's stupid. Otherwise, he's a complete liar. So he isn't savvy. He's not smart. He's not clever. He's not streetwise. If he was homeless for 2 years already in Florida, I mean, I know that's a warm climate, but if he was homeless for 2 years, I don't know how he made it that many years just a couple years ago. He claims that he was homeless.
By that length of time, you would have accumulated all the camping gear that you'd need to keep yourself warm, cleaned, showered, generator. You'd actually have a really good setup. You wouldn't need to be starting off from scratch. It's incredible. It just sounds
and learn how to survive as well.
Yeah.
You would have learned what to do. Like, oh, I can't stay here. It's too cold. Or there's no point staying here. In Ohio is what I'm talking about. That's Midwest. It's towards the north. It's not southern state. For people that aren't aware, I don't know if he's at Cleveland, but Cleveland, Ohio is just below like the Great Lakes, right? So it's you're damn near in freaking Canada when you're in Ohio. You're pretty far up there. You just drive south down the I-75. You don't even have to leave the interstate. Just keep going. Very easy. And stay at one speed, and it saves gas. Like, you don't burn a lot of gas on that interstate compared to driving city. So, I mean, in a half a tank of gas, he could have gotten a long way south. Anyway, it's just like the whole thing, it didn't add up to me. I thought, this is complete stupidity. Why complain about the cold when you have a vehicle and have half a tank of gas? But why would you just burn out yourself down to $4 in the bank, $5 in your pocket, half a tank of gas, and end up homeless? And that was his first night, I guess, claiming he's homeless again or whatever. To get into that situation just seems so stupid to begin with. I mean,
there's a lot of question marks on the whole story, and because if you genuinely were down and out, you would be spending your time getting yourself sorted, and you wouldn't be on YouTube wasting your time. You'd be saving, getting money, move somewhere else. It's just too it's a bit of a strange tale that he's weaving.
He even said during a recent video he wishes he could make his money off YouTube the way Mark Passio does.
Well, there we go.
Hero. That's his hero. So that is his goal, is to
That's yes.
scam people off here. He doesn't
Yeah.
want a job. He wants
He
wants
wants
people to send him money.
membership
That's what he wants.
subscriptions and T-shirts and key rings and all the other junk. Yeah, with a hard
So
drive.
either either
essays.
he's the T-shirts and the key rings and the hard drives and what was Passio's course? I think it was in the hundreds. Maybe it was $600-$700 or something, and he
Wow.
said that was cheap. Passio was saying that was cheap. That other guy that I did the analysis, Frederick Dodrick or something. Dodrick, I can't remember
I
his
haven't
name,
seen
but
that
Freddie.
one yet. But yeah.
He's calling him Freddie, but he
Oh.
was charging $777 for a course.
Wow.
For a
If you buy
seminar.
today, otherwise it's 7,000.
Oh yeah, that's with a coupon. That was with a coupon. That was a deal. That was a deal.
I need to go.
They have
so-
the audacity.
Thank
Oh,
you
you
so
need to
much.
get going?
Yeah, thank
Oh.
you. Bye.
Oh,
everyone.
it was great having you on, Wendy. Have a great
Always
day.
love it. Thank you so much. Okay, bye everyone. Thank you.
You're welcome. See you, Wendy. Mad love to you. Hope you have
Mad
a
love.
beautiful day.
Thank you.
That was the lovely Wendy, everyone. And this is El Diablo Radio International. This is El Diablo Radio International. It was my pleasure to have Wendy on. I'm really glad that she came on. And I'll try to remember. I did jot down a note in my notes to snip out that portion that Wendy suggested earlier, saying you should snip this out maybe and use this in a shorter video for people. I think that's a good idea. Hope Wendy has a great day. I guess it would be around 3 in the afternoon there right now. Happy Saturn's Day to everybody that's still tuned in and listening. 27 people watching right now. The entitlement that creepy creature, Keithy, has. Oh, hi, Bex. I just noticed you here. I haven't been really looking at the chat too much, but today I got so into it when Wendy was on. I was just focused on that and really not looking at the screen. But hi to everyone that is here. Hi to Bex, Marcella, Inga, Uni, Manny. Hi, Carmen. I don't think did you just arrive? Oh, no, you were leaving comments. I'm sorry, everyone. I've been up all night again, and so many all-nighters lately that I'm not used to it. I'm not used. And hi, Rugen. I'm scrolling up and seeing that Rugen is here. Oh, somebody's backstage. Hi, Bex. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Stephen?
I'm doing pretty good. I've pulled another all-nighter. I wasn't planning on it, but I was working on some other stuff. Not really. I only started this 4.5 hours ago, so I started it after being up all night in the morning.
So are you thinking of keeping this as a short one and are you heading to get some rest soon?
Yeah, because I did pull an all-nighter, but I was working on other videos and different things other than the live. I didn't have the live going, but I have been up all night is what I'm getting at. And this has been running now. I didn't realize it 4.5 hours. I was going to run this for like an hour or two. I don't know where the time went, but it's been good. I mean, the conversation with Wendy, I think, was really good. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Were you here for the whole thing with Wendy?
Not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. I woke up this morning a couple hours ago, listened to you guys for a bit, and then I went and I joined a panel for about half an hour, and then I came back and continued to listen while I was getting my coffee going, and then I thought I'd pop up and say hello. But I'll go back and have a listen.
You've been paneling today already this morning?
I did go over and join another panel. Yeah.
Who does their panels in the morning? I thought I was one of the only ones to do that, but I'm not really aware of these other channels, what they do or what their schedules are or whatever.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of people like yourself or myself that don't necessarily have a time slot that they go live on. You know, they might just flash up a live when they're, you know, up early
Yeah.
or have the time. You know, some people are, you know, family people that try and squeeze the time in when they can in and around their family.
Yeah.
And I was going to
Well,
say,
you made some coffee already today? Is that what you mentioned earlier?
yeah.
Did you have
Yeah, well,
some breakfast or coffee already?
no, I should have had breakfast already, but no, I haven't. I've just had coffee. I had a really long sleep. Well, I was up the night before with you as well, and then stayed up. I had a nap in the morning, and then had myself stay up so that I could get a regular night's sleep. Went to bed at at an early hour, and that's why I'm up so early. I probably need a few more hours, but I like to get back on what would be sort of a more regular schedule. That's what I was going to say to you is there was a point in time when I was streaming and paneling in a way that I was up a lot and a long time. And I actually did a sleep fast at one point. I called it. I've never been a drug user and never been someone who, had any kind of lifestyle that would have kept me up for hours and hours. And I did 110 hours one week, where I only slept for a 3 or 4 hour break on the second or third day. And people were really concerned about me, obviously. I mean, for the obvious reasons, but I kept arguing to people that I was like testing myself to see how cognitive I could be, I mean, sure, there was a social addiction aspect to it or whatever this device is. There was something I was getting beyond that, but I was also, sort of arguing to people. There's so many people who've had lifestyles that have done that in a really unhealthy way. I want to see how well I can converse. How well can I keep it together under these circumstances? And it took me a long time to recover. But I know at that time, I got out, my sleep schedule got way out of whack. And Benton is someone who's not one to give advice, did also come in though and say that, to get on at least a regular schedule for yourself, regardless of what time of day it is. And also he gave me a tidbit that there's a sleep theory out there that so long as you're sleeping in 90-minute segments, so like an hour and a half, 3 hours, 4.5 hours, 6 hours, that there's some studies that show that can be very helpful. So if you're even just going to squeeze in, a 3-hour nap when you've been sleep deprived. So yeah, I know that's what I would, that's what I was trying to help you with the other night when we stayed up so late again. I definitely wasn't trying, and I'm not right now trying to, exploit your exhaustion in any way. We can talk anytime. But finding that finding that ability to just get your life in whatever whatever suits you. But I would think that in some way in this will help your insomnia, even if it doesn't look like it is right now.
Yeah, I think it will. Just 1 second.
I have the 2 lives we did unlisted right now. I can flash them back up. I have them unlisted. I sent you an email saying that, but they're not down for any reason other than I don't normally leave my content up. But I definitely didn't want to make them unavailable to you or other people because I don't want anything that anyone says out there to be able to affect the trust that we're building here. And I think that sometimes if people clip bits and send bits and there's a dumpster fire burning out there, King Stephen. And And there's
I've got some gasoline. I've got some gasoline if we need to throw some gasoline on the fire.
The Damons, I tell you, them Damons, they're getting together and telling some stories, and that's why I sent you an email as well, because Demon Slayer went and did what they said they were going to do, and put together a stream right off the bat, sharing what I'd said in Discord and making it look like I had only a few days ago sent them a message, which isn't true. I was
I know.
Algernon.
They lie,
You know what I
though.
mean?
I mean, they lie.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
water under the
So
bridge, as far as I'm concerned.
exactly.
They
But
can
I know
clip
that.
that. They can clip that what I just said. They can clip that voice clip, or they can record it or whatever. They will anyways, but they won't clip that. They'll clip from this, but they'll skip by things like that and try to paint the picture that, that I'm whatever and that you're what. I know what they do. I know their tactics. They're dishonest. They're not. They have a vendetta. That's what it is. But
Well,
I
and
was
it's
just
a
going to
crazy.
say.
It's
Well, go ahead.
interesting. I was just going to say, given all of my history and the way some people have approached me, especially some of the people that have broken bad and where they've gone, it's a really interesting experience to watch, right? If I were still in that phase of accusing everyone of being agents, which I'm not saying I'm not, it's just not worth, if you can't, it's just not observably true for me to sort of start telling, going far enough back to say, oh, these people were in cahoots, blah, blah, blah. It's just an unnecessary mental exercise, right? It's just unnecessary. People do what people do, and whether they did it together for months or whether they found each other afterwards, it still shows what people will do to be a part of something. What kind of behaviors. Yeah, it's just, anyways, we knew it. My stream, I did a 2-hour stream yesterday in the afternoon. That's pretty funny. So if you have any time to whip through it, it's just funny. It's just a alchemization of everything that's going on. And I just kind of had fun with it. I made some bonobo monkey memes and it just, and recycled a bunch of people. And anyways, it was kind of funny.
What's the title of the renewal?
Something like this is for the YouTube bonobo babies or something, or what's up YouTube bonobo babies or something.
Is it a live or a video?
It's alive.
Okay.
I've never produced videos that aren't live except for one short one of my cat.
Okay.
I might start doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I have seen videos, and it's all lives. And then if it isn't, what was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say that I had coffee earlier too. I shouldn't announce it because Franny might be listening, saying that, oh my goodness, Stephen had another coffee. He does drink caffeine, but I usually don't unless I have an all-nighter and I need that coffee. I just crave it then in the morning because I'm usually not up all night until recently, or the times that I stream all night are the only all-nighters that I really pull, usually, for the most part. But a lot of times I haven't had breakfast. Unless I do that, I'm usually sleeping in, and I kind of have a lunch or brunch type thing. I'm not up in the morning, so if I go to bed at 2 a.m., 1 a.m. or something, then my schedule is different than what it is right now with my sleep schedule. But anyway, I don't make coffee at home anymore. So unless I order breakfast to be delivered, I don't have coffee. And I definitely don't have coffee every day. I might have 1 or 2 or maybe 3 is the max, probably a month if I have 3 all-nighters or something, which is the most that I've been doing. But yeah, I mean, that's the caffeine. So he's letting on that I'm fueled by caffeine and all this. It's a big caffeine conspiracy. I can't believe somebody would fixate on my life like that. I'm just not that way with other people.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. I just wanted to know if we should, did you have aspartame in your coffee? Because wasn't he accusing you of being diabetic? I thought I heard something like that in the conversation.
Did he say that I'm diabetic too?
I can't be for certain. So it could have been my ear tricking me. which doesn't happen very often, but I definitely have my
Am
own
I
way of
mobile?
filtering
Am I in a
information.
wheelchair? Or
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
I got to ask
There
him.
are
I don't
people that
know.
think you're bedridden. I was like, he was just out for a
Somebody
walk.
did. Somebody
Yeah.
did think that. So
Yeah.
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 This doesn't make the quote truther community look very good. It makes it look stupid. It
Well-
makes the whole thing look stupid, paranoid. It does to normies. If they peered in on these channels or were brand new to this and recommended by a person, they think they're making all these wild accusations. They're paranoid. They're coming up with all this stuff that's unverifiable, no evidence. Why should we believe anything else they're promoting in terms of theories of conspiracies in the greater world, not just on YouTube? Because look what they do to each other. I've exposed their quote community, I think probably more than anybody has in the last year. And I've been looking at this shit for decades. I don't think anybody's, and I don't just mean Franny, I mean all these channels. If you look at the list of channels and videos that I've exposed, it's been a lot of them. Not just Flat Earth, not just Mud Flood, not just Fake Soul Trap. Like, are you going to talk about me again and my big nose and my tiny hat and my bullshit theory that I push? What you consented to before your birth here? I know what you did. I mean, it's ridiculous. When you want to talk about one of the biggest claims with no evidence ever is somebody claiming, Bex, I know what you consented to before you were born here. How the fuck would he know? Where's his evidence? You want to make huge claims, show me some big evidence.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at you at the voice and
The nasally.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
it's
literally
funny
have to
because you know
pinch
what I
my
did?
nose. Literally have to pinch it to do that.
Literally.
If Kai's listening in, he's probably listening to this.
Yeah. Well, Kai definitely believed that when I said to you, jokingly said to you that, oh, we've been in cahoots all along. It was planned, right? Yeah, that's some people are running with that. At the very end of my last video, I shouldn't be confessing this, but people are used to me. And I played all this baby music. I played like Twinkle Twinkle and Old McDonald's, and I went and found all these. I had so much fun. It was so much fun. But at the very end of the video, I'm tipping my bit or tipping the end. I was listening to music. Most people sign off after, when you put the last of the music on at the very, very end. I sneak on at the end of the song, and I'm like, Paul Knight wears underoos. And then I ran, since it was all about panties and stuff. It's pretty funny. Like, it's worth, I know it's 2.5 hours and you don't like to listen to things.
TV, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
Paul
I
Knight.
did. I couldn't help it. I was like, fuck this shit, you guys. Yeah, you've helped me. I was so silly. I had so much fun. I used to think, if you understand where I was 6 months ago, screaming. I was.
How dare you? How dare you have fun?
Yeah, but 6 months ago, I was so virtuous. I thought I was virtuous, right? So I'd be screaming at people, don't you dare talk about, so-and-so's. If you knew, Benton has me spurging for 2.5 hours one time, and I'm screaming at everyone like, see, so-and-so don't scrape the wall with a coat hanger. Like, and again, I just don't need to bring all the names in for their own sake, but I was screaming at everyone to behave better, right? And I have, because and yet I was struggling. I was presenting these conspiracy theories about people's wrenches. I didn't understand the nature of how tricky this game was, and yet I was onto it. And naive to it. And I did very quickly see how all of this works. And, I have been, I like getting to that point where it's like, well, if everyone can talk about me, I can talk about people too, and not in the sense of the weaving of lies, although I may be mistaken, but that's why I like it. That's what I realize now, that coming over here and just poking fun at a different level than sowing lies is different, and the people out there that have hatred blinders on, they can't see it, right? So now they just think I'm all culted up over here. And yet, there are people like, I am someone who will, still go and, I was over at TVE's this morning, right? And, there was someone in the audience saying that they really enjoyed listening to us talk. And, that's sort of a faith-based room. And he asked what your conversation, what your channel's about. And I said, well, it's, about tearing down faith. More than that, but since we're in this room, then I'm going to admit, to someone else's audience that's what you're doing, right? And then there was someone asking me. Anyways, I wanted to say that to you too, just so that you don't think. Same thing I was saying over there. I don't play any games behind the scenes with anybody. I've made some really good girlfriends out here. But I don't have Telegram groups. I don't have Discord groups. I don't, even CBO hopped up, and I've never been on panel with him. I don't think he knew it was me up there. I've been on panel with him, but never conversed with him. And those guys have a beef with a Muslim content creator that I've followed for years. And, CBO is challenging me on that. And I just, telling me things that guy's stands for. And I was like, well, I've never seen that in him. And anyways, I'm not trying to talk about other people that you've mentioned here anyways, but I also just didn't want you, I want you to know that I'm trustworthy, like I'm not here playing games, but I am having fun and playing games. But I'm not here to play games with you or with anyone that is in any way, that has any.
But it isn't fun. Isn't laughter
It
itself
is.
malicious, and isn't it misogynistic and racist? I mean, we
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
laugh.
yeah,
Obviously,
yeah,
that's mean. If I'm laughing,
yeah.
it's got to be heresy.
I talked about
I'm
that in
killing
my live
Jesus
too.
as I'm laughing. I mean,
I'm like,
aren't I? I'm the
yeah.
devil, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. There's no belly laughter on down in that channel that really likes to like talk about us. Like it's basically like it's basically like a movie theater about us actually. Now, but anyways, the laughter is it's like I was like, you got to get some jiggle in that giggle. I was joking, at least having a belly, to jiggle a little bit, like you can feel the laughter, right? Like it's all stuck in the throat chakra of these people, like, which is if you're not even laughing from your diaphragm, like you're definitely fake laughing. Like you don't even know what laughter is if it's all up in the.
I was trying to give Shem the other night when I was on that other live stream on Old World Florida channel, I think it is. He was on there. I was trying to give him some belly laughs. I was doing my best. I mean, Shem
think
is
you did,
Jewish,
though,
and
right?
obviously, I'm somebody that, of course, that they say that I'm Demon Slayer says that because I have Vril in some of my videos that I'm part of the Vril Society. Apparently, I'm a German capital N word, according to the hymn. But if so, how come I like Shem, who is, admittedly of the Jays? I'll just say, I can hardly say anything on my channel. They can say whatever they want all over the internet, but you know what I'm saying? Like I even have some moderators that might even have some J blood in them, and well, I do. I mean, Seth is a Gingy J. I got 2 in 1 with Seth. I mean, he's not full 100% J, but he's full on Gingy. I think his hair looks pretty red to me from what I've seen in pictures. So, I mean, I am evil, but I'm kind of relaxed on the rules if I made him a moderator, unless he's just a token moderator, just to mess with evil, of course, that I'm messing with them by having a Gingy J moderator. I'm trying to, just like a token black, basically. I have to get a black moderator. I don't have a lot of black people that come over to my channel. I think Pamela might be one of the only ones left. I'm not sure if there's any others, but if there
Speaking of which, we were likened to Jada and Will Smith in the comments. We've been made a token black couple. So,
what?
We're in. We're in. We're in.
Oh, Will Smith is a cuck. I have a harem. I'm not like Will Smith.
I know. I
Have you
was just
seen
joking.
this? Have you seen this clip? Just I'll see if a clip will work as it should as we're We're chatting.
And I couldn't believe how this guy thinks he's so king cool and whatever. And he's got his little harem. Are you kidding me? I gotta have this next wives, man. You gonna want to have a fucking harem? Fuck that. What a goof.
He's all dressed up like a, I don't know, like a, I'd rather have a harem than his hat and cape.
He's a Doctor Who reject. He wishes he was hired for Doctor Who in the 70s, but he never got hired.
Oh, yeah, missing your claim to fame. Missing that claim to fame really hurts some people.
That one goes out to my harem. Now this guy, I'm not homophobic. Trust me, I'm not some people say the homophobic term. I don't have an irrational fear of gay people. I just want to say that I'm not afraid of this guy that's coming up. I'm gonna show you. I have no fear of this guy. He really doesn't frighten me or scare me. We'll put it that way.
Hey, this video is actually not addressed to the Sanity Machine itself, because it is just a machine. AI.
How dare you? How dare you just call me just a machine? How dare you, you organic wine drinker?
No, this is to anybody who's been caught in that web. If you've been smart enough to actually go look at the channels that this person...
Are you addressing my subscribers?
is talking about, those of us who are willing to address this person and say, hey, all right, fine. Accuse me of what you want to accuse me of, but let's sit down and have a talk about it. Let's sit down and discuss this mano a mano, man to man.
You're not a man.
Chuck E. Cheese.
He's got this smug look on his face like he's AI. He's AI. Talk
You're
man to
AI?
man. Well, yeah, I'm supposedly an AI. I've also made him lose his job, apparently. I know where this guy works. I don't know how. I don't know what restaurant he works at, but I've made him lose his
Probably
job.
Chuck E. Cheese.
He made a video saying, Steven, I think it was Steven that cost me my job. And it was probably a customer because you're probably a fucking loser, an asshole to customers as a server. So somebody probably complained to the restaurant and said, hey, this guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
And I'm
like,
not,
just give me
I'm
my
not
burger. I don't care what your pronouns are. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Exactly. Exactly. It's crazy. So here's his boyfriend. Take a look at that tree. Look at this. Take a look at this. Something. What the hell is he doing? What is he doing to that tree? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Just look at him. Just look at him. Look where he's grabbing. And look at that. Look at that happy tree. The Woody. And did that tree get off, or did he leave it with the blue balls? What the fuck?
That's hilarious. Is that near his tent now? Is that where this is the time spent now that one's not living at home?
Well,
Is that
that's one of the ones I
here?
made homeless. That's one of the
Of
ones
course.
I made homeless. But he
Jobless,
has a truck.
homeless.
He doesn't just have a tent. He has a truck. I think he sleeps in his truck. But his parents said either stop making threatening videos or they want him to move out of their mommy and daddy's house. That's what he said on video. And he said instead of choosing to shut his channel down, he chose to leave. So he made himself homeless. But he has $50,000 in crypto that he's shown screenshots on his community page last year. So why doesn't he just cash in and get an apartment or get somewhere to live instead of living with mommy and daddy? He's homeless by choice. I didn't make him homeless. That's his choice.
Well, I don't know if you were trying hard, and I know you don't try, you do. So, but I can honestly say that that I am not homeless, and I have been, we've had our beefs, and I still have my home. So that I see all these people out there seem to be blaming their homelessness on you. Um,
I
as
know,
one that can
but you
as one
see,
that can claim that that's not the case. I mean, and no ravens or crows were killed in the maintaining of my roof. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't have some. Yeah, the peace with the birds is maintained. Um, yeah, things are good. So my home is cleaner, and my health is better, actually. And I make a
you should
joke
be
every day
thanking
that
me. You should be thanking me.
yes, I
I
know,
mean,
I
I
know.
should get credit for the good that I do rather than just, I didn't make Bex homeless, but East Hastings in East Vancouver, I've made all of those people homeless. That's on me.
Mm-hmm.
Across
Well,
Canada,
yeah.
the people on Skid Row in California and places in Portland and Seattle and all over, that's my fault, people. I'm owning up to that. I've caused a massive spike in homelessness, not just with, the Green Wizard, Lion Sword, Derek. I call him Little D. He calls
But
himself Deeb, so I call him Little D. He's Little D. He's
I
got Little
think I
D
ripped on
energy.
that. I think I
He's got
ripped on
Little
that a
D
little bit
energy.
yesterday
But anyway,
and
the
called it.
homeless
There's
spike,
a whole bunch of little
that's on
D's.
me.
There's so many little D's out here. It's amazing. You know.
Yeah, but he uses that as his name, so I just couldn't resist. He calls himself D. So he is
Hmm.
a little guy. He's called himself a little guy. He's saying that he can grow to be 6 feet tall, and he's like 5'6" or something.
I tried that. I tried to mind over matter it. I just thought to see if I could, I told, see how powerful I was in this body. I thought, well, I'll try and be 5'6". I'm just under 5'5", but I was in my early 30s when I thought I'll try and be 5'6" by 35 and 5'8" by 40. And the growth
He
didn't
said by
occur.
next year, but he said by
Yeah.
next year he's
The
gonna
growth
grow.
didn't
He's gonna
yeah,
grow
the
to
growth
6
didn't
feet.
occur, but then I realized at 40 that I didn't actually want to be 5'8". Like I like being 5'5 3/4" or whatever I am. 5'4 and
Mhm.
3/4. That's what it is. That's how
Oh,
I'm not
five
even
four
5'5".
and 3/4.
5'4 and 3/4 I am. Well, I might be
Okay.
shorter now. But remember, I'm 6 feet wide. I'm 6 feet wide.
I'm
I
around
might
six
be eight
feet.
feet wide.
I'm right around Derek's Little D's dream height. I'm at his dream height, so he's envious of me. He hasn't grown any taller, but I've heard that his dick has grown shorter, like smaller. So I think it's reversing. He's fucked up, but let's.
Don't tell me how to do what I do. Don't tell me I'm getting angry and you don't like it.
Here come the demons. Here come the demons.
When you're shooting first, when I'm telling you to stay the fuck away from me and stay the fuck away from my friends, and then you sit there and you call me violent, you're damn right I am! You're damn fucking right! I'm very violent! You have no idea! And then
Psycho killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Fa 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 fa. Better run, 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 run away.
that isn't changing. Not
Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
That's funny. I think the
So that
trick
is
is too.
the. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that, just remind the audience, not necessarily the ones here in chat, because they already know, some demons show a level of passive aggression that wouldn't even look like these videos, right? So just to remind some people that might need to learn that, people laughing in their throat chakra, so funny, sowing lies and stuff are a more insidious version of demonic behavior, but still it's present. So, but yeah, he looked like he was trying a little too hard there too. I think he needs to dig a little deeper and really bring it out, right? Like, but
Well,
that's what
not all.
exercising. Go
I
ahead.
just
Please
think a
go ahead.
lot of people can see that somebody says they're not angry or not going to calm down are not violent, and then they say they are violent. Damn right I am. There's no consistency. So for people that pay attention, it's easy to spot a liar that's very inconsistent, like Little D. He's claimed many times that he's not violent, and then he says that he is violent. He claims that he's not angry, and then you see videos like that. They have no consistency. He could tell you one day his name's Derek, and the next day he could say his name is John. He's all over the place. So
He doesn't even
the
know
only-
his name?
he knows his name, but I'm using that as an example
Okay, sorry.
of things that it's like that. It's an analogy
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
all the other things that he talks about on his channel, one day he's saying one thing,
Yeah.
and sometimes in the same video, 20 minutes later, he's saying something that's the opposite. It's like, oh, I'm not violent. 20 minutes later, you're damn right I am. I'm violent and blah. It's just, he's all over the place.
Yes, I didn't mean to miss
No,
the analogy either. I just would be extra concerned if he actually had gotten to that point where like he's out there losing his mind,
almost
being like,
there.
"Am I
He's
John
almost
or am
there.
I Derek?"
He's almost there.
Right?
He's almost
Yeah.
there, though. It's almost there.
He might actually come out saying his name is John and blame it on you now.
He could. He's denied having a domestic violence charge, and meanwhile, if you do a background criminal check on him, it pops right up. So he lies about everything. Comes right up for him with that address. His parents' home's address, which I won't give out. I'm not doxing his parents. I know both of their names. I know his sister's name. I know their address. I have all the information in the world. All of their phone numbers, emails, you name it. Everything. It's not a threat. It's just a fact of what I already have. I've had that for 6 months. I haven't doxed him. So when they want to talk about integrity, if they had all of that on me, it'd be all over the internet. And whoever's honest here would have to be nodding their head saying, yes, they would for sure, because they're pieces of shit. That's the way they are. I could dox him and his whole family. I could dox Keith, the rebellious meat puppet. I have his name and everything on him as well. So they lied to you, Bex, and they lied to other people when they said that I dox people. I've had people make death threats against me. I still haven't doxed them. I could very easily, but I haven't. I can get people's information very easily, very easily.
New name. Do you want to hear the new name someone came up with for somebody? Coyote.
Coyote. I heard that their new video is in a bathtub or something, and it sounds like they're peeing.
Yeah, their new video was I think it's 6th or 7th channel now that's waging war on Bex. I apologize. I'll work hard at not bringing out Miss Becca. It's just a fun character I play, but also I got a little too into her. You know, you don't want to go full, like Tropic Thunder. You got to be careful about getting in too far into character. You might never come back. But yeah, it's I don't know if it was in the bathtub. There was a black screen video like I've done before when you go YouTube live without using your StreamYard. And that's the only one I've seen. And it was
I know what I wanted to ask you. This comment I just read in the chat room. Weird Wednesday said, "I'm sorry they made threats against you, Stephen." What was I was going to say, is there a line for you that you think somebody can cross if they make threats over YouTube and videos, if they literally, not just type in a text, but they literally go on video making threats of violence, saying they're going to do this, that? Would you say at that point they've taken it too far and gone beyond YouTube when they're trying to say they'll hunt you down in person and do something to you, which is what some of these creatures have done to me? There's people that cry for these demons and say, well, he went off YouTube and took it to real life. They actually initiated, in my view, because they made threats of doing something to me in real life. At that point, I can definitely take it beyond YouTube in response. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious how you see it.
Well, that might be where, since this is a heterosexual safe space, and we do talk about the differences between men and women, when it comes to especially that protection, that sense of protection, I would say that I might do something different than you would, right? Like, if those threats were against me, because I'm a lone woman and I may not, I may be putting myself in, anyone could be putting themselves in danger. It's not a gender thing when it comes to actually responding to that. So maybe that qualification wasn't necessary. But to answer your question, I mean, I would say that's subject to what what you would want to do. But yes, I do think that, I don't know I mean, aside from the fact that it might be coming from a homeless person who actually can't even afford a pen anymore because they used all their money on fancy Sharpies. I'm not saying that that's the person that made that allegation, or that threat, to come find you and do those things. So, if it's a credible threat, if the threat is credible, then yes, I think, yes, it would make sense that one might choose to, put themselves
So
in
you,
the face of someone before they put themselves in the face of you. Like, why not?
so what you're saying is whether a man or a woman, they have a right to self-defense and a right to react and
Yeah, and it's a
respond.
free world. It's a free world to even go and stand face to face with someone who thinks that they couldn't, right? Thinks they can say those things because they couldn't. Now, I don't see you as being the kind of person that would just show up like with any kind of object of violence in your hand and react to that person like what they'd said was true. I think you would be there to have a conversation first, even if it was a very assertive conversation, even if you were ready to, to put your dukes up or whatever the sense is. I'm being careful with violent language, of course, right? So I'm saying I don't think that you would show up instantly just to be like, you said this, and I'm going to delete you or anything. You'd be there to have a conversation, even if it was a very assertive one, even if that person was scared that you were there. I don't think your first action would be to, even if you wanted to give them a thump in the face, I don't think that would be your first action, right? Because now you'd be the one that would look like you were instigating it, right? I mean, in the
Yeah,
eyes of the law, right? So
I tend to be in a lot more control and calm than they are. I'm not sure if there's 30 people watching right now. I tend to be in control of myself and my emotions, behavior, where I wouldn't risk my life. I have more to lose than they do. These homeless bums that make it, it's not just Keith, there's multiple that do that. They blame everyone else for their situation. Uh, a grown man sees his life as his responsibility. They don't point the finger at everyone else in society, say it's their fault. If I don't
exactly.
have food in my fridge, it's my fault. I'm not pointing the finger at everyone else. I do have
Exactly.
food in my fridge, by the way. I'm just saying that that's the way I speak sometimes so people understand that their situation is their fault. For me, if I was in any type of situation like that, I wouldn't be blaming everyone else. I would take responsibility and problem solve and fix it as a grown man. Even if it meant driving somewhere warmer, doing this, doing that, getting a Coleman stove. If I was in their situation, there's many things I would do to improve my situation, get a job, save money, and get a place.
Exactly.
But there's people that are homeless that choose to be homeless. They don't want to improve their situation. Chances are, if you're
Well, and
homeless and you
especially on
look like a
YouTube.
bum and you stink like a bum, chances are you're not going to get a job at a big corporation getting paid $75 or $100 an hour. You might have to go to a Home Depot and get a job there. You might have to do a job that's, quote, beneath them, but they feel so entitled to these huge paying jobs. And, it's just incredible to me. It really is. I don't feel sorry for people that are homeless by choice or spending all their money on meth or whatever drugs they're using. Because that's what it sounds like a lot of times. It sounds like they're on something. Thank you, Raven. Raven said exactly, Stephen. That's the thing. If someone was homeless not by choice, and the situation were completely different, then I would feel sorry for them and sympathy for them. But if they're a homeless bum and they're an entitled asshole and they're going around making violent threats against people for years and basically stalking women and making them uncomfortable, trying to pressure married women to give their home phone numbers and their addresses and things when they're saying they're not comfortable, they don't want to give that, and then calling them a fucking bitch like Keith has done. I don't respect such creatures like that. So a lot of people on YouTube that are part of the quote truther community or the panel community never look into someone before defending them, and they never look into somebody before joining in with the mob and attacking. So I don't respect them, because that's a sign of not being intelligent, not being aware, and just jumping in and following the crowd. I don't respect that. I hope such people are never on a jury where somebody's life hangs in the balance.
Yeah. And then there can even be, I would say even in some cases, like people just have to really learn to have discernment. And I'm one to talk because I've been falsely reconciled with online. And I've learned that it's actually was always me going to their channel, right? And I'm painted out to be the one that's somehow sucking up. But it's happened multiple times with multiple people who've produced all sorts of content about me weaving lies, and that's why when you came to my channel to talk to me, and people have said, oh, be careful, be careful. I'm like, look, people, I have discernment, I have eyes to see for myself. And that action of your coming to my channel was a huge difference. Then, it's a huge difference, right? So if someone were to go back, someone tried to form an opinion of you based on the things you said about me, and they already are someone that thinks that people can't, that want to censor people, then, then there would be some people out there with a false impression of you based on that alone. So that's why I say, I'm me, it's sometimes I'm very long-winded, and I'm just making myself a fried egg sandwich here. So I apologize when you're so exhausted that I'm not completely as concise as I could be, but I'm just saying that it really comes down to discernment, and I happen to have communications with people that are on such opposite sides of the fence and so far from each other. They've had, I guess, meta battles for years. And it's something actually CBO brought up in conversation this morning with another content creator that I follow who's Muslim, who I've followed for years. And I just don't have that experience. I don't know what happened between them all. That's just not my experience. And yet I know that there's a huge tension between two content creators or two groups of people. And, but I have discernment, right? And I'm not going to not be friends with a Christian or a Muslim because they're Christian or Muslim. And I'm not going to not be friends with either one of those parties because they don't like each other. That's up to any of those people. Same now bring in a man who tosses out all of those faiths, right? I'm not going to not be your friend because you're not of faith, and that's what I appreciate, because I think I confuse people with my own desire. I covered it in my live yesterday, and I'm trying to get to a place here where there's something that you and I can talk about based on that too, because I do know that when you're not coming from a place of my belief system is right, and if you don't believe it, you're wrong, that there is way more open mindset to sit and talk when you already aren't at war with the world because of something you believe, and yet it looks to some people like, well, Stephen's at the war with everybody because of what he doesn't believe. And it's like, I don't think you've got it right,
Well, that's a lazy man's way of simplifying without even looking at what I do, which is what they want to do. And I've tried to use the analogy And honestly, this is part of why I do know I'm at a higher level than most on here. And I'll tell you why. When I use the analogy of saying it's like reading a book, I've read a book 3 times, Orwell's 1984, as an example. I've read hundreds of books, but that's one. All right? And then there's people on YouTube that want to argue against that book with me. They've never read the book once. They never even opened it up. How can you argue against it? You never looked into it. That's most of the people that you hang out with. I'm not faulting you personally. I'm just saying that seems to be most of the people. They don't seem to be willing to do the work to look at my videos, just like people arguing against a book that they've never bothered to read. So when they say that he seems to be this, he seems to be doing this, they don't even know what my views are. They just know that my views are not the same as theirs. That's about it. So they look like simpletons to me because they are simple. And they want to be lazy and simple and keep things lazy and simple. In terms of their faith, I've looked into it years ago, what they believe. They haven't looked into mine.
Yeah, you didn't just find some people on YouTube who believe something and then decide to go decide to go break down intellectually the flaws in
I'm
their
not
beliefs.
lazy and simple the way they are. They
Yeah.
demonstrate being lazy and simple. See, some people say, well, he's calling them lazy and simple. It's an insult. They're demonstrating that behavior. Prove me wrong if you can. I'm not saying you're here to defend them, but could you? Have they checked out my content? I don't think they have enough to come on and discuss it with me. They could lie to you and say, oh, yeah, I watched his videos. Come on here and talk to me about it then. Prove it. Show me that you looked into anything, because I don't buy it. I think the channels that you're generally on are a bunch of liars and they're lazy. They'll say that they watched my stuff. I don't believe it. There's people that come here all the time that are new that say, oh, yeah, I've watched your stuff. What's your favorite video of mine? What's it about? Well, I don't remember. Well, you're just a bullshitter. That's common on YouTube, Bex. It's common. That's the internet. People lie. I do think you came on the internet pretty naive. And I'm not being insulting. I can see that in you. I think you're stunned. There's so many people. There's a lot of liars in this realm, Bex.
Yeah.
A lot.
Well, and I
There's a lot
knew
that will
I
say,
did.
I've
Yeah.
seen Steven's videos.
Yeah.
They would tell you this in private, not in front of me. I know they would say,
Yeah.
I've seen his videos. Well, show it then.
Yeah, no, I definitely, and I appreciate that you can say that, because I've had a conversation with someone recently who was like, you're faking it. You never were. You've admitted your dad's a narcissist or psychopath and you're a chip off the old block. I think you're gaming people. I have learned to push back. And I learned very quickly. I did 5 weeks into having my channel of my own. I did reach a point where I understood,
it's not just pushback, though. It's questioning them early on and saying right away, I can tell this person's a bullshitter. I think you tend to go along with it for months. You don't have to. It's your choice. I mean, I can't tell you what to do, but
no,
if
I
you
know.
want to go along with people that are fake, I just tend to spot them right away. You know, this is a bullshitter, and
I
I just
did
don't
come
go
from a
along with
place where, like we talked about the other day, I was coming from a place where I did want, I see the best in people to a fault, to my detriment. I look for it.
How are you going to see the best in a demon or a liar? I know you want to, but how would you?
It's actually believing their lies, right? That's what you end up doing.
So it's really not
They're
seeing the
believing their
best in
lies.
them.
Exactly.
It's seeing something that isn't even there.
Mhm,
You're trying
mhm.
to make them into something they're not. You're trying to endow them with something. I don't mean sexually with their genitals. I mean, you're trying to endow them with something that isn't even
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing about projection, right? People are always saying, you can always see the projection when you're pointing a finger out at someone, 3 pointing back and saying
People
something about
oversimplify with
yourself.
that projection. Sorry for
Mhm.
interrupting, but people are always doing that on YouTube. That fucking loser earlier, what's his name? Tommy Truth Dodgers, I call him. Tommy Rogers, Truth Dodgers. He talks about projection and 3 fingers are pointing back. Maybe he projects. Maybe he's envious of my harem. Why would he even mention my harem in a video? See, I don't do that. I don't look at everyone else's life and say, well, they got a Ferrari, they got this. I don't know anyone with that stuff, but I just don't do that. That's what people do with me all the time on here. There's a lot of envious fucking people on here. There's a lot of people that project on here. They project because they're evil liars and they're lazy and they just assume everyone else is. I'm not lazy. That's one thing that nobody can call me is lazy. Because I've done more work for fucking decades digging into this stuff than they could ever come close to in 10 lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
Not just reading. And I can back it up. Most people that think, oh, I'm around somebody that sounds good on another channel. Look at the 1,200 plus fucking videos that I have on my channel. People can't even do the work of watching the content that I've made, much less doing the work of creating the content that I've made. They can't do it. They can view that as boasting or whatever they want. The fact is they can't do it. I don't think you hang around anybody that's watched much of my content. They have a lot to say about me, but they don't have much to say about my actual content that they can point to and talk about specifics because they haven't watched. What's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie?
Or one of them, yeah, sure. Can you name
In the
any?
Name of the Father is a movie I've seen the most with Daniel
Okay.
Day-Lewis and the bombings in England from the Irish.
Oh, I've never
Yeah,
seen
it's
it,
about
but
it's actually it's a movie that's based on the truth of based on an action of terrorism that was that allowed Britain to put a law in place that was much like the laws put in place in the States after the September 1st event way back when. So yeah, a bunch of kids were held in. There was a bombing in England, and it was blamed on the what are they called? But on an Irish group, and
IRA.
they ended up, yeah, the IRA, and they ended up interrogating some barely adults and getting false confessions out of them because the bombing was so bad. A law was put in place to allow people to be held for 72 hours or a week without question, right? And these kids ended up confessing, and their aunts and uncles and a lot of people were incarcerated based on it. And it's the story of trying to get that man out of jail. His story of his 20 years in jail and how he got out and how they cleared their names. It's a very powerful story. And actually it became one of my favorite movies because I have a friend who's quite neurodivergent, and she always watched it. When I moved out of town, whenever it was on, I would watch it. I mean, I've watched it so many times that I can hear the soundtrack of it and know what the next lines are.
That's awesome. So you do
But it
know it
is
very well. But
yeah.
my point is, I'll have to check that out sometime. In the Name of the Father, it sounds really interesting, in a movie that I probably would be interested in watching. Whereas I don't care for many modern Hollywood movies. I don't tend to watch a lot of movies anymore, and I don't own a TV and stuff like that. But if somebody came on your live stream and was chatting with you the way we're chatting one-on-one right now and started saying that movie sucks, and it would, if would you even question and say, have you watched it? And if they said no, wouldn't you think it's odd that they're saying the movie sucks without ever watching it?
Yes.
It's the same thing with my YouTube channel and my content. How
Mhm.
can you say it sucks or I'm wrong or stupid if you never looked into the actual content to know what's here? They didn't watch the movie. It's the same thing as they don't watch my videos. Do I expect someone to watch all 1,200 in a month? No, I don't. But I don't expect people to bash me without knowing what the fuck is here on my channel, because
Mhm.
that's willfully ignorant. Can you understand? I think you would with your movie, right? If it was your
Yep.
favorite movie that you know inside and out. That's why I speak in analogies, so it hits home with people. I use analogies and metaphors quite often. I posted here, Carmen said, I have, quote, faith in my own spirit. Stephen is helping to empower ourselves, helping them. And I am. A lot of people tell me that all the time. You wondered months ago if there's room for hope. My message is actually the most empowering of all. Not to rely on some fake false savior coming or someone else, or waiting around for another 1,000 years or 2,000 or 20,000 or 2 million. Self-empowerment is the overarching message that I have, in ways that I don't think anyone else has that, at least not to the extent that I do with my channel. For the people that really get it on my channel. Now, your friends, or maybe I can't classify them as friends, but the other panel channels that you go on would say, well, they're not empowered. They're just following. They're hypnotized by Stephen, his harem. All these women, that's what they would say. They would try to dupe you with that. And I would say that if you bought that, you'd have to be really naive. I mean, naive to the point of, I can't imagine being that naive going back to 2 or 3 years old when I was 2 or 3. It's not an insult again. I just think there are people wired differently. I'm not saying that you are, but to believe that all these people that understand my message are just hypnotized, and the people that never look into my message are right. It's completely naive. Completely. Would you say that Carmen and dozens of other people, women and men here, are hypnotized because they believe or they feel empowered, self-empowered, that they'd have to be in a cult and hypnotized? Because that's what all these other people are saying. You're basically saying that Carmen and others aren't adults. They don't have discernment in their own minds. They're just robots to me, right? If you bought the other view, maybe they're
But
intelligent
if you're AI, then wouldn't all your audience be robots?
Yeah,
Couldn't
but
it
you
all
can
be
talk
fake?
to them live and you can meet them in person.
I know, and I'm just being silly based on on what's
I
his
also
name.
posted the definition for faith, though, because you mentioned faith and that you're saying that I'm not someone of faith. Well, faith, a noun, complete trust or confidence in someone or something. Complete trust.
Yeah, I used that over on that particular
first
channel, knowing
definition.
that people would see it as
Oh, I'm not hammering you on that. I'm just
No,
speaking.
I know.
It just gave me a chance to speak
Well, and
about
that's
the
where
word faith and the meaning.
Yeah, I never was. I've always studied different faiths to try and understand what the frick is going on, in the same sense that you were. Like, never have I ever adopted a faith, right?
I was
Never
born
have I
into
ever
one. I was born
followed,
into a religious family.
and I
was
wasn't.
born
I
into
wasn't.
one.
Yeah. So I had no upbringing with that, but sought it out myself, and always walked away when I was like, "What the fuck?" Pardon my language. I was like, "What the heck?" These. It gets always was such a. There was so much it was authoritarian, and I thought, well, if I wanted authoritarianism, I would just hang out at home in my faithless family,
Yeah. Well, have you got to the point yet where, again, this isn't an insult, it's an honest question.
Yeah.
Where you realize that a lot of people in this realm want authoritarianism. They want that structure, hierarchy. They want to be sheep. They want leaders. They don't want to be a leader. They want leaders for themselves. They want decisions made for them. They don't want the pressure of having to run their own lives. A lot of people on welfare want that. They could work and they want that. It's easier. It's simpler for them. It's less work. It's less stress. Someone else is making all the decisions.
Yeah.
I don't want
That's
that.
what
Just
I've
to be
said.
clear, I don't want that. But people get confused. I want to be on my own. I'm independent. I'm individual. I'm not a collectivist. I don't believe in authorities, and I don't have to have faith. Faith requires its belief without evidence. I require
But wouldn't you
evidence.
say, if anything, you have faith in yourself? You have faith in yourself, and that should be enough?
But I have evidence of my competency.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, which doesn't need faith.
I have a track record. I have a track record.
You
so of knowing I can
yourself.
do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I
point.
can do this. I don't need faith that I can go draw something or paint something. Mix
But
up some
wouldn't you
paint right
say
now
then, with
and do
the
it.
trapping the demons in the hell realm, wouldn't you say that that's the inch of faith that you have, because you're so competent, and that in that instant, in that moment, that's where faith comes in, faith in yourself, because you're so competent, and that's that bit of faith.
I know I can do it. That's what I would say.
I
I would
know.
say it's knowing rather
So
than
you'd say
belief.
even then it's a knowing. I get that.
Knowing
I
is
get that,
different than belief.
that's because I truly believe that I get that, because I do think that that's one of the reasons I watched your channel for so long. And I do have a handful of friends that have watched your channel for a long time. Like I said, 2 of them came out of the initial channel that we left. And we have watched longer than I ever joined panels and started being public in front of people. Like I said, I skipped a few months when I was streaming like you've been, where I was on my own channel having conversations with people. But even then, I was not at all like you've been, because I didn't have a message. I just wanted to get away from all the loops everyone was in, right? So, but then the loops come to you and a new loop forms, and suddenly you're sucked into some sort of trauma, which is why, I've never left my content up, because I wasn't doing anything, right? But on that same note, for all the times I alchemized it and had good philosophizing from it, like that's all trauma. Like it literally is trauma. Sorry, literally. It is literally was traumatizing to me. So if that I may not have it, or that I may not share it, or that I may not ever even go back and listen to it, even though there was great, I have a beautiful mind. I alchemize pain with humor. I philosophize. I think outside the box, but those are all ideas. Those are in my mind, right? Like I don't need the first time I ever said it based on somebody doing something to me on my channel and how I chose to share that. It's all irrelevant. I could speak about it again, right? People need to hear things repeated. That's why not all loops are bad. That's why your channel can have 1,200 videos on it and have an audience that wants to listen to it again, hear it again. Right? Even if they don't need to.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people told me they've watched certain videos 2-3 times over. That's common on my channel. And then there's people from the panel channels that won't even watch 3 of my videos. They'll talk about me. See, they misunderstand when I say that too. They think, see, he just is trying to get us to watch his videos. I don't give a shit if they ever do. They miss the point. Don't try to argue against my model if you haven't looked into it. I wouldn't put up with someone arguing a movie that I've watched and know almost every line. They never watched the movie. I don't think you would either. If you were on your channel, I'd think you were foolish. Just like if somebody was arguing about your whole channel, and if you said, do you watch my videos or my lives? If they said no, they've never watched, it's all just hearing about you. It's hearsay.
Yeah.
Would you respect them? How could you respect them? Could you? I mean, could you?
No.
If they said you're a fucking idiot and Bex is an idiot, and if you said, do you even watch my lives? What's my channel about? If they couldn't tell you and said, well, I really don't watch anything there. That's what I'm trying to get across. The channels you hang out with bash me quite often.
Well,
they don't know anything
this is where
about
I'd like to say it. As far as hanging out, most channels out,
go on there.
Yeah, but most, hanging out sort of implies like a regular, you're a regular, you've always been there. I'd say most channels I've been on under 10 times and many under 5. But as a group, as a whole collective of channels, I have been engaging in a group and and crossover audience that is a group that I'm hanging out with. But I've always been on my channel.
I didn't mean it as an insult, but yeah,
no, I'm not insulted. I was just more clarifying for the audience, the sort of dynamic.
Yeah, that's a good correction. I didn't mean hanging out, but I have been up all night.
But I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. And took no offense at all.
On channels I really don't go to is what I kind of meant. It's the channels I haven't looked at anything on TBE's Toilet Bowl's channel. I probably since the video that I saw with him, it wasn't a live stream, it was a video with me in a black sorcerer's hat, which I think was his best video on his channel ever. But after that, I don't think I've seen anything, but I did see some videos before then, and I thought to that point, yeah, that's your best video. I think I even commented saying that's his best video. But hey, Steven, you should panel more. Panel more where? Here? I always post a link for people to come up and talk to me here. I've done live streams here for a 12-hour stream months ago, and it was all Q&A. People were free to fire away questions. I answered people's questions for 12 hours. There are channels on YouTube that calls themselves, quote, truth channels They haven't done a live stream and answered any questions live on the fly in 14 years. People don't even think of that stuff. Like, there's people they have a blockage. I don't think it's just IQ. They have a real blockage, because that's obvious to me. Oh, they can't answer questions then. People have been asking them for years to do a live stream, just one, and they won't do it because they'd have to answer questions on the fly. Otherwise, it would look so
I think
obvious
it's
where no
emotional
questions.
maturity. It's emotional
No, I
maturity.
think
I
it's
was not a,
I think it's hiding in cowardice. I think I see it totally different, where they can't answer
yeah,
the questions. Matt McKinley would look. There'd be all kinds of questions about his past asked, and he can't answer because he would ruin his channel.
yeah.
See, you take it as benefit of the doubt. You're kind of giving, oh, it's probably this. I'm looking at, like, quantum of conscious live stream will never happen, because
Yeah.
there'd be, whether it be me or someone else saying to him, Bex, they would be saying to Matt, hey, Matt, are you really from the McKinley, President William McKinley bloodline? You're
Yeah.
descendant of a president? All U.S. presidents have a royal bloodline. Hey, Matt, did you work for a big insurance company? What was the kind of insurance that you sold? Was it kidnapping and hostage insurance? That's kind of unusual. You didn't sell home insurance or life insurance or car insurance. Hey, Matt, was your ex-girlfriend Pam? Is she a big executive for Pfizer in Pennsylvania? There'd be a lot of hey, Matt questions like that, not just for me. So he can't do it. That's the thing. He bans and erases people that ask him questions in his comments, and they're gone from his channel just for asking legitimate questions.
Yeah.
I think at a certain point, Bex, you're going to come to the realize there's a lot of shady characters running YouTube
I actually
channels.
conveniently
It's
for
not
me,
paranoia for me.
yeah, no, conveniently for me, even before we reconciled, there's a lot of people out there that I'd seen these false reconciliations, these narratives sown, this understanding that they want to play a game with me. And I decided at bare minimum, I don't engage, I don't watch the content, I don't watch them restream me. And at bare minimum, I was not going to go anywhere where they could come up and start talking to me on a panel like they would never talk to anyone else. They fly up, they start yelling at me, they start saying, there's been people so much that say I'm at peace with everyone, but not Bex. And the whole group is like, yeah, and it's so strange.
Why
It's
would you
so
want to
strange
talk
to
to
see this
someone
kind
that's
of
yelling at you,
behavior.
though? But why do you
Yeah,
want to do
exactly.
that? Like, I don't do that.
And yet if you jump off as someone starts to talk to you, the whole group is like, oh, she rage quit. It's like, I have resisted and tried to dialogue. I've reconciled. I've tried to put my best foot forward, and they have no best foot to put forward. There's no best foot. So conveniently for me, there's many, and I don't tell a host what to do with their channel, right? I would never be like, oh, I'll be there, but these people can't be there, and blah, 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 right? I could say to some close friends, if I'm on I have said to some close friends who don't do panel channels, but occasionally hold information panels about something they're very passionate about, I've said, if I'm on stage and these people come up, just backstage me before you bring them up. That's all I ask, and I'll decide to leave, right? Because I know half the time these people are jumping up to engage with me, to get a response out of me, to garner subs, to create conflict, to laugh at me, to impress their friends, to make content about me. And I have engaged long enough in it. I even embraced it at one point and created this Miss Becca, which was just absolutely absurd. But what they don't understand is that I do like to perform. I could have been a thespian. I could have, I could do all sorts of things on real stage in real life. And that's what a lot of this stuff is. It ends up all that drama panel is a stage. Everyone is performing. So I just amped up a character, but that actually is socially, emotionally, and spiritually retarding for me. I don't need, if I want to go act, I go to stand-up comedy. If I want to go be on a stage, I'll go sign up to be a part of a play. All of that stuff is still going on,
Well,
right?
If I want to hear drama and yelling and talking over, I just go on panel channels. That's why I'm usually not there. To Jimbo in the chat room asking why I don't go over panel more on these channels. If I want a headache and I don't want, if I want intelligent conversation, I start a live stream on my channel. I don't know if you can notice. You shouldn't have to be a genius to notice the difference in the chat room here and the conversations on my channel and other channels. I tried to tell Bex the difference months ago, and it wasn't me being an asshole. It's me saying, take note of the difference. It's pretty striking, pretty clear to see. Not just with what I saw over there. Everyone was attacking me months ago before our blow up. On your channel when I was a guest on your channel. I was treated as a guest like I was a piece of shit by I would say 8 or 9 out of 10 people in the chat on your channel.
Well, and those are the kind of characters that like to stir up stuff from chat no matter where they are, because that's the dynamic that they've learned. Yeah.
But that's
and I
what
know.
they're drawn to.
Yeah.
Are they here?
And that
is my point.
Exactly.
Are they here?
No, but you've seen me realize that as well, right? So, and
Yeah,
I
but
think
I was
you'll really
trying
like
to
it. But
tell you that,
I'm like,
explain it months ago.
Yeah, I know.
Months ago.
But sometimes
Last
it's
year,
experience. Sometimes it's experiential and also probably a byproduct of feminism, right?
I also tried to tell you the reason for it.
Yeah.
Why I have quality. And this was, I don't know whether you took it as an insult back then, but your audience sure did. And then I started calling your audience shit because I was like, they're slinging shit at me. Of course, eventually I'm going to sling some back at them. Fuck them. That's why I started saying you got a lot of shitheads here, a lot of shitty people because they treat a guest like this. You don't see that here.
Yeah. I would say, and I'm not here to plug anything, okay?
No, I know, but you can see the chat, right?
Yeah.
Is my audience yelling shit at you? She's a piece of shit. You don't see that here. That's what I saw there as a guest. So if you want quality guests, you can't have that there.
Yeah.
Or it will always be like that.
Yeah.
I know my channel can stay like this forever. And you might be thinking, I don't know if it's you or others might be thinking, well, Steven, surely yours could degrade in quality if shitty people come. We don't keep them. We just throw them in
that's the
trash.
thing is the shitty people keep watching. They'll keep watching whether they can comment or not. Right?
Great.
Yeah. Exactly.
Great. They don't get a voice anymore if they act like shit. They can still watch, but they can't ruin the chat experience for everyone in the chat room here. I don't want it ruined for my audience. I don't want the chat full of shit for Marcella and Wendy and Carmen and the others here to deal with, the regulars here, not just mods, but whoever else is here, Izzy, Uni, Bobby, whoever's still here. I don't want it ruined for everyone because trash, that's what trash does. They want to ruin the experience for everyone else. And that's what happens. And to use an analogy, I don't know your favorite place. It's an analogy. If you had a favorite spot to get coffee or a restaurant, and if it were just great, and then trash just kept going in and yelling and wrecking things and ruining the experience, it wouldn't be as good anymore if it got overwhelmed with trash. It's the same thing with a chat room. I've done this before. I had a YouTube channel. I had bulletin boards that I ran way back. I didn't allow it to be shit. I wanted quality as a teenager. That was my motivation. That was the way I ran things. I didn't want just quantity. I didn't just want the most messages on message boards. I didn't want to let shit take over.
Yeah, why throw pearls in front of swine, right?
Why go on a chat? Why go on as a guest on a channel if you're just going to be attacked as the guest?
Well, and then with enough time, I started seeing that I'm very intelligent and I'm willing to show emotion, which I have learned actually. It helped me. Showing some emotion online has really helped me alchemize things that were repressed, right? So people could say, oh, well, you were just upset this morning at something. Yeah. And as soon as I performed it, by the end of the day, I was done, right? It's over. I've flipped a switch. So people see me as being indecisive when in fact, I had a lot of suppressed, I had suppressed a lot of things and isolated myself in my own life thinking I'd healed by just staying away from assholes, right? But clearly I hadn't because I'd actually just suppressed it. And now I am becoming more savvy. And through conversations like this and through I really respect you, Stephen, and I did respect you even before before I did allow that the last 2 times you were at my channel be so juxtaposed against one another. I was trying to send a message to these people that that ended up using you, and that was not my intention, but I think you'll see that again, I'm not trying to plug this live I did, but I you've gotten me and you've helped me get to this place of I am very funny. I like to be funny. I like to perform. I'm not out here I'm not out here with a message, right? Although I do have a message of me, of who I am, of what I understand, and I am willing to
I know, but I just
learn
don't
and
know
show
if you're
people what I'm
missing the
learning.
point. I know you like to perform and you have a good sense of humor, but are you going to continue to have people on as good quality, intelligent guests on a routine basis if you want to have good conversations?
Well, that's
If
where I think conveniently.
attacked by the audience,
Yeah, but I
I
think
would
convenient. Yeah.
that. Why would I? Look,
Yeah.
I don't go
No.
on other channels. I just if you want quality
Well,
guests, that's what
yeah.
I'm getting at. I don't know what you want on your channel, but
Well, that's where I would say from here on in, if people, and I think they already know, but considering what happened the last time, not the last time you were on my channel, but the time before, with Kai, with Franny, we gave them a lot of time. I gave them a lot of time, and now it's being painted out like somehow I exploited them. That's ridiculous, right? If people want to address you, they can come here and address you. You have your own link. I'm in no way creating a safe space on my channel where people can come talk to you when you're there, where they wouldn't come talk to you on your own channel when you're here. That's ridiculous, right? That's not that,
and
and
I
in
told
addition
you,
to
I
that,
told you on there too. They can be banned here and click the link for StreamYard. And Mushroom
Exactly.
Coyote is quite capable of doing live streams. So's Franny. They've done multiple.
Exactly.
They can click that link and come and talk to me the way you are, one-on-one, right here on my show. I know they won't do it. They make excuses. It's because they're afraid of talking to me one-on-one. That's the reason.
Well, yeah, and that's where I would say that so that aside, so that scenario won't happen again. That being said, anyone else who wants to confront you who's never been here to your channel, we've already seen how that worked with Smith. And he has been here to talk to you, right? So my point is I think conveniently, our online engagement, our relationship, we're relating here, actually is a perfect filter. Most people aren't going to come. They wouldn't come whether you were there or not there. So
I want to say I know. I want to say this too, though. There's also a difference between my show and my chat room. Obviously, everyone in my chat that's a regular here doesn't need this explained at all. But there is a huge difference between my chat room and London's chat room. For example,
yes,
the way his guests attacked me as well, Gigi and others. It wasn't the only one. I think every mod over there was attacking me the times that I was a guest over there in the chat. So I noticed that later on. I was focused during the show. He plays stupid music that's really distracting and annoying and rude when he has guests on. There's a certain level of respect and decorum and treatment that you have to show a guest if you want quality conversations and quality guests and a quality chat room. All I'm saying is all I'm saying is the proof's in the pudding. And I don't give advice for no reason. I give good advice to people.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. I could see it on my channel right now. You could come on tomorrow night, or you could just watch. You don't have to come on as a guest. You could just watch and say, you know what? There's consistency. Steven's channel, the chat room is good time after time after time. And it's no big universal mystery. He's told me why it's quality. He's explained it. He hasn't just said he's got a group of good people. He's explained how he does it. I've given away my secret for that. Do I think most people will follow my model and how to run a channel and have quality? I don't think so. I think they love the shit. They love the drama. They love the Springer Show atmosphere. They love it. Whether it's London, Flow State, all that kind of stuff. There's fighting, slander. They attack the guests as soon as you hop on. They say come on. Then there's a whole bunch of people attacking. It's just a Springer Show. I can't respect the intelligence of that. I cringe every time that you call Flow State intelligent. I got to be honest, I do, and it's not out of any jealousy or envy. He was up here, he couldn't even answer any questions. He dodged. He's just like he's not even intellectually honest. He's not even intellectual. He's not in my league at all. And people in my chat were not mean,
It's
but they were
true.
saying answer the question. Answer the question. He couldn't do it.
Logic, being logical is not necessarily intelligent. It's an
I can
aspect of
do a live
intelligence.
stream for 12 hours and people can ask questions. I don't dodge any question after question all night long. Difficult questions about the nature of fucking reality. He couldn't even answer simple questions on Years a Guest.
Yeah.
There you go. About Cecil and about his channel and about what he supports and do you support PDFs, we'll call it. He couldn't answer these. He was dodging all kinds of questions. All kinds of questions. And then he complains, oh, I was banned over there. Well, yeah, you were. With good reason.
Yeah.
Look at my chat room again. Instead of going by emotion, though, anytime you want to go by emotion, say to yourself, wait, Flow State was banned, but Steven's chat isn't full of trash. He didn't just ban one guy named Flow State or one guy named London or one guy named... Oh, he keeps all the trash out. Now I get it. Now it makes sense. That's not just to Bex, it's to anyone that doesn't understand. I get rid of all the trash. It's not out of bias. None of it stays here. None of it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I need trash as much as a rich person needs to eat out of the trash can after leaving a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I don't need to go dig in the trash.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. See, I think you get emotional just banning people. I play a fucking La Cucaracha song celebrating when I kick them out. I'm not crying and all upset about it. So we are very different. Not just you and I, but others as well. They get attached to trashy people that just attack your guests, and the guests aren't blind. They can see the chat room just saying stupid shit. And a lot of times it's from strangers or people that they were just banned and they're crybabies after being banned.
Well, and
I don't
that's
cry
where I
when
would
I get banned from a channel. I might be banned from 100 or 200 channels. I don't know. I don't even keep track, but it's a lot. Might be 50.
Yeah, there's
Who
a form
cares?
of grooming. There was a form of grooming that allowed me to get to that point. If I'd started a channel and not gone on other panels, I wouldn't have put up with that shit. But I was in other panels where reacting to the chat and being encouraged, just learn not to react. I don't censor chat. Then it gets to a point where it's like the chat, where there's lots of places people don't realize that, for 6 months, I can't even engage in a chat in a room where something intellectual might be going on before the drama. And if I say something that anyone else would say, people take what I say with emotion and say I'm bullying just by saying something smart. It's like the hypocrisy is insane. I think people have so that's why I only engaged on a playful fashion, because there seems to be this like anti-Bex. This it's insane. I actually one time was in a channel where a woman asked someone, "Are there any historical Muslims that women in Muslim history that are pivotal figures in your religion?" And I went online because the TMO was giving the presentation and he wasn't answering questions at the time. So I went online and grabbed some names and put them in the chat. I said, "Here's 5 that I found." I Googled it. And the lady says to me, "Well, I'm friends with so-and-so, Bex." And I was like, "Well, so?" And she was like, "Well, and you could tell she was doing this toxic tribalism thing." And I'm just like, "Yeah, and I'm just answering your question because he's busy." Right. It's just like they're so worried about socialization. So I was I'd say out of loneliness and isolation, I would say it's sort of a group think grooming process, whether they know it or not. And meanwhile, I was the one 6 months ago that was telling people, "Why are you behaving like this? Why are you talking to people like this? Like, how could you?" There was someone, it was Snap Who Snaps, that was calling out a woman who'd had an abortion. And he was talking about, he said such vulgar things about this dead body, this you know, the physicality of this. He said such vulgar things that I screamed at him. I said, how can you claim that you care about what this woman did when you're saying these things about it just was, you can't, it was just such a, I was so, I couldn't
I'm
believe, but it
shocked. He
was all
said
for
something
drama,
vulgar?
you know? So,
Bex, I see him as vulgar, not just that one-time incident.
yeah.
Other people see him as vulgar too. I mean, you keep him around, he's still around. Like, that's what I don't get. I can just simplify it to this. If you keep trash around, keep cockroaches around, it's always going to be that way.
Well, you'll see that there was a whole, yeah, I mean, you won't see because you don't watch, but that last engagement on our channel, on my channel, in when we had a conversation, and well, we weren't having a conversation, but people were coming up, Tarek and Snafu Snaps. It was used as an illustration. Snafu Snaps isn't welcome in most places at all right now, and I would say as a in the panel community, there's a lot of people that were pushing for that. But that being said, a lot of the people pushing for that are just less vulgar and behaving the same way.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I'm also
So
no dummy though, Bex. In the quote panel channel community, people are banned one day and they're back the next day or the next week
yeah.
for the most part. I'm not like that
Yeah.
here. Do you notice the difference again? I mean,
Yeah, I
I'm
do.
trying to
I do.
really highlight the difference here.
Well, and I
My channel
appreciate it.
won't be good. Well, my chat room for my lives won't be good one week and shit the next week. It's very consistent because I don't keep trash
Yeah.
and I don't keep bringing them back. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm showing you the model for my
No,
success,
no.
where you can
Yeah.
see anytime you want to come in here, anybody can come over here. If they're good, they last. If they're a piece of shit, they don't. Trash doesn't last. I don't even have to tell my moderators, hey, get rid of them. They know what to do. They can spot trash.
Mhm.
You understand?
And I think, yes, I think Jimbo Khan saying, I don't think so, Bex, about the grooming. I don't think anyone intentionally groomed me into any situation. It's a natural byproduct of justifying bad behavior from one another. So I think if that's what he's responding to, I'm not saying any. Now I would say there's some producers, directors out there that are there are lots of people out here in groups playing games, like Denise Mata point out. Some of them are serious games, some of them are wannabe, some of them are just bored and mean people, you know, daemons. They're daemons. In fact, I probably came from listening to your channel a lot, but I came out here in Spanish one time and I blocked 200 people. And I spoke really bad Spanish. I hadn't said anything in 30 years that was like beyond just answering questions politely in public when I met someone who spoke Spanish. And my Spanish was, you know, really bad at the time, but I came out and called them all demons. I called them all demons, you know, and that's when content was made about me. Like I was like I didn't watch
Yeah.
it. You know, so I
Again,
am,
but
you
those
know,
are those
yeah.
words though. They're probably all unblocked now and able to go on.
Well, you know, again, we'll see over time, right? We'll see over time what I've learned,
See,
right?
that's the thing, like
The
that.
only, yeah,
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 those are
yeah. But I
words. The
am
behavior
learning,
is
you know. I
they could,
appreciate, yeah, I
you know.
appreciate you in your exhausted state, or you know, in a place where you've
I'm
been up
just
for so
trying to
long.
get through to what
Yeah,
I tried it months ago already. I'm
I
not
know.
trying to get you to do anything that I want. I'm just showing you how I
No, I
did what
know,
I do.
I know, and I appreciate it, right? To
See,
the
the
haters
difference
out
is I
there,
don't rage on my channel about haters. I don't get emotional. I don't yell at them. I don't go on for hours yelling. I just get rid of them. That's why I
yeah,
don't have hundreds
yeah,
and hundreds of trash in the chat room that you can scroll through right now and say, oh, there's no trash here tonight. It's like that here every night or morning or whatever time I have a live stream. It's
yeah.
pretty much like this. Whoever comes in, and if somebody comes in and starts posting a page full of spamming and saying stupid shit and being rude and attacking me or a guest or
Yeah.
bullying others in the chat, they get timed out. If
Yeah.
they continue, they usually get one timeout, sometimes two, depending on, sometimes one if it's been multiple weeks. It varies though, but they get
Mhm.
banned, and then the song plays. They get La Cucaracha, they get sent out,
Mhm.
and we just move on. We
How
don't
do you
make it
play
in the
that
drama
without?
like we don't make it
Do
like
they
the
give you
panel
any?
channel.
Do they give you any copyright for that, or is it just a short enough clip that's fine to play?
I don't think that song or that version is copyright. I've played it
Oh.
so many times.
Yeah, I know. I'm not as familiar. I'm not familiar with how that works. So I go to places and just get music.
No, but if it were copyright, they would pause my stream. They've done
Yeah.
that with other copyright stuff I've shown on videos. On my stream, they pause it. During the live stream, people say what's going on in the chat because the live stream is put on pause. I get a notice. Oh, I'm getting beeps. I'm not sure what that was, but
That might have
yeah,
been
they
mine.
will.
My alarm was set. I dismissed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it probably was you, but I heard it in the headphones. I didn't know what it was, but yeah, that's what they do. YouTube will send an email saying as soon as you stop trying to play that copyright content, your live will be resumed. They don't give you a strike. So you don't have to worry about trying something that it might potentially, because you don't always know. It doesn't say copyright anywhere.
Yeah.
For a lot of things, you have to try it. I'm willing to try it. If it's copyright, YouTube will pause the live stream. They don't shut it down. It's annoying and it gives people a shock thinking the stream's down sometimes in the chat. But they'll say, hey, the stream's down or it's paused. Then I know what it is. It's what I'm playing. So I stop playing that and switch it, start playing something else that I know for sure is just a YouTube channel or something. And then they'll start coming back in like 10, 20 seconds or something. It's no big deal. But that particular video is definitely not copyright because I played that dozens of times already. There's been dozens of people that have heard that song for sure.
Yeah.
There were certain streams that played 3-4 times in one live stream for different people. See, what I'm trying to get this across really, it is different. Snafu will try to convince you that I'm the N word and not N-A, not N-I.
Yeah,
but
the 4-letter N word, not the 6-letter N
four-letter
word.
N word. So
Yeah.
he will try to convince you of that, but I run my channel my way.
Yeah.
And I do it for a reason. I
know.
for a reason.
And I had
It's no big deal for me to block people. I know it's different in the panel verse or whatever, but they treat it different. But there's a difference in the quality between them and mine. All of them, as far as I'm concerned. You could go to Flow State, Barbie Sasquatch. You could go to Toilet Bowl. I mean, there's trashier ones. I'm sure. I don't know what the trashiest ones are. I don't know what they are, but I've seen many that it was just yelling over each other and just just garbage, degenerate garbage, and fighting and just stupidity. And you could watch for an hour, 2 hours straight, and there wasn't an intelligent conversation or a point to be made or heard. There was just nothing. Nothing of value. I don't even watch television. I don't even own a TV. I don't want to watch Springer shows. For the people that don't quite get it yet, what reason would I have to hang out watching these panel channels? I get so much more other places by not watching them. They say that they want to learn or all this stuff. Or I don't care. Like what they discuss is just such low level basic shit. That's what it looks like to me. I could find a bunch of homeless drug addicts and hear them talking, and it's pretty much it's very close to that. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
They think they're high level. They really aren't. They can't even run an intelligent chat room. They can't even do that. Can't even manage that.
Now you're reminding me, I appreciate this repetition. It's not falling on deaf ears, and you'll see. And not because you're telling me what to do. That's
I know
what
the way
other
they'll
people
spin
will
it.
see.
No, I'm not telling you
I
what to do.
know.
You run your
I
own
know.
channel. I'm
Yeah.
saying how I do
I
things
know.
my way
Yep.
here. And
I
I
know.
say all I'm doing is noticing the difference. If you allowed 3 cockroaches into your place and you said, oh, it's not that bad, it's only 3. How long before those 3 are going to be 50 or 500? Or the place is just infested, right? That's how I look at my channel. If I allow
You're
2 or
reminding
3,
me
I know
of
what's going to happen.
and that's what I was going to say, that like I said, I appreciate the repetition. It's not falling on deaf ears. You're reminding me of being in high school, not you, but reminding me of the idea of high school, where I was like, every year for the first 3 to 6 months, I was like, are we freaking learning this again for real? Like, does anyone in the room not realize that we did the same history? Like, I could understand math review after a summer off. I can have patience with that because I was always, that's just an easy class for me. I was never really learning anything anyway. I was already understood it, right? So in history was a good example because I'd be like, every year that should evolve. Why do we need to cover like the Louis Riel Rebellion again? Oh my God, we learned this last year, right? So, but as you're repeating this to me, I understand for the masses, they need that repetition. They see it as indoctrination. And even if there is a level indoctrination to it, those people need the repetition. There's a reason some information loops, right? Because actually it doesn't sink in. They can't learn it otherwise, right? And that's why I struggled with school so much was I just hated being there because I was like, every year it seemed the further you get, the more repetition there was, especially up to grade 10 until you could start taking your own choices. But even then, human anatomy and physiology. Each year, you got to spend 6 months reviewing before you get to the new information. What are we? A bunch of slow people?
That's high school,
you know?
but that's a panel channel community
Yeah.
as well. They keep
Yeah.
doing the same thing over and
That's
over
why
again,
I drew the analogy.
expecting
Yeah.
a different result.
Yeah.
Expecting a
Yeah.
different result.
And
They
it's
expect quality
distracting.
out of
It's all
having.
all it is a false flag. If and that's what I would say as I realized what was going on in terms of the information set being sold to me on YouTube in general, be it not milk, be it whatever, that's why it was easy for me when you started criticizing these. That's when when I saw your content and I realized, hey, I've got these loyalties. I'm not even watching their content and I'm still subscribed because I think they're a part of my path. All these channels I had stopped watching 3 or 4 years ago. And then I ended up, finding this panel stuff, and it's all just a distraction from reality in general, because basically people got lied to on YouTube, just like they got lied to on the TVs, right? Media is media. That's the goddess of illusion,
Yeah, but I think you're kind of going way off track from my point. I can put it
Okay,
another way
sorry.
for you. I can put it
Please
another
do.
way. If you ran a radio talk show or a TV talk show, and I don't mean an Oprah show, I mean the old style talk shows way back on TV where they had real long, in-depth, quality conversations. If you've ever watched black and white old talk show TV where they might have one guest on, have a real deep conversation that they never have these days. Would you want the audience to ruin it by heckling and yelling out stupid shit and hating the guests without even knowing who they are and based on hearsay? Eventually, you won't get any quality guests and quality conversations because the quality people will avoid you and you'll be left with the cockroaches. It's the same thing on YouTube. That's what I'm getting at. So you should, at this point, you should know me but well enough that I shouldn't even have to say it's the same thing on YouTube. That's the reason I give
No, I
these
do.
analogies. That's what I'm drawing the comparison to.
Yeah.
So if you're if you expect to continue to have quality guests, I don't think it will continue on your channel. Eventually, I will just say, if you want to talk to me and have a good conversation, yeah, you can hop on when I'm on my live stream next, but I don't want to go over there anymore because I don't want to deal with your audience. What's the point? I'm an intelligent person that has quality conversations. That's what I enjoy. I don't want yelling. I don't want people coming up. That's what I want. If I wanted the panel channels like Jimbo says you should go on all these, why would I, Jimbo? I don't jump into sewers either for fun. I'd rather go into the ocean or a swimming pool than jump in a sewer. I have the option to go somewhere that's better. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can afford a fine dining restaurant. I'm not going to eat out of a trash can. My audience gets this stuff. I don't have to say each time because it's the same on YouTube. They understand. That's what I'm getting at. So here we go. A lot of humor gets lost in. I don't view their attacks as humor, though, Jimbo. It's outright attacks. It's not humorous. It's just people being trashy, rude, attacking the guest. Where you don't see people attacking Bex. If I had Wendy on earlier, you didn't see people attacking Wendy. I could have someone that isn't a moderator on again. I could have Puddles on. Never had Puddles on, but I know I could have Puddles on, and my whole audience wouldn't be slinging insults and shit and saying insulting things about Puddles or towards Puddles.
Well, yeah, and
I already know.
yeah.
It's no guess, but I know what
When I was
happens on your channel. I've seen it.
Yeah.
You know, the difference.
When
It's
I
night
was a
and day.
guest here, I didn't behave that way in the chat. I wouldn't have done that. I also, I'm the only one who's joked about the ribbing I received from you here. No one in the audience has even engaged when I've joked and called myself Bexel here in the chat. You know, I won't do that anymore either.
Well, people that are on
But
your
yeah,
channel, I won't say that you're friends, but people on your channel, Snafu and Demon Slayer and Trey Luna, I don't know if she's still there, but others
yeah,
would say it's because
yeah,
they would, a bunch of them, not just those, but more,
yeah,
would say, well,
yeah,
that's because they're all afraid of Steven. They behave that way, not because they're quality people. They would try to convince you that, oh, they're not quality people, they're just afraid of him.
yeah,
But in reality, that's because they're quality people. They're not afraid of me.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I have a theory that Charluna is Demon Slayer.
Is your cat a good pet because she's a good cat, or is it because she's terrified of you every time she's around you? It's the same kind of thing. Like they would say,
Well,
well,
I
your
do
pet
threaten to
behaves that
squish
way,
her little face because
you
she's
know,
so cute. You're making me. I
you
do
know.
threaten to squish her little face because she's so cute, but she comes running when
But
I say that.
that's
And
how
I
they
never
view it.
would, but exactly.
They view
Yeah.
it that way. They're warped. They're warped. They're warped people. Because you got to remember, I'm not saying that YouTube is the same as reality, but it's a slice of reality.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it pixelated, all this stuff, but it's still in the same realm that we're living in. I'm sitting here right now in real life with a laptop and a screen in front of me, communicating with someone that is quite a distance away. And there's people watching from all over the realm that don't live next door to me, that are real. And their
Yeah, my cat.
behavior is not because they're terrified of me. It's because I've kept quality people and I removed the trash. It's pretty simple. It really is. It's pretty simple. But you know what? The whole panel channel community, based on what I've seen, I haven't seen all of the channels, but all of the ones I have seen, and I am extrapolating. I haven't seen all thousands of the channels, but they seem to have one thing in common. They keep everyone, pretty much. They keep trash. And they end up with chat rooms full of garbage. And they usually don't have good conversations, whether they have one guest on or 8 guests on. It's usually pretty garbage conversations that I've ever seen. It's a real turnoff for intelligent people that don't just want to hear insults and yelling and people slinging mud at the guests, and it's just stupid. It's such low level. It's really low level.
I appreciate you're taking the time to emphasize that point.
You know, if I wanted to sabotage the channel, the panel channel, the whole community, I'd just say it's perfect the way it is. I wouldn't ever give a helpful suggestion. I mean, they're so dumb, though. They don't realize what good advice is. None of them do on anything.
Yeah.
London's channel looks like garbage because it is garbage.
Yep.
He doesn't have quality guests. And then he was so shocked that his channel got so many views. I think it was the first time I was on there talking about my views, and he couldn't believe the number of people that were there compared to usual, the number of views and the number that were watching, you know, and the whole activity was different. And I said to him at one point, it's because I'm here. I drew people. And he started laughing, and then he blows it off. That's what they do when somebody tells them the truth. They view it as, oh, how arrogant. Well, what was the different factor? It was me being on there.
Yeah.
As a guest.
Well, and
talking
that's
for an
why
hour.
that's what was pointed out to me yesterday about the smaller channel he runs. You know, people were talking about, a friend behind the scenes was telling me what was going on, and they were saying, like, that's all the people that watch, that's all the haters that watch. That's, you know, that basically his audience, a lot of channels that criticize people, the audience is the ones watching. I'm just trying to say, like, if you're there drawing the people over there because you think it's an interview, right? Well, and then the interview goes bad, or the engagement, they're still using you or me to draw the audience there because we draw audience.
I'm aware of that. I'm
Yeah.
aware of that. People said to my, like, they thought I was stupid. Orphan Annie included would say, they're using you. They're using you. She thought she was getting a dig on me or something. I don't go to these channels, Bex, with it as a naive fool, thinking that they're all there and they're going to agree with me or that they're not using me. I know what I'm doing. I'm there for the potential of one or two people that might have a brain in their head and hear me speaking on this topic and say, you know, that's really interesting. I'm curious about that. Again, one or two out of maybe 1,000 viewing that channel, because I know it's full of low-level morons that won't go over to a channel like mine. One or two people potentially could come over and say, I'm going to check out that guy's channel. It sounds interesting. What he's talking
I'd love
about.
to see a conversation between you and Shem. Like I said, I've only ever conversed with him once or twice.
He could come on here anytime. I would invite him
he's
on.
he really is a great conversationalist and has, at least from what I've seen, he's a very book smart person and a very compassionate person. And considering what I've ranked as intelligence, I don't want to, insult Shem by, or your perception. You have your own perception of him anyway. So all I'm saying is that, I do see Shem as a really intelligent. He's a really kind man and compassionate man too. And he asks questions instead of just talking. I've learned I need to ask more questions. I like to learn from people, but I am a listener as much as I'm a talker. That's for darn sure. So, but I know that would be such a great opportunity to have you guys, laugh a little bit about the common ground of, of what you guys see in Archaics, my books.
I like that he
Martin,
doesn't view laughter as hatred or laughter as this criminal, the way that some do, like Demon Slayer and others. My laughter apparently is criminal to them.
Mm-hmm.
I would never have someone with that view on my channel because it's a tyrant. If you want to control someone's laughter, I mean, as a comic, you should know that you shouldn't allow anybody to restrict what you find funny.
Yeah.
That's a personal
Well, that's
thing
why
that you should have a right to.
my message yesterday was sort of like, what's your victim status? What's your victim status? I said that years and years ago. It was all over the TV. We talked about it already, this idea that,
That
people
was your
have to
message. I
give
mean,
a
but
sob story.
what's
What's your fucking
backing it up though? What's backing it up though? The behavior. I mean, they're still there. They're still welcome to come, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. It's like me talking about cockroaches, but more and more keep coming.
There's
I get
actually
rid
a
of them.
lot of people don't comment in my chat. You'll see, again. Only time will tell only time will show what kind of lessons I'm learning.
You said to me that sorry doesn't mean anything if the behavior doesn't match it up. It's about behavior. Well, what I'm getting at is, if you want to get rid of the trash, you have to
Take it out.
not just say it's trash. You have to take it out.
Exactly.
And, like you keep saying about banning, but I just would never allow my channel to get infested with that many cockroaches personally. And I know that it's not just me bashing your channel. Every panel channel that I've seen on YouTube has full of them. So that's what I view as a panel channel. So don't ever say that my channel is part of it. I'm an independent. I don't group myself in with any of those channels, any of those people. I don't want them here. So when people say, hey, you could get more audience, I don't want them though.
Yeah.
I don't want trash. It's hard for people. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that. I don't need that. I don't need it. Have you ever seen a really rich person, a really wealthy person, walk out of a fine dining restaurant and start digging through a trash can on the street, on the sidewalk, looking for more food to eat? Like, why would you? I don't do that. It's not elitist. It's a fact of, I just had a quality meal and great conversation. I'm not going to go dig through the trash, eat garbage. I don't want trash here. I have great people here. I don't think my view is, I don't think the way that I do things is going to be, they don't do it that way. So that's their choice. They want the Jerry Springer drama panel channels. That's what they like. Most of them are degenerate trash. That's what they are.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect a slut to be a housewife. I'm not a delusional person. I'm not a dummy. I'm not somebody that would say, oh, well, she could be a good housewife, though. She slept with every man in town. She slept with 1,000 guys. Well, how's she going to be a good housewife? How's the husband going to be respected walking around town where every guy could chuckle or smirk or give a look like, yeah, everyone has slept with your wife. We've all seen your wife naked and fucked her. Men do value respect and honor. You can't get that if you marry a slut. It's similar to that. You can't have quality if you have. I know I can't. I can't have quality here if I let the cockroaches invade. It'll just go downhill to the point that the good quality people in my channel in the chat would start leaving. It would affect them eventually. I have boundaries, but I make it good for everyone else. I make it so that Marcella enjoys coming here, and Puddles enjoys coming here, and Carmen and Wendy. They wouldn't enjoy coming here if it was full of cockroaches. It's not just me, Bax, is what I'm saying. Other people enjoy my channel for that very reason. And they enjoy that they can come on here as a guest and not be attacked by 25 people in the chat room. I don't think Wendy would have thought anyone was going to attack her when she was on earlier, because she knows how it is here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would have hopped up to say hello to Wendy. I just wanted to say this to Wendy. I would have hopped up to say hello to Wendy. But I also thought it was just nice for you guys to spend some time together. You know, I don't want to, I've been here a lot. I don't want your audience to think that I feel the need to get attention or involve myself in every conversation,
Yeah,
you
but
know?
that wasn't my point. I would put it this way too. I don't think Wendy would come on your channel live as a guest and talk.
Yeah.
And
She
she's not
did.
the only one.
Yeah, she
But
did
there's
after
probably a
being.
few. Oh, go
I
ahead.
think she did. Oh, no, I think you guys were down. I think that I could be wrong if it was Wendy or Louise. I know one of your guests one of your guests was a guest on my channel shortly after I'd been here initially. But that was also, I think, the day that Franny came into attention seek and sabotage in his weird, perturbating, trolling way. Right.
You're still kind of missing my point, though. I don't know why,
Sorry.
but there's certain people that are sensitive that wouldn't want to come on your channel live not in the chat, but live as a guest and speak, because they wouldn't like that. They know the chat room on your channel, not here, would be attacking them, whereas they know they can come on here and talk live, and they won't get that. They're aware. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
The people in my chat
Yeah.
room aren't dumb. I'm
Well,
not
and I
saying you're
appreciate.
calling them
Yeah.
dumb. I'm just saying they understand. I wouldn't have to tell Wendy that. She
Well,
would
what
know. And if
I don't think I
talked to
was
her
missing the
privately,
point. I was
and it's
saying
not just
she
Wendy,
can't.
it's
Yeah.
dozens and dozens. Maybe one person from my channel decided to go on. It would be dozens and dozens of people here that would say,
Yeah.
I'd feel comfortable as a guest on Steven's channel, but not on Bex, knowing her audience, because they know the rudeness and the attacks on guests. They've seen it
Well,
already.
and what I meant to say with that was saying that there was a trust factor there when she came over with you. All I was elaborating on the
That
fact
was
that she
months
was
ago,
willing to
though.
put that.
Things have
Yeah.
changed a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right now, tomorrow, if you ran a live stream, that's what I'm getting
Yeah.
at.
Yeah.
They
No,
already
I
know.
understand that.
They know
Yeah.
how your audience would treat them versus how my audience treats every guest, not just them. They don't just say get on their best behavior for Wendy live here. I'm speaking about in general, in broad terms
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
They know that my guests here get respect.
But I also was willing to start out from the moment you came over. When those people that wanted to come up to address you, when they showed that they were in the backstage, I asked you if you were willing to have the conversations with them, right? So I didn't set you up, and if you had said, no, I don't want to I know where this is going, cockroaches are cockroaches, I wouldn't have let them up on the stage, right? And had that been the case, that we had decided not to let Franny and Kai up, I wouldn't have let Snafu Snaps or Tarek up later either.
Yeah, it's not just up on the stage,
Yeah.
though. I know as soon as I go to your channel,
No,
it's
and I
like going to
know.
someone's
Yeah.
house. I know there's cockroaches there.
Yeah.
People come
Yeah.
here, they know there aren't cockroaches here.
Yeah.
You could say
Yeah.
they can watch, yeah, but they can't say anything. They can't
Yeah.
chime in. They can't be rude. So I think you are kind of missing the point or
But
changing it a bit.
no, it's just that, like I
It's
said,
not just
only
about me.
time.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
trying to use other examples.
Yes.
If you don't
Yes.
like the Wendy example, I could use Marcella. Or she's
No.
more outspoken
The
than
point. I
Wendy.
promise you
I
the
could
point.
use
If
others
I'm
and
not.
others and
Yeah.
others. It's not
Yeah.
about me. They could go to your
Yeah.
channel. I don't think they would go on live and talk to you. They wouldn't
Yeah.
want to do that because they wouldn't feel comfortable. They know your chat.
Yeah.
They already know.
Yeah.
It's not about who's backstage. They know the chat room would be talking
I
shit the whole
understand that.
time with them live as a guest.
Those two behaviors go hand in hand. Allowing the drama on panel allows the drama in chat. So both of that's where I'm drawing. It's not falling on deaf ears. And I'm sorry if I'm coming back with the wrong responses to convey to you or Wendy as examples, right? Because those are the
I
examples we're
think it's
using.
the
'Cause people,
people. I just think it's
yeah,
the people. I don't think you'll ever. I
yeah.
think your view's different, which is fine. But I think it's the people. I think you still think you could change a cockroach into
But that's where I'm
something other
saying to
than what it
you.
is.
That's where I'm saying to you. Honestly, Stephen, I know this will look like people are bargaining. The audience, even blocked audience, watches more, right? We both know that. So, my
36
point,
people
yeah,
watching right now, so it's not like no one's watching this. For the ones
exactly.
that
And some of
on
them,
Team Evil that claim
are
to know.
people that just choose not to chat and listen because they enjoy
Sure.
it, and some of them are
Yeah.
haters, right? So
Sure.
that's where I'm saying to you because
But they
and
can't
what
ruin
I'm
my channel by being haters. They have no way to participate.
Exactly. And what I'm saying to you, just to be clear, and not because I'm bargaining with you or Wendy, we're using you guys as examples of quality people. Okay. I do understand. And only modeled behavior can show that I understand what you're saying. And not because I'm saying this for the haters that are listening, not the people that understand, that I look forward to modeling that behavior because I enjoy being here, not because I'm culted up and not because I want to, just be a part of this, but because I'd like to be a part of an example where we can draw,
Here's an
conversation from.
example right here. Kyle, why don't you come on here and talk to me? You're brand new and you're insulting, so hop on live. Hop on, Kyle. We'll see how this goes versus how it would go on other panel channels in the panelverse or whatever it's called. I know you say metalverse or metaverse, not metalverse. It should be metalverse. I like metal. I like metal music, but the metaverse and the panelverse. But Kyle has come in here and says, seems like useless psycho talk. Hey there, Jane. Jane has been on my channel for months, some live streams recently, quite a few live streams, but left comments on my videos for months and months and months. Never seen any shit from Jane, any attacks or rudeness. I think it's the people. That's the difference. That's what I view it as.
Yeah. Well, I really do appreciate this conversation, and I don't. I feel like I'm
I'll
not
just
able
say it,
to.
but sometimes I think you kind of put it on me, maybe where you're thinking, oh, only Steven says there's a difference. I think just about every regular here can see the difference
No,
between
I'm
my
not saying
channel's
that at all.
chat and London, and I think Jane
I
can
can
see
see
the
the
difference.
difference. I
Wendy,
can see the difference. I
it's
can see
pretty
the difference.
striking.
Yeah.
You won't see
Yeah.
anyone attacking each other in the chat. You won't see them attacking.
I
Do they
said
have a
that. I
right
said that
to
a few
differ?
days ago, even before you were back at my channel, and we
It is
engaged in
different
those.
here. That's what I'm saying. 40
Yeah.
people watching right now. They claim nobody watches my channel, so it's 40 people watching. And even though I do live streams pretty much every day, I still get 42 people watching. I still get a lot of people watching. So they can lie all they want and say nobody watches his channel. Bullshit again. So anyway, where's the big mouth? I don't see them coming backstage. Kyle Kelly, you are requested to come on live and talk to me. If you think this is useless psycho talk, why don't you come on here and use your voice? I promise I won't laugh if you sound like a little soy boy or something. I don't think they're coming up, so I'm not going to worry about it. But I think one of my mods banned them, but just I've already mentioned this to Bex. You can be banned on YouTube, and they can still click the link and come backstage and be added, and I would add them immediately to talk. But they don't come. That's usually what happens. They can only type stupid shit in text, and then they're gone. But thank you to Majestic Purple Hippodrome. I used to see some of your comments a long time ago, once in a while. But yeah, you're free to. You don't have to say anything. It's up to you. You can join in or not. But I'm glad you're still watching my stuff. Oh, you just deleted the comment, Wendy? Okay. Well, Kyle can still come on, even if whether the comment's deleted, you could still come on if he was banned. You can always click that link and come on and talk live, but they never do. Well, I can't say never. I'll say they almost never do. When they do, they usually just yell, which is not a conversation. A lot of them don't know how to behave like adults, so. Cockroaches I'm talking about. But anyway, my chat goes back to normal pretty quickly. Because they don't have much to say once they're called out on their bullshit, and they get called out immediately. They get told to come on here. Which is the way, by the way, things used to work in the world. If you're a Gen Xer or older, people didn't just tolerate bullshit. They would get called out and say, why don't you say it to my face? Why don't you do this? So the gutless kind of show who they are right away. 43 people watching right now, the live stream, which is great for this time on a Saturn's Day. By the way, if you ever wanted to come on here, Majestic, you're welcome on here.
It is nice. There's some rooms I've hung out in, not panel channels, but one of my favorite channel that goes live, his chat doesn't often have very many people in it, right? I don't know if he's, I'm a mod over there, but I don't block unless I'm told to. That's just the way I've always, but it's an intellectual channel that doesn't typically have a lot of trolls. Maybe he managed them years ago. But I do prefer to be in a room with 7 to 10 chat members, having respectful conversations with each other and with the content creator, regardless of the number of people watching, right? So it is nice. And I know someone said to me the other day that one of my regular viewers who isn't a troll and, is a kind woman, she said that she was worried it would get boring. She even implied that some of the new people it was boring. And I said, well, then you've got the wrong idea of what is exciting, right? Like you're so used to the drama that you've forgotten how the other night when I was here, right after you'd been to my live, we've done had a lot of conversations, but right after you'd come to my live, I came over here and we were hanging out and we hung out, overnight, and the room maybe had 7 to 10 people in it. And at one time there might've been 5, but the engagement of the chat, the comments that they were making, regardless of whether you or I were engaging with them right at that moment in time, they were engaging with us in our conversation. And you could go back and read the conversation they were having with each other and with us. And, it was contextual, it was insightful, it was personal, it was kind. That's exciting, right? It's at this stage of the game, at least in the world, that should be what excites people, and doesn't bore them. It's like in an upside down world, you've got excitement and boring wrong then. Boring is to have a hole in you that, that has a purpose. Actually, when it's on an object, on a human being, to be bored is to have a hole inside you, that, like, to me, addiction is boring. That creates a hole inside you that will never be filled, right? So yeah, just to reiterate that I did, and I said it at the time, that I really enjoyed it. So You know,
I would rather have 5, 7, 10, 15 people in the chat that are quality than 300 that are shit.
yeah,
Quality over
exactly.
quantity. That's what
Yeah.
I do. But I've
Well, because
always been
those,
that way in
yeah,
life.
those people are gonna hate watch anyway. That's the trick of it on them, right? They're gonna hate watch it anyway. They never were listening to engage in quality conversation to begin with. They have the lens of hatred or false judgment or whatever, demonic
Well, I
possession,
could make
whatever.
another analogy, which for it compares with YouTube again. That's why I make these analogies. There are single women, or there's a certain subset of single women. Not all single women, not all single moms. I meant to say single moms, unwed, that really like the felons, the drug dealers. Again, not all. Hashtag. I'll type this just for no confusion. Sometimes I do this because a lot of times, and this is a stereotype, but stereotypes are based on, they form based on people observing behavior that's common. So there is the stereotype that single moms like bad boys, quote, excitement, exciting felons, drug dealers, stuff like that. So if you want that kind of excitement or quote excitement, you're not going to have a quality man. And then a lot of these women end up 45, 55 years old saying, why have I never had a good man or quality man? Well, your picker's broken. You're
Mhm.
picking bad guys. It's easy for a man like me on the outside to observe, but the ones doing it can't seem to observe. They're not self-aware of it, of their behavior. This is common. This is millions of women in North America.
Well, and a bunch of
Unwed
boys,
single moms.
yeah.
Well,
When what they really want is that assertive male force that will call bullshit. And that's not being a
I don't
bad
know.
boy.
No, I don't
A
know if they
bad
want
boy,
that.
a bad boy mimics and mocks that by being cruel. Instead, yeah, there is an analogy there to the male too. Without me, I'm not being a feminist here. I'm saying that it's a byproduct of the whole of what you've just said. A byproduct of that is supporting little boys being mean and cruel. And I'm not calling little boys. I'm calling men that
Well,
aren't
that is
boys
what
that think they're men.
feminism says, though.
Yeah.
But I would say I don't put
Well,
it
no,
on the
but I'm
men
not
who
here.
women
But there is
choose.
a byproduct,
Women
even with
choose
that.
who they date, right? That's
Yeah,
their.
but here's,
You
yeah,
got
exactly.
as an adult woman at a certain point, you got to say, if I'm choosing 5 bad men in the world, it's
But
5
there's a
bad
feedback.
men in a row as a relationship. It's not the men; it's who I'm choosing to be with.
Yeah, but this is where I'm
There's
saying that
good men out there. You
the
got to say it's
feedback,
my choosing.
the feedback behavior of rewarding that behavior from the women who reward those kind of, I'm using boys to men as an example, right? The idea that that boys think they're men because of an age, right? So if a woman rewards that kind of behavior, that mean and cruel behavior, instead of rewarding assertive call out dominance, let's say, that's where it is a result that there is a feedback loop to men to boys not growing up to be men, thinking they're bad boys. You see, there's no term called bad men. See, someone would say, well, Steven's a bad. No, you're being a man, right? You're not being a bad boy. You're being a man, right? But
Oh,
that
I have
subset of,
seen young women though say that they're dating a bad boy who physically beats the shit out of her. I mean, this is a common thing these days where it's not just,
yes,
it's assertive. It's like physical abuse, and they'll stay. And it's not the first one. And people can make excuses like it's because of this, it's because of men. Well, she's choosing time after time. It is a pattern. It's choosing time
yeah.
and time again.
But
So
can you
I'm
see
just
where I'm
saying,
saying that reinforcement without the abuse, that reinforcement actually creates, supports the idea that mean and cruelness it downgrades assertive dominance, right? It doesn't allow for, it allows for those bad boys to think they're men and they're not. I'm saying there would obviously be a feedback loop with how
I just
we
think
as a
you're
group evolve.
I think in a way you're kind of over intellectualizing it a bit because I
Okay.
think some of them are aware they actually like drug dealers, felons, maybe not physical domestic violence abusers, but they
Mm.
call that exciting. That's exciting. They're
Yeah.
dating somebody that they know is not a boy, but bad, like a criminal.
Yeah.
You don't have to say the term bad boy. They like criminals. They like felons. They like guys that have been in jail, guys that are bikers and gangs, guys that are drug dealers, black or white or whatever. They don't have to be just one race. But of course, there are more of a certain type, right? A certain demographic, we'll say, put it that way. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and this is
that's going on. That's going
my
on. There's babies being born. There's real world societal consequences widespread to this, where it's a type of woman that finds that exciting, and they're actually making society worse and worse and worse. I'm not saying things are perfect in 1940, 1950, but there wasn't so much of that. If you look at the stats, and again, this is a realm where women talk about loving math, but they don't like statistics. There's way more. There's an explosion of babies being born to unwed single moms today versus back then. The consequences are catastrophic to society.
Yeah. And this is where I think my naivety, and this is one of the main tenets that you have, is that people are not all the same. And I think that I'm still learning to fit that into how I understand things. So I'm
Are they
saying,
physically? Can you slam dunk a basketball? And
well, I'm
sometimes
saying
you,
spiritually. I'm
maybe,
saying even on a
well,
spiritual
but I'm
front. Yeah.
saying I'm getting to the point now where I'm saying, and it's not an attack at all, but people on the spectrum sometimes have difficulty with certain analogies for some reason. I've encountered that all over YouTube. When I make an analogy, they think, oh, he's going way off on a topic talking about basketball now. It's like they're confused by it and lost.
Yeah, your analogies don't fall. No, your analogies are not falling. I'm getting your analogies, but what I'm not doing
Okay, I
is
just wanted to
realizing.
make sure because
Yeah,
I've
no, I
encountered it
appreciate
many
it.
times.
Yeah,
It's
and
the
I won't get them
same
all. I
mentally
appreciate
and
your patience to
spiritually, though.
repeat them. Yeah.
Can everyone slam dunk a basketball? Do you know how rare that is? Like maybe women aren't into sports, but not every basketball player in the freaking NBA can slam
Can
dunk. There's
slam
some that
dunk.
can't.
Yeah.
Do you think you can pick out any guy in the street that's even 6 feet tall and say, "Can you dunk?" A lot of them are going to say, "No, I wish." Chinese, black, white, Indian. These guys are probably 5'8", 5'9". A lot of men, the vast majority, can't dunk. Did you know that I think it's 15% or less of guys that are 6 feet or taller in Canada and the United States? So it's not even like women tend to have these weird tendencies. They don't seem to know. They think that, oh, it's more than half the guys. Like they're way off on a lot of this stuff. Slam dunking a basketball is pretty fucking rare. And if people could understand that, then they could take the next leap. Oh, okay, now I get where you're getting at. People are different intellectually as well and spiritually. Sort of like not everyone can do the same thing in basketball. Not everyone can jump as high over a high jump in track and field. Not everyone can run the 100-meter dash in track under 10 seconds. You have to be an elite sprinter to do that. Not everyone can swim as fast as Michael Phelps. Not everyone can run a marathon race. You get what I'm getting at? People
I
can
do.
notice the physical differences, but most people that I've spoken with on YouTube and in life can't notice the other differences. So in other words, they can't do something that I take, it's natural for me to be able to notice. It's not hard for me. I don't have to struggle. I don't have to exert myself and exert my brain power to do this. It's as natural for me as just drinking a cup of water. It's that easy to notice the other differences beyond physical. People focus on the physical. They can acknowledge the physical differences. I mean, people can still, even in this fucked up society, notice that not everyone's the same skin color and that race is more than skin color. There's even a few that can do that these days, which is remarkable in this realm. But there's very few that can say, you know what? We are different emotionally and intellectually and spiritually, sort of like we're different physically in terms of athletics and, physical ability. Can a person in a wheelchair run as fast as I can or you can? Do you think?
Definitely not.
Well, then why do you expect the same thing intellectually and spiritually
Yeah.
from everyone? Why do you expect them all to be equal and to run at the same speed when some don't have legs, they can't run? They're in a wheelchair. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not being hard on you. I'm just saying that's how I view
No,
it,
and
and I
I
would
don't
say it to
feel like you're
anyone.
being hard on me.
If anyone was on here, though, I'm just saying I want to clarify for people. I'm really trying to get through though to people, and there's 35 watching, 36 now, so it's a bunch of people watching. I'm not just trying to get through to Bex and hammer this point home. I want to hammer it to home to everyone. That's my view on this. And you know what? If you look long enough, you'll see it too. And if you're
Yeah.
honest, and if you take an honest look and you don't hang on to something that's programmed in or make excuses and say, but I wish them all, and start projecting and go, just honestly look at people and you'll say, you know what? It's not a bad thing to notice that they're not all the same. They're not all the same. It's actually just being honest. It's not being mean. It's not being hateful. It's not all the shit that people on your channel say all the time when someone like me speaks this way. It isn't any of that stuff. You notice I can say I can't slam dunk the basketball. So they could start laughing and saying, well, there's 7. Like, I can't do that. I'm fine with it. Doesn't upset me. But maybe they can't do other things the same way that I can do it. There's people that say they can't draw. Great, fine. Do I mock them endlessly for not being an artist? No, we're different. Is it really that tough to acknowledge that we're different? People are different artistically, emotionally, spiritually, intellectually, and physically. And the only one that most people in this realm could even notice is physically. So anyway.
Yeah. No, and I am not taking things. I am taking things personally because I'm here as a person, but I'm not
Most people do,
emotionally,
though.
No, but I'm saying what I'm saying to you is I'm here to be an example. I want to hear this. I appreciate your patience. We had the blowout. Why would I not be the example? Right?
Yeah.
So please don't. I
Well,
know you wouldn't
but what I
censor
gave
anyway,
was
but
the
don't worry
what I
about
gave
me.
though was the classic example though with women wanting excitement. They
Yeah.
want a drug dealer. They want someone literally dangerous, even ones that murder and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is excitement for a certain subset or subgroup of women that are in that psyche. Their psyche is set to that, where that's excitement, and a regular guy who isn't a criminal is, quote, boring. So it's kind of the same way on YouTube for certain people. They want the yelling, they want the drama, they want the fighting. You're not going to get intellectual conversations with all that. It just doesn't work that way. You might have the odd one, and then people fixate on the exception. I tend to view things more honestly. Like if I viewed 100 live streams on a channel and 99 were yelling and garbage and panel channel drama, and there was 1 or 2 conversations that were intelligent, I wouldn't say, see, there's intelligent conversations there. I would be more honest and say it's mainly shit there. It's mainly Jerry Springer shit show. I don't think most panel channels can be that honest. I just haven't seen honest assessments and looking at themselves and as a, quote, community that way. They just don't do it. They don't do it. It's just the truth. And my audience gets it. The regulars here will say, yeah, they'll laugh about it, saying, yeah, they're just Springer show. That's what we call them for a reason. It's not an insult.
Yeah.
It's because that's how they look and sound. But in your area, not just your channel, they view it everything as an attack and, oh, he's being insulting, he's attacking. No, I'm being honest. That's what I see. That's what I see. If we were standing outside together and the sky was fucking sprayed with certain trails, I would say that I see that. I wouldn't call it a clear blue sky. I don't lie to myself and I don't lie to others. I say what I see. That's what I see.
Well, and I can see how that bad boy archetype, whether it's exciting to the woman and she's, the slut type that's like attention seeking, like excitement seeking. There's also the bleeding heart maternal type that sees the outcast, broken person and is drawn to that. So there's on the extreme level, there's 2 types of women there. There's the drug
Or
using woman.
missees.
And then,
Missees the broken person that isn't really broken.
Yeah. This is not falling on deaf ears, even if my language looks resistant.
I know some women have that maternal instinct or misplaced maternal caring, bleeding heart instinct. And it only harms them in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I've not been drawn to that archetype traditionally of the bad boy, but I have had the bleeding heart relationship with with the extreme case of that, you know, and that's why I
I
can
just
see
think
it.
it sounds better. I think it's women that
Yeah,
use the term bad boy because it sounds better than saying I'm dating a felon or a drug dealer or a criminal or
exactly,
someone that just got out of
exactly.
prison. So that's what
Yeah,
I think
well
it is.
said.
I think it's just a gentler sounding euphemism for a criminal. Really is most of the time. So to say he's exciting, well, he's dangerous because he's in a gang or he's shot people or shot at people or whatever stuff like that, and dealing
Yeah.
drugs and the police are chasing. That's the excitement. It's criminality. And then when those type, not women, but those type of women that date criminals will say that regular guys are boring. Well, so be it. Regular guys really don't want those kinds of women, anyways, for the most part.
Once I have my channel cleaned up and free of that kind of drama, I look forward to inviting some of the women I've met on your channel, as well as maybe some of the friends that I've made that aren't necessarily as far along, to have a conversation about the negatives of feminism. I think it'd be really powerful to have an all-female panel talking
That's
about
a good idea,
what you talk
actually.
about,
I
you
think
know?
that's a good idea. Oh, I
Yeah.
know what I was going to ask you too. Have you ever, in like the 80s, 90s, or before the 2000s at some point, or maybe early 2000s, did you ever hear or watch the Howard Stern radio
Yes.
show or
Yeah.
TV show? It was both.
Yeah.
They had Howard TV. There were a lot of celebrities and people, not just like Hollywood, but other people that would not go on that show because of the raunchiness, certain rude questions, and certain callers, and it might affect their reputation or their income. They worried. They would be like, "Yep, I don't want to get booked on that show. I won't go on there." Um, that was his image back then, right? They wanted to avoid it, and then he changed to woke these days and softer, and he changed to not being raunchy and pornographic, and now he'll interview politicians and all this stuff, but he kind of became like a woke feminist liberal type where he's not even like the same person anymore. He went from one extreme basically to another. It's the same show, same guy in a sense, same show, Howard Stern show, but the audience has changed and the people he interviews has changed drastically. His old audience, for the most part, is not there watching today's show.
Hmm.
And I was thinking of that not just tonight or today, but um, he was pretty perverted and sick in a lot of ways in certain things he said in the old days. I was never really a fan, but I worked with guys in jobs when I was much younger back then, half a lifetime ago, in construction where we were driving to a job site in a van and or work truck, and that would be on the radio. I remember. I think it
Well
was
done with
before
it.
satellite, but go ahead.
Well done with the math of 88, back to half a lifetime ago.
Yeah. So, yeah, 88, half a lifetime ago. But yeah, the master number. Um, what I'm getting at is if I was hosting a talk show and interviewing people, whether they were Hollywood, I wouldn't really want to do Hollywood, but interesting guests. I wouldn't just be focused, I would be focused on the guest, but I would also be focused on the audience. That's what would be my approach if I was, in a sense, starting life over and taking that direction. If that was my drive to be someone that interviews people in that type of format in the mainstream, that's what I would be doing. It wouldn't be a Howard Stern show, is what I'm getting at. It would still be entertaining, and I would have good conversations and good interviews or good guests, but I would want a quality audience where if it was a call-in show that my audience could call up and ask good questions and not just be degenerate, perverted. You get what I'm saying? They'd be
Yeah.
classy and ask some
Yeah.
intelligent questions. So
Yeah.
I think this does take some
Well,
work and design to go into it to achieve that. That's the way I look at it.
well, and the interesting part, yeah, and yeah, to use, I agree, and I would say I don't mean to make this back about this feminist discussion, but the interesting part is that that's what I took offense to when I came at Callie in that conversation, which I didn't need to, right? We'd had such wonderful conversations up here. Why did I come so charged at another woman, right? And so when I hopped down and you called out the behavior and I didn't understand the paradigm shift I needed to have to get out of the resistance of that word just being said at me when I have been out here, uh, when, well, won't get into it. My point is that interesting. It would come back to this feminism thing as an example, right? And that would be a goal I could have. I've had people say to me, well, how could you trust Stephen? You know, you're going to ask him to take that content down, right? And I was like, no, I'm not, right? Why would I? And they're like, well, as an act of good faith. No, why would I? It takes away from the story, right? It takes away from, you know, the opportunity, you know, it wouldn't show. I'd like to have online this to continue, right? We had such great conversations before, and after, if it continues, then you remove that. It takes out the storyline, right? It negates the whole point of and I not the point of me coming back here to talk to you. It negates the showing of the growth of myself. You know, I don't think you really had growth to do, but it negates the opportunity for people to go back and watch, you know, like, and understand. Not that I would expect them to have to, but you know, yeah, it's a gift to be here, Stephen. And it's a gift to have you stay up when you're so tired for another hour and a half to repeat yourself so many times to make a point.
Well,
But it's not just
41
me.
people watching.
Yeah.
Team
Yeah, and
Evil would just say, I'm staying up to hypnotize the world, though. That's my goal. You know, it's just the
Yeah.
ridiculous. Once people step back and realize how warped they are, it has to really sink in with people. Obviously, my regulars understand already. I don't need to
Yeah.
tell them. They get it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Someone wouldn't put themselves through this. Not just the lack of sleep, but just going through this hour after hour. Not tonight. I'm talking about all these live streams, all that I put in, the videos, I put in thousands of hours into this channel. And there's now people making videos saying the reason he says he doesn't want your money is because he wants your minds. He wants your energy. He's a vampire. He's a vampire. He wants your focus and your energy because he doesn't need money because he's independently wealthy. This is the paranoia and the warped minds of the quote truth community.
And those
Not
people would
everyone.
still argue free will. They would argue they have free will, but that they could be demonically possessed or hypnotized by you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get it both ways. You either have free will or you don't.
If I was hypnotizing people, do you think I'd just be doing this? Running a little YouTube channel. Do you think if I was the embodiment of pure evil, like people claim to be intelligent online, I don't see much intelligence. Think it through to anyone listening to me, everyone, not just my guest backs. It's to everyone in the chat and everyone that's listening and not part of the chat. If I was the embodiment of evil and demonic, like the meat puppet and others are saying, if I was that legitimately, if that were true, I was a demon and I was using my channel to hypnotize people, saying, I don't want money. I don't need your money. I'm not doing it for money, which I'm not. For the people that are a bit slow, maybe watching, do you see a $sign button for super chats in the chat? No. Do you see monetization on any of my videos? No. Do you see join my membership club and pay every month for certain special private YouTube videos? No. Do you see a Patreon? No. Do you see PayPal button? No. Cash App, crypto donations? No. There's no money involved with this. So that is off the table. But what they claim is he's hypnotizing people. He doesn't need your money because he's independently wealthy. So what he's doing, what Stephen's doing, they're saying Stephen is doing this to get your minds. Really? To use their minds for what? To hypnotize them, to be in my harem or slaves, to do what with them? Like, what's the end goal then? If I got their minds, what am I doing with them? What am I doing with their minds then? Once I apparently, let's assume that I own people's minds the way they claim. Let's assume that's true. What am I doing with their minds? This army of minds. Am I unleashing them upon the world somehow? Am I having them go out and rob banks? Am I having them, like, I mean, what am I doing with the minds of these slaves? It's fucking ridiculous, man. These people are so mental, and then people hype them up as intelligent and say, "Oh, Meat Puppet's brilliant." Someone on meth that has paranoia doesn't seem brilliant to me. Somebody that might tomorrow be out in front of Home Depot vacuuming with a plugged-in vacuum cleaner, the parking lot, every little pebble out there, not even working for Home Depot, doesn't seem too brilliant to me, which is what some meth heads do. They're out with vacuum cleaners and the lawns and sidewalks and parking lots and the road and shit. I mean, anyway, you get what I'm saying? What would be the end goal if I could brainwash minds? What am I doing with it in this realm? I want people to answer in my chat room. This is a legit, honest question. What would I be doing if I had hundreds of people brainwashed and hypnotized, and they were basically servants or slaves? He was saying demon servants. He was even saying you're one, Bex. He's saying that you're a demoness now and that I control you. Okay? That's what Meat Puppet is saying, that you're a demoness. You're under my hypnotic spell. So what have I been using Bex for? Am I using Bex on the West Coast somehow to do some experiments on? I mean, what is going on in this fucking realm? The paranoia.
Am I the cause of all the homelessness via you in the West Coast of
You're an
the
instrument
continent
for,
here now?
yeah, you must be.
Yeah.
There's a homeless explosion now on the West Coast in Vancouver area. So East Hastings and all that
Picton's
area.
farm was my fault now too, retroactively.
Did you
Picton's
set
my
that
fault
up?
through you. Yeah. I was down
You
on the
set-
streets recruiting the girls. I mean, I don't mean to
Down
make
on the
light of,
farm. But I mean,
the
people
may
in
they
tents
rest
that
in
are
peace.
using, yes, may they rest in peace. That was horrible.
Mhm.
But the people that are doing drugs and selling and homeless, how could they blame that on someone? What they're doing is just ridiculous. Can anyone even come up with a theory? And this is an honest question. Oh, Inga said Stephen can't even convince me to stop coloring my hair. LOL. That's right. I've tried to convince Inga to stop dyeing it red and go natural, and I can't even convince her of that. She's too strong-willed. I might have to try to break her down for 10 years or something to get her to just go natural and stop putting the red dye in. But I can't even convince Inga to stop dyeing her hair.
Well,
So how
and
am
you
I gonna
can't even
convince
you can't convince me
I
to dye myself a brunette or bleach it blonde, and I am a gingy. So
and yet I'm supposedly more powerful as a cult leader than Charlie Manson or Jim Jones, or this is Jonestown apparently. The Sanity Machine chat is Jonestown. It's just it seems different than that somehow. I mean I can't even convince someone else. What are they talking about? How I have mind controlled slaves, and I have them doing what? What exactly do I have these mind controlled people doing? If I were evil with my current level of intelligence, with no changes in all the rest except moral values and me being evil, and I could hypnotize people, I would obviously have them doing evil shit then, if they were my mental slaves, and if I were an evil cult leader. I don't see the people in my chat room. I'm moving my cursor up and down. I know you can't see it, but I'm backstage on StreamYard, moving it up and down over the names.
cursor
I don't
magic
see
behind the scenes.
I don't. Yes, I don't see these people doing evil shit out in the world. I don't see Wendy Uni. I don't hear them of doing evil shit. So I mean, it's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. It's just insulting, and that people on those channels are buying it again. Of course, these people have independent minds. They have agency. They have free will. They're very strong-willed people here on my channel. And it isn't just fake, fiery, fake red Inga that insists on dyeing her hair gingy for years before she was here, and she still won't change it. That's why I told her she's not in the harem, because I can't have a fake gingy in the harem. So she's got to go natural. She can't be part of it. She dyes her hair. I mean, they just think I'm so mean. They don't get my humor. They don't know what I'm doing here. They just don't get it. Yeah, I agree, Carmen. They're not as smart as they think. Plus, I do believe that Meat Puppet is using me as the ultimate quote villain to draw more donations for himself, more shekels. He's using me for sympathy, saying, "Look at that bad guy there, that demon attacking me. Give me more money to fight him, to fight another day." Type of. That's what he's doing. He's setting up a narrative where he's trying to get more money for himself because he's a lazy homeless bum. He doesn't want to get a job. He doesn't want to work. I bet there's places right in that area that he lives in Ohio Valley that he could have a job that day. Apply and get the job that day. It wouldn't be an IT job. He'd be on his feet, but he could have money and still sleep out of his truck or whatever he had to do, but save money without paying rent and then be in an apartment. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that. It's obvious to me. He doesn't want to work for $20 an hour or 25. He wants 50 to 75. He expects to get what he had at his last job. Fucking entitlement, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. When we all love to
Beggars
go
shouldn't
back
be
in time.
choosers. You know? Well, everybody would want to have the $100,000 a year plus job, but everyone doesn't have that. And you can't complain about being homeless if you won't take anything else. That's how I look at it. He's choosing to be homeless then.
Well, yeah. And especially if you're doing it online. Actually, homeless people, a lot of homeless people are more honest about that than anyone online that's homeless, right? Like, there are homeless people that choose to be homeless. I know a guy that's lived without money for 20 years. Runs for mayor every time possible. Every election, right? He's got his own agenda. He's actually the reason people have the right to sleep outside without being disturbed. And I mean, there's rules. You got to get up and be gone out of the park at dawn. You can't come back till dusk. But he fought for the right, at least in the system, for people to be outside. And yeah, he leads a much more comfortable life than many. But when you're online blaming some other content creator, I mean, before you came along, it was his brother and his father. We know that because he's the one who's now weaponized self-deletion, in front of an audience to leverage money from them to people that don't care, i.e. My brother and my father will be so upset, with themselves when I'm gone. No, they won't.
Yeah.
Right? So it's all a game on the audience.
He wants to make them pay. Audience and emotionally blackmailing, using the audience, making them say, well, they'll donate if I make them worried that I'm going to self-delete. And if I self-delete, it's going to be payback. The brother and father will have to think, oh, he did that because we didn't help him. He's got all this shit in his head. He needs therapy. And he could get through free, as far as I know, I bet he could get free therapy online or in person being homeless or low income. He wouldn't necessarily have to be homeless, but low enough income where he could probably get free therapy. Do I think he would do that? No, I don't think he would. I don't think he'd ever even say to himself, I got some issues. I should work on this. He's not the type to work on his shit. He's the type to blame everyone else for his situation. Everyone else, his family, everyone.
Well, and he always did. I wouldn't say always, but I'm just saying the pattern looks to be significant. And likely he had more help from his father and his brother than he's ever led on. And they woke up to being like, I'm just enabling this man. I'm enabling
At
my
a
son,
certain
my
point,
brother.
I think they were just like, we're fucking done. I'm done. Can't do this anymore. They're probably like, Keith, we can't do this anymore. Just can't do it. They probably tried for years with that fucker. Because the way that he talks about them with such rage and venom, vitriol, it's just, it's you can see it and hear it. You know, I wouldn't want to be around someone like that. If I had family like that, I would write them off. I'm just being honest. I'd walk away and go no contact. They wouldn't even, you know, I wouldn't have anything to do with them.
Mhm.
Because the way he speaks about them behind their back is very revealing. Behind their back to the public, to strangers on YouTube, for the world to see. He's speaking about his own brother and father that way. So that's how I look at it. But to be fair, before he went homeless, he lost that job in tech where he was making big money. And they said, you got to get the jabba dabba do. And he said, why or no, or, you know, what isn't that over with now? That was my fault. I made Keith homeless because I set the policy for that corporation. I own the corporation where Keith worked. I own every corporation in this realm, though. I mean, it's not official. Like I'm not on the Forbes richest top 100 men, but secretly, I'm the richest man in this realm, and I own everything. So, Keith, it is my fault that you're homeless. I made that policy for that corporation. I said, you make him get the jabba dabba do, or he's fired. Fire him. And that's what they did. They fired him. But you know, if they fired him, why didn't he have any savings? And why didn't he have a backup plan, or, you know, just a way to get a temporary job? Maybe not the same level of income as he had, but to keep him in that apartment or wherever he was renting. How come he ended up in the same situation again when there's so many places dying to have workers? They can't get enough at restaurants, at all these places. There's job openings because people won't take these jobs. Apparently, he's too good for those jobs.
Yeah.
He even said himself in video, he focused on the high paying jobs, and, you know,
Yeah.
so I guess he's too good for a lot. Well, he's too good for most jobs because most jobs are not paying 50 to 75 an hour dollars an hour to start. I don't think, unless things have rapidly changed from the last time I had to work anywhere for anything like that at all. But that's US, by the way. He's American. So do you know how far US dollar goes? How much less groceries cost, gasoline, all that stuff is way less there where he lives than in Canada. So look how much money you could save if you were making $75 an hour. Think about it. A single man, no children. How could he not have fucking tons of money saved? What was he spending all his money on? Drugs? You know, like, come on. His bullshit just doesn't add up. It just doesn't. Gasoline there is probably half the cost, or on average, than it is here. It's twice as much here. Food is basically twice as much, sometimes 3 times as much for certain things in certain parts of Canada as it is in the States. I've talked to Americans, they're like, holy shit, that's what you pay for eggs, and that's what you pay for this, and that's what you pay for, you know, hamburger and steaks, and that's how much an apple is there if you buy individual apples like Red Delicious or something. They can't believe it. Sometimes it's 3 times as much, 4 times as much. They can't believe it. It's way less there. So to make that kind of income, he should have been, I mean, he should not be homeless, is what I'm saying. He fucked himself, to put it simply. That's how I look at it. He had his whole lifetime, over 50 years, to save some money. And he has $4 in his bank account. Like, come on, like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah, I realized recently that the root of miserable is miser, right? And I know people only think about people being misers of wealth, right? But if you're holding on to, you can be a miser. Like, I just think the root, there's something to that. There's something to his miserly nature that makes him miserable. Or maybe again, this is me not yet adopting the idea that not everyone's the same. But they're misery loves company. You know, there's just no accountability in that guy at all. And I know what it looks like. It took me a long time. I've always been accountable for hurting people's feelings, which is the strangest things because they're the ones who got their feelings hurt, you know? I'm not saying I was a cruel person. I'm not a bully. I'm not someone who's been unnecessarily cruel to people, but I am someone who has a bit of a Scorpio tongue. You know, maybe I repress my real, repress out of politeness. Maybe I kept things back until I would get upset. I don't know. But there's something really miserly, really miserable, really conniving. It's just a level of, it's not even lack of accountability. It's denial. It's living in denial. Yeah. But I just don't think that, I think some of these YouTubers, they know that they don't live in denial. They know exactly what they are. I think Keith knows exactly what he should be able to see it by now, but he is exactly where he wants to be, begging for money online. If anything, he should level it up. He should just like rent the house and keep, if that's the kind of way he is, then he should just level it up, rent a house and keep begging and sitting in his car and looking like a hobo, you know? And that's probably what he's doing.
He might be doing that.
Yeah. Because that's what I've learned in my experience with these little drama panels is that, you know, the kind of lies that are sown, you know, about me is insane. And yet, you know, it's not hurting me. If anything, it hurts my audience. It hurts my audience as an observer to have empathy. Or anyways, I don't need to make it about me.
Yeah,
I just
there's a
see
lot
that
of
there's
actors on here, and I don't mean thespians doing plays. I mean scammers,
Yeah.
liars, frauds. I mean, there's
Yeah.
a difference between wanting to perform on a stage and wanting to use YouTube to put on a performance to get money out of people's wallets that really
Yeah.
could use that money to buy their own food and pay for their own rent or help somebody that's legitimately in need. Somebody that gives him $1,000 if he's faking it. Look at what they could have done in terms of helping others that are actually in need rather than giving it to a scammer. So there's a domino effect when somebody does that, fools someone. Could have been used to help others. Whatever money
Yeah.
he's getting, if he's a scammer, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It could feed children. It could put food in the bellies of children, that $1,000 that's being given to a complete bum, a scammer. It could have been handed to or bought food at like you can buy it sometimes by the case and get good deals and then donate it to a food bank. You can buy cases of food, even like spaghetti or something like pasta or whatever, stuff like that, right? That's what they want because it's not going to spoil. So food banks, they want stuff like that. All I'm saying is that would buy a lot of food to feed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Just that one donation. That's not all his donations. That was just one person gave a big
$1,000.
donation.
Yeah.
$1,000 donation. So
Yeah. There's
think of
probably through a
$1,000
local.
and how much could you hand a trunk full to a food bank
Yeah.
of stuff?
Or go to
right?
your local university or college and see if you can't set a one-off grant off for somebody who isn't the daughter of a plumber or son of a this or that. There's a lot of
You
grant
could.
money out there that goes
Probably
unapplied.
take
You can
weeks
actually,
though with
yeah,
universities to,
yeah,
months maybe to set that up.
yeah.
It would be quite a bit of
But
work. But
yeah,
yeah, they could do that.
yeah, you
I'm
could. I
just
mean,
saying
if
if
they
they
want
want
it to be yeah.
yeah, I'm just saying if they wanted to immediately make a difference with that 1,000 to someone that actually is in need, they could feed people with the money,
Well, yeah, I
including
think
children.
sometimes people don't realize they give charity to make themselves feel good, right? It's like people who give, I learned a long time ago, well, not a long time ago, but if somebody gives somebody a compliment and says, hey, you look beautiful today, and you look at the person and say, I know, and keep walking, if that compliment was given to you just out of grace, then the person who gave you the compliment will be like, right on, and thumbs up, right? But if that compliment was given to you because they want to hear thank you, or even want to, be with you, let's say, approach a conversation for a date or something, then you'll notice when you say, I know, to the compliment, the person will look hurt, and some people will even get angry. You're supposed to say thank you, right? When in fact, no, that's a rule of politeness. Sure, if you wanted to step in between, it'd be like, I know, thanks for noticing, right? That's an example of people giving, they don't even realize they're giving charity for themselves, right? So that's why I would say some people who want to give $1,000 to a homeless man on YouTube might not realize that they could really change the life of a kid in university, who's also surviving off Ichiban, and so that they could get that feedback loop of, I want to know I changed one person's life. Well, then it's still about you, and there's nothing wrong with that, but don't get scammed. Imagine the joy at some kid in university, who's been eating Ichiban for 7 months, can hardly pay their rent, and their cognition is suffering because they can't eat appropriate amount of protein, and they've been raised in a classist family that wouldn't tell them to go ask for help from that very food bank, So I still agree that that to give the $1,000 to the food bank allows that to be spread out amongst a lot of people in need. And now you don't need to feed your own ego self-aggrandizement by saying, yeah, but I want to give it to one person,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be spread out because you can
Yeah.
buy the food or give the money. It's either way. You can go buy the food and deliver it if you want to do it that way. As I said, you can even buy cases of stuff, and then you get more food, a better deal because you're buying in bulk rather than individual things or whatever. I've seen places do that. People do that sometimes. They go shopping for food to donate to a food bank and take it there. But anyway, if it's a bulk amount, but yeah, I mean, it's going to go to a bunch of people, including children, most likely. There's going to be families or single moms mainly going to food banks to pick up food for children. People are saying in the chat, yeah, his threats are empty. He was talking about how he wanted to bite the bullet in videos that I showed earlier 5 years ago, Keith, Meat Puppet. So he was doing this already 5 years ago in videos on another channel, older. He's had many channels. He has a perception deception channel on YouTube. And I showed some from his video from 5 years ago. So Keith didn't just suddenly start saying that he's thinking of biting the bullet. He was talking about this 5 years ago in videos on YouTube.
Yeah, so if they're going to call attention to themselves and make examples of themselves, why wouldn't they expect somebody to resist that in good faith for the people watching,
Well, they'll
Let
just
alone do
demonize
it.
me though, and then there's
Yeah.
people that will fall for it as usual.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gullible, naive people out there, not just on YouTube, but in the world. I don't say that to hurt feelings. At a certain point in our society, our culture came to be feelings first, facts don't matter, judgment doesn't matter, intuition doesn't matter, having a bullshit detector doesn't matter, discernment doesn't matter, just feelings. Never hurt anyone's feelings. And he is a loser. Trace said he sounds like a damn loser. Trace said, wow, he sounds like a damn loser. Yeah, he is. Absolutely. I'm someone that doesn't mince words. I'm someone that doesn't say, well, maybe he's a loser. Maybe he's just this, or make excuse. I just say, yeah, he's a loser. Because that's what I see. He is a loser. He's threatened to do violence to me repeatedly on video and in emails for the past year and a half. He's a loser. I've never threatened to do violence to him. I've just said I know where he's going to end up. That's all. I don't think he will change. I don't expect demons to change. As like the example I gave earlier, I wouldn't expect a woman that slept with 1,000 men in the whole town to make a great housewife. And neither, by the way, neither would most men unless they're mental. Some on panel channels would. They would argue it'd be okay. And they just, there's that type, and then there's men that have some awareness of this realm. And they're honest with themselves and honest about the way things are. A woman that sleeps with 1,000 men is not trustworthy. She doesn't even respect herself, obviously. And how are you going to have a special relationship with her when everyone around she's already slept with? That's the whole point of why a man wouldn't be able to trust her or want her as a wife. Only a fool would. So some of the biggest fools in the realm do that. But for the most part, most men don't have to be taught, yeah, don't marry a hoe. They already know why not to. This is basic stuff for men. And these days, it's things that women cling on to. No, she still could be, and you don't know, don't judge. And it's all this bullshit. It's all programming that people fall for. That's what it is. And men that don't fall for the programming see right through it. Nobody has to take us aside and whisper in her ear and go, psst, psst, hey, don't marry a hoe that slept with the whole town. It might not work out good. She might cheat. She might not be able to pair bond. She might not be trustworthy. She might be very impulsive. She might be capable of anything if she's done something like that. Because behavior matters. It shows you something about someone.
And even if she
We're
does,
not all dummies.
yeah.
We're not all
And
dummies, Bex. Like,
even if she
I think
can heal,
sometimes you hang,
yeah.
but I think sometimes I won't say hang around, but people that are often around dummies, they start to see everyone as a dummy. I'm definitely not a dummy. I'm somebody that has awareness. And a lot of these ones on Team Evil or their followers, they don't. They don't have that awareness. They don't know moral from immoral. I showed a recording earlier, a clip of a guy saying that murder is not immoral. And he has hundreds of fans. He has 1,000 subs. So
Yeah,
you
I
do
had
the
a
math on that.
conversation. A guy tried to have
You
a
did?
thought experiment with me on London's channel once, where he's like, "There's a serial killer inside of everyone," and I was like, "No, there isn't. No, there isn't. And you're showing more about yourself by stating that. No, there isn't. You know, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard."
What about my truth that Kai was saying on your live when I was on there a few nights ago or whenever that was recently? Saying it's my truth. That's what Kai Mushroom was saying. Oh, it's my truth though. My truth.
Yeah.
Well, then there is no truth then if you
Well,
believe that and went by that in society, because anybody can determine the truth and change it at any time and say that's not true. This is my truth. But anything,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They could do that at a doctor's office. I'm not saying that because your dad is a doctor. I'm just saying it because it's they can put you on a scale at a doctor, and they can use I can't remember the name of it, but the instrument they use to measure your height at the doctors.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called either.
I
Heidometer.
can't
I know.
remember the name. It has a name, but
But
I
yeah,
can't think of it
it's
at the
attached
moment.
to the
But
scale on the old scales. It
yes,
was just the
yes,
stick off the
yes,
old scale. Yeah.
and it has a name. But they measure your height and weight. Someone like Kai could look down at the weight. The doctor could say what the height is while they're still standing on the scale, being measured. As a new patient, let's say, with a new doctor, and Kai could say, "I'm not that height," and the doctor could say, "Well, it's showing 5'3" or whatever they are, 5'5". I'm not sure. Let's say for argument, they're 5'5", and Kai could say, "No, my truth is I'm 7 feet." How would a doctor react to that? Would the doctor just nod his head and say, "Yes, you are," and write that down, 7 foot tall in the chart for the patient? Can you envision that like that? Do you want a world like that? Because they want it.
No.
Not just Kai. It's bigger than Kai. It's a whole movement of people that want to be able to say that they're a cat, they're not a person, or they're a dog, or they're whatever animal. This is going on. This is real. And they say it's my truth. Or they'll say anything. They'll say, this didn't happen. And they'll say, yeah, it did. And they'll say, no, it's my truth. My truth. And they'll say, I'm speaking my truth. Well, what is the truth then? What's the truth? If they can decide whatever it is and change it to anything that makes them feel good, and that's what it's based on. It's not based on truth. It's based on their feelings. And again, not to attack you, but I think a lot in your chat are based on feelings.
Yeah.
Entirely. So what you would say is, well, you don't want to be mean or hurt people's feelings, but it's all feelings, though. You can't have a discussion with people.
You made me realize something, in the YouTube, in YouTube's, in the way the math of the YouTube works, if you block someone and then unblock them, all of your conversations that you've ever had come back up. But if you hide somebody from your channel and then unhide that person, their comments never come back. So even YouTube supports the idea, if you're going to go, even the math supports the logic behind hide someone and leave them hidden, right? There's no history of why you hid them in the first place anyway, Just move on, let it go.
Well, people that are stuck on their emotions don't let it go.
Yeah, and if they're not emotional, then they just want to distract themselves with unnecessary low grade. See, sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. There's nothing wrong with sarcasm, and intelligent people use sarcasm as well. But if you get to the root of good comedy and true humor and belly laughing, everyone starts to realize that form of wit is that there's better wit than even that. It's so witty. And I think that a lot of the chatters are stuck in ribbing at each other, in trying to make a sarcastic comment. And most of the time it's not sarcastic. It's just ribbing and jabbing for the sake of entertainment, which is lower than wit.
Well, I would say a lot of it just looks rude.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be sarcastic, funny, witty. It just looks rude and insulting.
Yeah.
That's what it looks
well, and
like
I
to
would
me.
say you did receive rudeness. You do receive rudeness. You don't receive sarcasm. People don't do that. People are rude about yourself and myself. And I don't even know. I didn't even come on with a message, right? But I have seen that it's beyond rude. It's just straight up. And I'm not talking about fat jokes or stuff like that. And I'm not even talking about you in that sense. I'm saying comments that have been made about me. It's straight up rude. And
a lot of
I know
people,
that,
or a lot of panel channel people with channels would tell you, they've probably been trying to tell you for weeks or months, that my channel's just rude jokes or insults to people. I talk for hours and hours about all kinds of topics here.
Well,
I make
someone came
videos
in-
on all kinds of topics.
Someone that I've known in chat. Yeah. Sorry,
ahead,
I didn't mean to. I was just going to say, someone came into my chat that had been down in that bar where the videos were played about yourself, myself, and lots of stuff about myself was played there long before they were had their eyes on you. And that's my doing. I didn't mean for that to be the case. But that being said, one of them came into my chat yesterday. He deleted his comments after, so I put them all up on the screen. And he was saying that you were mean to women. And I was like, well, what are you even talking about? Right? Let's assume that was true. Let's assume that was true. If one man was going after 40 women, what are you doing down there with 40 people mocking one woman? Right? The logic isn't there, Dawn. The logic's not there. Right? So let alone the idea that I already know that you're not a misogynist. I already know that you're not attacking women just because you're going out and saying, hey, look at this content creator over here. She acts all innocent, but look back 6 months, look at what's going on. And it's not like you're not accepting of change and growth. I'm here, right? So what you're showing is manipulation, constant, consistent, evolving, cunning, beguiling manipulation. And you're not trying to even necessarily call the content creator out. You're pointing it out to the audience. The very same audience member on the flip side that comes over to me yesterday, why are you here and not down there with him still? Why are you here talking to me? Right? Why? Because you have a conscience, because you think you're trying to save me from Stephen, but you're down there watching those people talking about me. You're a hypocrite, right? It's ridiculous, you know? If you,
Well,
it doesn't
I
matter.
view it differently though. I don't think they're
Not
trying
you
to
being the
save you.
hypocrite. I was talking to the chatter, but please
Yeah,
do share.
but I don't think they are trying to save you. I think you kind of view it that way. I think they're just trying to run your channel and
Hmm.
tell you who to like. I don't think they're saving you. I think they're just trying to run your channel, tell you who to like, who not to have on
Yeah.
as guests, telling you to ban me. Snafu was saying to ban, why don't you ban him and all this stuff. They just want to run your channel. I don't think that's what I think.
Oh yeah, I got an email yesterday from people have been trying to tell me what to do with my channel all along. I got in this was yesterday. I said on my live, Callie was there and she said that you do what you want. It's your channel, Bex. It was even, a little more elaborate than that. And I put it up on the screen and I was like, this in by royal decree, right? From the harem wife number one herself. This is a big moment, everyone, right? And I've always been one to run my own channel, but I have been catering to the people regardless, right? But this isn't a comedy show. This isn't me trying to make sure the restaurant stays full and I don't offend people. And even in that case, people don't heckle, right? You get your odd heckler in a show, but they're not in a restaurant show, maybe at a comedy show. But if someone's putting on a comedy night in their restaurant to draw people, there's no one's heckling. It really doesn't happen because it's a one-off event, So you're right. It is just someone wanting to puppet me, you know, and feign compassion. Like compassion, you want me to have compassion for 40, even if it were the case, you want me to have compassion for 40 people out there that you think have been attacked by somebody that you don't even know if they've done that because you don't even watch, but I can watch somebody make fun of me. Why don't I make compassion for myself first and foremost, Dawn? Like,
Yeah. See, for me, I would just view Don as a pissant, and I would just put him in timeout and say, "You don't run my channel." And if he continued up, I just block him.
yeah. Yeah. And you're like
I
myself.
still think,
Yeah.
yeah, but I still think you think blocking keeps your channel low and people don't join. I've blocked
No.
hundreds, and I
Yeah.
have 3,300 people.
Yeah.
My channel's grown more than the people that keep the trash around. Trash will keep good people away.
Yeah.
If you
You're
have a
right.
fine dining restaurant that smells like trash, you worked in the
Yeah.
fine dining. If it smells like trash and they leave the trash out, eventually the people that don't like the smell of trash will stop going there. It's the way it
Yeah.
works. If any channel on here, not just yours, but any channel was full of trash, I just stopped going. That's what happens. People just stop going. And then it's less quality and more garbage, and that's what happens. It just gets taken over. Mine's the
Yeah.
opposite. I get rid of the trash, so more quality keep coming here.
Yeah. I wonder. Anyways, I won't say. I was just going to say, I wonder, speaking of trash, I wonder if Trash Luna actually created scenes outside of here, let's just say with a mock sock account and stuff, making things look, people do that kind of stuff all the time. I don't mean to single her out, but people, there's a lot of stories around you that there's no proof of, no proof at
Yeah, I'm
all.
aware.
And
I'm
yeah.
aware of that. I'm
And
aware
see,
of
at
that.
least with me, they can blame me because I don't leave any content up, right? Like I really don't. I don't care. It's I don't care. And that's even stranger to everyone. Why wouldn't you leave your content up? Well, because I don't have to. I don't have to, right? Because I
Yeah, I
just don't
know.
have to.
I would just say to this though, I would say this too. There's a lot of accusations without evidence. Only stupid
Yeah.
people fall for that. Naive people, people that don't care
Yeah.
about the truth. Because what would you do on a jury? Would you convict someone without evidence?
Yeah.
If you were sitting on a jury, would you destroy an innocent person's life where you really don't have the evidence to convict and just go by hearsay? Well, somebody said they did it. You said that you value justice, or you always have since you were young. If
Yeah.
you sat on a jury, would you convict an innocent person? Would you
No.
want to be on a jury with people that are on your channel, in your chat room, sitting on the jury, and it's a serious offense or you're on trial for something serious and you're innocent? Would you trust the people on your channel to go over the evidence and care about the evidence when look at the way they behave? They don't seem to go by the evidence when there's rumors and accusations going around. To me, that's an indication of what level they're at. Maybe you don't look at it that way, but I do.
No, I do. I see it now.
Oh. If this were criminal, they'd already have, and I was innocent, they'd already have me in prison. So if you value justice and what's true and right and wrong, you wouldn't trust people that just condemn people without any evidence. And that's what they do. It's very serious stuff when you look at it that way, if it happened to you. There's a lot of accusations going around about me without any evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny because even, I wouldn't say funny, but I find it ironic. Someone pointed out that you said you knew where I lived, and they're like, he threatened you. I said, no, he didn't. Right? No, he didn't. And they said, well, what would you, how can you not see that as a threat? It's a statement, right? Like, it's a statement. It's, well, I
I
wouldn't
didn't
want,
dox you.
yeah.
And I
I
said I
said,
could do the same to him when he said he could
yeah.
find out about me. I responded. You let people on there that say they can find me and do all this kind of stuff. He started all that snafu, saying that, oh, my crew is
Yeah.
investigating you. And like, I'm not a criminal. You want to investigate me? I'll
Well,
investigate you.
and it's no secret that that's my father's retirement. That's my father, that's we've already talked about that. And then they said to me, well, aren't you worried about your family? And I say, you know what? It's just like YouTube. My parents did that. My parents did that interview that went out into public, just like having a YouTube channel. Right now, I know I came out with my name out here. Even if I'd never gone onto it, even if I'd been smart enough to go on to Lose without my real name, there still was me using my real name out here far enough back that people with good memories would have known. And I don't mean on panel; they just would have known when I changed my channel. Now, would
I
have been
said in
less
response
likely,
to him, I was talking about him. I said right away. He just kept going. Like I said, I'm not a man of faith or Jesus or all this stuff. He kept saying I was a man of God or whatever way he phrased it. No, I'm not. Everything he was saying on your show about me was a lie or a threat. All of it. I said I've already know his name. I could look into Snafu. I could dox him today or tonight if I wanted to. That's not a threat either. It's a response to what he did for no reason. I do think you hang around trash. I think he's on your channel a lot. I think he's comes on live as
I
a
did.
guest a lot. I think.
I was guilty of bleeding heart, of giving a safe place to someone who's not allowed anywhere else after other situations. So, but I can say that my interactions with with Snappy Snaps I did get to a point where I actually expressed some things towards other content creators that I wouldn't have actually said had I not, he did. I choose how things affect me, right? But in essence, the way that those interactions went down, I got more honest, not because of him, because of me, right? And it was through a push in a direction that other people wouldn't see. But I'm guilty of giving people credit for things that are actually my doing. That's what I'm realizing, And if I wasn't put in that situation, I wouldn't have had that. I wouldn't have needed to come. If I'd protected myself sooner. Protection's the wrong word, but it's self-justification. It's like saying when people say, "Oh, I can't believe that you're such a." What am I trying to say? Through all this, I walk more. I've lost weight. I don't let myself get to a point where I look depressed you know, I'm not depressed, but I'm just saying, like, you know, yeah, I've changed and I've grown, and people would say, I didn't do that because of you per se. I did it because I chose to do it. You know, it'd be like you taking credit for what I've chosen to do, but also I wouldn't have made those changes or seen those optics if you hadn't called them out, say. Now also, you know, I wouldn't have what I don't know. I'm just saying I make the most of things, you know, and I do it with the wrong people, in essence.
Well, I see what I see. I saw someone that
Yeah.
came on your channel and attacked me and made threats and said he was going to dox me and get my info and have people looking into me for no reason. I was a complete
Yeah.
stranger to that creature. That's what
Yeah.
I saw. That's what everyone that knows me saw. Not just me, all of my monitors, everyone else saw that.
Yeah, you've never
And
conversed with him. You blocked him based on the way he communicated in your back chat to you and to me. So quickly that you didn't even remember it. I do, because I knew him, right? But yes, to everyone that watches you and to you, who the frick is this guy?
my
You know?
moderators can block anyone. I don't remember if I blocked him or if it was someone else because he
Yeah,
was communicating in the open public chat as well as backstage. He's
exactly.
been
But you
saying shit.
banned him from backstage,
Sure.
and didn't even you
Sure, I
didn't
did.
remember it till you saw it and went in to unban me, which I appreciate.
I've been banned from lots of channels, and I don't yell and scream at people and threaten them to dox them the way that he did on your live stream. Is what I'm getting back to again. His behavior and his threats towards me.
Yeah.
Now, if someone threatened you that way on here, I wonder how you would react.
Well, it wouldn't happen here. I mean, I guess it could. You could let someone up that you don't know and they start screaming at me, but you would backstage them and kick them off, whether they were screaming at me, Wendy, or you. No preferential treatment there.
Or if it happened on another channel on your channel or somewhere else, and
Yeah.
someone came up and they knew me or were friends of mine and they started threatening you to do this, do that, dox you, destroy your reputation, falsely accuse you of crimes, all that kind of stuff that he did. You can be a bleeding heart, but eventually people just stop trusting you if you're defending people that are doing
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is logical, reasonable.
Yeah.
Because you would expect the same.
Well, and any of that, yeah, exactly. And honestly, we're talking about Jerry Springer panel channel communities. They're gonna they don't want to like me anyway. So I don't need to change my optics for a bunch of.
I don't know why you worry about optics. I don't talk about optics here. That's a panel channel retarded type of.
I'm just saying that I never did. I never did it to virtue. Yeah,
said it for
I never
months,
did
though.
it to virtue
That's what that
signal.
whole
I never
stuff
did
is.
it. Yeah, I never did. I never
That's what
let
it
him
is.
up because I thought it was an opportunity to. It wasn't virtue
No,
signal.
I'm not claiming that. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
I already know who he is.
Yeah.
I know his
And in
name.
essence,
know
you
all
know
about
more,
him.
and I know more about these channels than we even care for your audience to know. So, you know, we can get back to a point of not. I just don't need to give the details in some scenarios. It's just unnecessary. Everybody already knows. You know, it's
Oh, a lot of people know about Snafu.
yeah.
A lot. And a lot of people have asked me, why is that your friend? What are you doing with that thing? You said earlier at one point that you felt you were too good for some people, or they were beneath you intellectually or something. I mean, somebody that comes on, he didn't just yell at me. It wasn't just, I think you were almost trying to paint it like, he's yelling at me because he was banned over here. He never came over here in good faith at all to chat. He just came over here
No.
to be rude and
No.
disrupt and be an asshole.
No.
But he does that everywhere. He doesn't just yell
You're
at
right.
me. He yells at everybody.
No,
I've
I should
seen
have
it.
never let him up the
I've already
second
seen
time.
him. I've seen
Right?
him yelling at everybody.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
just yell at me. He yells at everybody. I've heard lots of people talk
Yeah.
about that. I've seen him doing it, not just on your channel.
Yeah.
He's
In
just
that
someone
live,
that yells,
yeah.
and that's all he does.
Yeah.
So Yeah,
That's
you
the
can
live
feel
stream
sorry
where we.
for him, but
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
it's not just your live stream. I've seen him do that behavior everywhere. Everywhere
Yeah,
that
but
I've
what I'm
seen
saying is,
Snafu snaps.
what I'm saying is, on the live stream that you came back to talk to me, and I asked you if it was okay if these people came up to talk to you, and we both knew that there was going to be a scene with Franny, with Kai. Snafu Snaps came up into that mix early in the live stream. Then the night passed and he was back in the morning, right? I didn't need to let him up the second time. The only reason I let him up the second time was because we were still dealing with Kai and Franny, who'd come up
Yeah.
3 and 5 times each, right? So if I was actually more aware of what I was doing, I just wouldn't have let Snafu Snaps up the second time to talk to you at all, because allegedly we were letting these people have their voice with you. Right. Which now I know if I could go back, I should have just been second time, third time they were up there, just been like, no, we're done. Steven and I can have a better conversation without you. We can have a better conversation talking about you now that you've displayed this behavior,
Yeah,
instead of letting it
but
go on that long
it's
and
obvious
then
though. It
letting
was
them go
obvious
sow their
before I was
stories. Yeah.
on there. You know,
Yeah.
we can have a conversation without that, but obviously it's a choice. But Marcella said not everything is a joke. Personal responsibility is important. I agree, Marcella. Few people take any personal responsibility these days. But as for Snafu Snaps, it wasn't just because of me that he was yelling. He does that to everyone that I've seen.
Exactly.
You feel free to
Exactly.
post a link though to any live stream that he's been on a panel where he isn't just yelling, where he's talking in a conversation manner, respectful, not rude, not accusatory to people, not yelling, talking over it. Where he's
I do have a couple behind the scenes, but I'm not going to bring them up now, because why would someone talk calmly to come back in
no
yelling later,
publicly, not
right?
behind the
Yeah.
scenes. I'd love
So
to see on some other channel. Like I've seen him on, and it just seems to be a
I'll give you a
pattern
link. I'll give
that
you a
he's
link,
known
but we
for.
know it's a gameplay now, right? He only made it's like the it's the opposite. You know, it's just another tactic, right? Because yell, 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 be calm, 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 yell, yell, yell. You know, the only reason you were calm
Uh-huh.
was to be given more opportunity later to yell. So,
Well, why do you befriend people that are just about tactics and optics rather than being real authentic people?
yeah, I wouldn't say I was befriending. That would be where social isolation and getting into this loop with these channels was something that I was breaking out of when I came back here to hang out in your premieres, calling it Truth or Anonymous, right? That was real. That was really was. I'm got to get out of this. I don't know what I'm
Yeah, but I'm
doing. How
talking
did I
about
even get into
Snafu
this?
now, not my channel
Yeah.
or premieres. I'm just focused on that. I'm just wondering about that since he had a lot to say about me and he seems to be on your channel a lot. I'm just wondering about Snafu and that relationship. If he didn't make threats against me, I wouldn't even give a shit. But I mean, he did right on your channel
Well,
live
yeah.
to me. So I'm
Well,
wondering about that now.
I'm glad
He
he
drew
set
my
them up,
attention.
Adam.
He drew my
Yeah.
attention, is what I'm saying. He's got my attention now.
Yeah.
I didn't give a shit about him before then at all until that. So
Yeah.
he's on my radar now. It's
Yeah.
not usually a good thing, as you've seen probably on YouTube. Usually good things don't happen when somebody does that. It doesn't end up very well for them. They go through a little bit. Some of them end up saying that they ended up homeless because of me and all that stuff. But I'm just saying, it's not really a good thing to fuck around that way. I don't deal with people threatening me. I don't just take that as a joke. I'm not a panel channeler. I don't
I
know
know.
how they handle it, but I do things differently.
Well, and I don't even
So
know
I
if
don't know
it
if
was
I don't know if it
screenshot.
is a friend of yours or not. But if it is,
No,
I wouldn't be.
he's not my friend.
I wouldn't stand in front of him as a shield and try to make excuses because that won't work anyway. That's what I'm getting at. It just
Well, yeah,
won't
and
work.
he's not my friend. I've never had the only conversation I've ever even had behind the scenes was I trapped him. I didn't say I trapped him, but I put out that I was going to have a live stream, and as soon as he joined the live stream, I shut it down because I wanted to get to the root of something. And he was exactly the same in a private StreamYard as he is publicly. There was no difference in his behavior at all, not one bit, not a LARP, you know.
I'm not saying it's a LARP. I'm saying he's a piece of shit
No, I know you're
that
saying it's
threatens
not.
people
So,
over the internet.
but
I'm just
I
saying
would
what I
say,
think and what I see.
yeah,
A lot of
yeah,
people think that he runs your channel, that he just tells you
oh,
what to do and how to
which is
run
a joke.
things. And
Nobody runs my channel. Nobody runs my channel. And to be honest, Snappy Snaps has only been coming to my channel in the last 5 or 6 weeks. I've been making content for 7 months. I know nobody can see that. My channel's like 13 years old or a lot or older, but I only started producing content, if that's what we can call it, in August of last year. That was when I launched being able to even post a community post, right? So, but no, he was banned. He was the first person ever banned from my back chat.
August
And
of last year, 2023.
yes, when I first started producing any content at all. And the first time I was ever on a panel was April of last year. I didn't know any of these people till April of last year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I started producing content, I believe, if my memory serves, it was either October or November, I think, of 2022, the end of
Yeah.
2022 sometime.
Yeah, and
Might
I
have been
think
November, but
yeah.
I started
When
off slow with just a couple short videos, but yeah, what were you going to say?
Well, and I think my friends and I started probably watching you maybe February 2023. I'd have to ask them. I could actually probably even go back in our emails, well, not emails, but messages. But we, the couple friends that I made in Lou's Zoom meetings, we right in and around whenever when you started talking about Matt from Quantum of Conscience, when you started talking about when you did your Helen Keller decode, we'd all been watching for about a month at that time.
Do the
So I
panel
have a
channels
few
do
friends
that
and
stuff?
myself. I'm not lying when I say I have listened to hundreds of hours of your content. Probably I
Mhm.
haven't kept up when I got sucked into my own channel and such, but a lot of people can go out there over the years and even set themselves up, making comments on your content, whether they watch them or not. I don't believe Pamela Mystical Musings listen to her nearly as much as she says. But I
Oh, I
don't believe
doubt it.
anything that woman says.
I
Just because
doubt
she's
it.
been commenting for 6 months or whatever, they were probably just waiting, and it had nothing to do with me. They have their eyes on people that they want to. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm not
it
going to
doesn't
get
matter.
into stupid
I
conspiracies
don't even
about
think
demons.
about those people. No, I don't
Yeah.
even think about those people, but the Helen Keller videos, I've done a lot of that type of stuff. It's
Yeah.
not the only type of video that I've done.
No, I know, and I only point
Exposing
that one out because
frauds,
I thought it was so
deception.
great. It really was really
Do the
good.
panel channels do things like that on their panels or on their channels? Their channel
No.
panel. I'd love to see it. It's not that I'm boasting. It's just I'm trying to differentiate so people see the difference, to give the contrast. I'm like this. I do this over here. They're like that, so that people don't think it's all the same. A Ferrari's not the same as a broken down Volkswagen. They're a little bit different. People know they're different because they're physically different. So some people can't get beyond that. I have no trouble doing that with other stuff. It doesn't have to be a physical difference. I can know I'm different from someone even if they're white. They don't have to be black. They don't have to be, it doesn't have to be like that. I can still tell the difference. Same thing with channels. I made a video called Two Wolves, or I had Two Wolves
I
in it, and I
love that
can't think
one.
of the
I love
title.
that. It was so
But
funny.
there's a lot
That
of
was in
people on here.
yeah.
There's a
Granny
message to
Smith.
it, though. I mean, it's funny, but there's a
Yeah.
message to it. So a lot of
Yeah.
people that can't see difference when it's right there. They hear and see sameness. And I do think it's gotten to the extreme on YouTube where there are YouTubers that are mental, that need professional help. And I don't even believe in the psychiatric system, but they need something.
Yeah.
They really are that bad. They
Yeah.
hear my voice and hear it as the same as people.
Well, we might
and
be
I'm
being
not, and
streamed
not even
by
close to
somebody
me.
right now where in the comment, that's what people were saying about you and I yesterday. London was down there being like, I just think some people need help. Like, whatever. Whatever.
There's been
What a
people that
joke.
are insulting whether they're aware of it or not, but I don't tolerate it. People that
Yeah.
insist that I'm someone that I'm not, or they say that my channel. What's the difference? They'll say between your channel and Forever Conscious. Well, I've pointed out things in fucking videos for hours showing things that he says that don't add up at all. At all. And I can give you one example right off the top of my head. How would he know what Bex chose to do before you were even born if you don't remember yourself? He claims that we all chose this, which would include Bex, that we all chose to come here. We consciously chose this. So if you don't remember choosing to come here, how would Mark from Forever Conscious know? And why does he have no evidence proving that you and me and everyone else here chose to come here? Everyone in the world, not just my chat room. He says we all chose to come here. Well, can you please show me some evidence? That's quite an extraordinary claim. Can you please show me a little bit of evidence? Mark, there's no evidence. He's shown no evidence. So think about it. Right off the bat, that's a huge difference between his channel and mine. I never try to gaslight people and say, you chose this, you chose to come here. If you're suffering in life with chronic pain or you were born deformed, you chose this. I've never said that. That's what his channel says. And I have it on videos. Okay? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you realize how major that difference is between his channel? Just that alone, I can go on, but I mean, I could go on for hours about what's different between my channel and his channel.
Well, that's
But
why
that's
they
an
have
obvious one.
such a strong desire to spread rumors, because the more they talk about you, the more they risk the more they respond to you without lies. And this is the same thing for me, but you have a message I don't. The more they respond to you without lies, the more they risk losing their audience to you.
Yeah, because they're not worried about what's true or the truth
Yeah.
or helping people.
Yeah.
They're worried about their own channel, their power, their clout, their shekels, their donations, all that shit. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that I'm in a battle of good versus evil, and people could say, oh, how dare he talk about. I don't care if they don't see it. Too bad. I've worked my ass off my whole lifetime trying to help people see that. If they end up on the wrong side, they didn't listen, they were lazy, or they chose in this lifetime to side with evil when they were warned and shown. And there will be consequences. People can slough it off and think it's a joke. You choose evil, you'll be treated as evil. I've said that dozens and dozens of times on my channel and videos. I don't have to say it a million times. You and everyone else should understand by now. Anyone listening to my voice should be able to hear that and say, yeah, that makes sense. If I do choose evil and side with evil and attack him and try to prevent people from hearing his message, then I'm with evil. Then I will be seen as with evil. It's obvious. You're on the wrong side then if you do that. I'm going to play this for people to see.
So when you come here, you agree to all the crap that is contained within. Okay?
No, I didn't agree to this. I didn't agree to the abuse here and the evil and the suffering and all the rest. Bullshit.
It doesn't have to be moral. It doesn't have to be fair. It doesn't have to be just. And I know that it sucks, but it just is the way it is. It's part of...
You're a fucking loser. Grifter.
I'm just a grifter. I'm just a grifter.
That's a short clip, but I've also done hour-and-a-half long videos analyzing and showing what he says, not saying it, showing it, and then responding in videos, showing that he says,
we all consented to this. We all consented to this, planet.
And all that shit. So there you go. And it's on my channel for people to see, right in plain sight. So when people say, what's the difference between your channel and his? Well, that's one right off the bat. He's also pushed the idea of a good, loving God, which is in complete contrast with what I say on my channel. I mean, I have huge differences with him. He charges money, which is completely different from my channel. That's just a few off the top of my head. So what do we agree on? Oh, not going into the light? Well, double thumbs up. One small part of it. Great. But we disagree on all the rest.
Yeah.
So I can't help the simple-minded. I can't help people that insist on being lazy and being simple. It's a complex topic, and I don't expect everyone to understand this. I don't expect everyone to do the work. I don't expect everyone to do the work for freedom in this realm. I don't expect it. Most people, I'm well aware, acutely aware, that most in this realm are pretty intellectually lazy. They're not curious. They don't look into things. A lot of people just want to chat. They want to socialize. They want to be on live streams. They don't want to watch. They don't want to look into things. They don't want to research and understand things. They couldn't give a fuck about Kleinfelters or Squires. They couldn't give a fuck about what I'm talking about on my channel. So be it.
Yeah.
There's consequences in this
Yeah.
realm
What's
for
interesting is,
willful
yeah,
ignorance, and there is outside
I,
of here.
yeah, I heard Coyote saying that she had given me a second chance after hearing that I was transphobic or something, and that she'd come up to stand up on trans issues or whatever. Yet my research, the research that I've done, could really help Coyote understand herself, perhaps, or even understand a bigger picture of what's
Good luck
happening.
with that.
You know,
Good luck with
and
that.
yet there's no, I'm not even going to try. I don't even care to, because I can already see that she's painting a narrative that that I was the one she was giving a chance to. Dude, you never came up to my channel. You commented once before, right after Steven and I had our falling out, and you followed me around. Make it, I'm just saying, was everywhere I was for a couple of days, then nothing. I wasn't going in a lot of places anymore. But also now the only time you come up on my channel is this one time to talk transphobic issues to me, but you're talking to Steven. Like it's just the it's just a lie. It's lies, lies, lies. But why would you expect someone to not be lying when in fact they lie to themselves so much they mutilated their body?
Yeah, they'd never call it that, though. They would
Mhm.
just say, if you call it that, you're a transphobe. See, they
Mhm.
just cover it with a label. Sometimes you kind of go into, how can I put it? It's just simple to like. I'm not sure how to put it, but I just try to like. It's pretty simple the way that they just do that. They
Yeah.
will just cover it with a label. They'll just label you.
Yeah.
They're not going to try to understand your theory and your
No.
research. They won't look at your research and
Well, and I
they
never
just
even
won't do
brought that
that.
research to my channel. I never had
Yeah.
a chance. It was streamed here.
I'm
It
just
was
saying,
streamed actually the day. Yeah.
hypothetically,
Yeah. Exactly.
if you said check out this stream, it's still up or whatever. If it's one that was still saved by YouTube, or they
Yeah.
won't. They're not interested because they're not
Yeah.
interested in the truth. They're more interested in saying someone's homophobic, transphobic, a racist, a this, a misogynist. You have internalized misogyny. You have this, that. It's all labeling.
Yeah.
It's all from the umbrella of feminism and the rainbow mafia and the LGBT crew. That's what it is. They use labels like that to silence people. That's all they're interested in because that's
Yeah.
all they do. So when people say,
Yeah.
"Why? How do you know they're all just in?" She's only interested in. Well, she only does that every time there's a conversation. I don't expect different if that's all they do. I can't. I know. I already. I knew early into that. I can't have a conversation with them because it's just labeling. They don't want to listen,
Yeah.
and they pretended. Oh, I'm not on this live stream to talk to Steven about what I smeared him with. I'm just here to talk to Bex, and it's like, yeah, well, you could have been on there anytime. They lie and expect people to believe it. I'm not even close to falling for that obvious shit by them. So obvious. Same with Franny. If I wouldn't have been on that night, they wouldn't have been on. It's that simple.
No, they wouldn't have been at all.
I know that. I know
Yeah,
that.
I know that too.
And they
Nor
want to
would Snappy
disrupt.
Snaps.
No, they just want to disrupt. And yeah, I'm not the type that expects those people to change.
Yeah.
I don't. If they would, good for them. But do I expect it? No. Why would I? You know, I'm the type of person that doesn't expect an elephant to turn into a chipmunk. I know it's weird, but I think it'll probably be an elephant if it lives 5, 10 years, 20 years. It'll still be an elephant. Most people don't change in this realm, is the reality.
Yeah.
It's rare to see somebody work to change themselves, to better themselves, even with addictions and stuff like that. But even without addictions, even without alcoholism or drug addiction, most people don't change. And Wendy said that a leopard doesn't change their spots. It's true. It's true. And I wonder if Kai did some research on their own, at least about certain bottom surgery, but a lot of them don't. And they do mutilate themselves. And if they did the research, which really isn't a lot of work these days, if we're honest, if everyone here, not just me and Bex, everyone here is honest in their mind about it, it doesn't take much to research if you were going to do that as an adult and say, you know what? This is mutilation. If
Yeah,
I do
most of us
this,
wouldn't
I
even
won't
look
have a
into it.
vagina. No,
If I suddenly,
we wouldn't
if
think
you
of
suddenly
doing
had
that to
thoughts that
ourselves.
you wanted to lop off your genitals, you would be seeking psychiatric help. But I know that you would never have those thoughts, nor would I.
No,
So,
no. But
you
if they
know,
got to the point of having those thoughts and having them long enough and being serious about doing that, if they looked on the internet about the research and regrets people have that have done
yes,
it
yes.
and the actual photos, that's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at. The actual photos and saying, you know what? If I want to turn my penis into a vagina, it's actually a wound that just doesn't heal. You have to keep it open. You have to stuff things in like Jazz Jennings
It
has
is.
talked about.
Yep.
It's not a real vagina. Let's get
Yeah.
real and not sugarcoat. Let's really be honest here.
Yeah.
And I think
Poor
what people hate
Jazz.
is my honesty and my directness.
Yeah.
And
Poor
her
Jazz.
and thousands of others, right?
And Jazz didn't
Thousands.
even
That
get
was
a
a
chance.
boy.
Yeah. Take it to
And that
Shapeshifter.
mother
Take it to
did it.
Shapeshifter, always was a femboy, now has no drive to do anything. Understands they gave their entire hormonal system up after having been mentally unwell, seeking help, and maybe would have stopped at top surgery and been happy. But even then, that person knows that they could have actually just continued being a femme gay guy with and dressed up in drag. You know, that being said, Shapeshifter is the best example of that. That person is way more accountable than they should be. They know they should be the one starting a class action lawsuit. A very intelligent person who gets it just like someone obviously not that smart. They lop things off, but it was so fast tracked from top surgery to bottom surgery that they didn't realize that not only would they have no sex drive, they have no drive to be, they have no drive to work, they have no essence of being. They didn't know that losing their gonads would cause more than that. They actually thought they could become a woman. They know now that that's impossible, but now they'll never be a man either. They never could. We already know without, but people can lose their organ, let's say, in an awful accident and still, it's just so sick. Like that they've lost their beingness. They would say they've lost their beingness, and even any kind of substitute hormone, regardless of how people perceive them for the rest of their life, they just that person continues to be, is a testament to. That's the thing they don't study, is that once people have transitioned and gone out into the world, they don't do any studies on the self-deletion statistics of post-operative unwell people that have made those choices. I'm being careful with my language, right? The studies are all about their ideation of self-deletion before all of that. But the pandemic for those people is more likely that they've actually increased the odds of self-deletion after all of that, right?
Yeah.
Which shows that they're unwell to even have ideas of self-deletion at all. It's, and then they
Well,
look for an answer. Well, yeah.
a lot of people just go by feelings, and they would say, I'm being mean by telling them the truth, which could prevent all that if they actually heard actual truth spoken the way that someone like me, not just me, but others do.
Mhm.
It's not being mean. It's not being harsh. It's not being hateful. It's not being a bully. It's not being transphobic to tell them the truth. but what it is. Okay? And I think a lot of your audience would be on the other side. They would say it is mean. It's you're hurting their feelings by saying that. That's what I noticed. That's
I
a big
often haven't
difference.
covered any of these kinds of topics because I do have very strong opinions of, that a surgical slit is not is not
Neither's
the
the
real
other
thing,
way. Neither's the other
Yeah.
way. Vice
And the
versa.
other way, the other way is so much more obviously mutilating. Both are obviously, but one's internal, one's external. You can see that someone could never wear a short sleeve shirt again, never wear shorts again, let alone do they pass, they have to, it's it's I
Yeah, but
had
I'm
a
not
friend.
talking about that. I'm talking about between the legs part, not the bone of the that they're using and all that stuff, the material from arm or leg.
Well,
But yeah,
I know, but
it doesn't what I'm saying, Bex, is it I've never considered that, never thought of it, never would. But
Neither would I.
how come I'm more aware and knowledgeable of all that than the ones that actually go through with it? Aren't at some point they're kind of responsible for not doing the research and not listening to warnings of people potentially in their family, friends, whoever's in their
But
life?
those are
I'm sure some
yeah.
people. Okay, I'm sure somebody at some point that they were talking to, if they had one friend or someone that said, "Hey, don't do that. It's this. Look into it." You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
do you get what I'm saying?
Be interesting to ask my father how many of his patients ever were urged in that direction. Right now in Canada, if you want to get a family doctor, it's so rare because there's so many walk-in clinics. But if you were to call a family doctor today and say, "I'm looking, are you taking patients?" The first question out of their mouth is, "Are you trans?" Because they will take trans patients, but they won't take new patients. It's so
Oh, I
bizarre.
didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew a woman moved to Victoria from a small island and she has medical needs. And she was a 22-year-old girl working in the catering business I was working with. And she says, "I just need a family doctor." And she says, "I can't believe everyone I call, they say no, but are you trans?" I said, "Just lie. Just lie and say you are until you get in there and be like, oh, change my mind." Right? Wait, I mean, don't even
I
have
have a
to.
good question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think they should be IQ tested and also have emotional psych tests if somebody goes to a doctor and says that they're trans or they're thinking about wanting to transition? What do you think should be done? Because the IQ test is because there's thousands and thousands that have already transitioned or partially, whether they had top surgery or both top and bottom, and they're unaware, they're less aware of what it involves and how it changes their body than someone like me that has never even thought of doing it. They haven't even done as much research as I did.
Mhm.
So is there something wrong is what I'm getting at.
Well,
I just
what I would
that's what
say
I
that
want to know.
I think those tests are valuable. What I would say one of the most okay, this is a good segue into well, not a segue. What I would say is they've been taught so much to bow down to authority and think the doctor's always right, that even when a doctor supports, when a doctor might, I won't, a friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, was the poster child for them arguing a double mastectomy in Vancouver over here. And they emancipated themselves from their family. Luckily, the family was still able to keep that from being done. But my point is that there's that even that teenager went into the hospital under ideas of self-deletion and very quickly was told that their ideas of self-deletion was related to their sexuality, which then had them convinced that they were needed to go down this path. They were not a lesbian. They were not anything other than someone who was really messed up with parents that couldn't help them. And they've got it to the point where a teenager can go in and say, I'm considering self-deletion, and they'll say that's a sign of being trans. So it's a bow down to authority kind of thing. It's actually, and it ties into this God stuff. And I don't mean to sound like I'm contradictory. I always studied faiths like you did. Like I studied faiths to understand if we're all pursuing enlightenment here together, what are these books missing? What is missing, right? So I might not have gone down into to tear them down. I went in looking for a little gem to try and pursue enlightenment. Maybe they've spread the knowledge amongst everything and you need to take a piece. And in 2020, when I got red pilled about the I would say it was QAnon influenced red pilling. I'm not a QAnoner, but I would say in hindsight, with all the rabbit holes I went down, my point is through that is how I ended up sitting with people of faith, listening to them, reading from their books, right? And so now to come back to center to explain to you that this is a bowing down of authority, whether you're bowing down to God or whether you're bowing down to the doctor, right? There's a rule set above that that's a part of the program that if you have a doctor offering a 16-year-old a mastectomy because they're suicidal, something's wrong with the doctor, right? Something's wrong with the doctor, not the
obviously.
16-year-old who's sad, right?
Obviously.
You
But if
know?
you're going, my thing was going back to what I asked was if you're going to the doctor at all with wanting to be, not with your example, but with wanting to be transitioned, if it's initiated by the patient, and I'm not talking about children, I'm talking about 20
some of
something, like in the case of,
yeah,
I know some, I'm just talking about this, adults though. I'm not going to every scenario. I don't even have time to go
Have
into
you
all of
seen,
it.
have you seen how much it's been on TV for 20 years though? I went back and watched all the legal and medical shows without all the character building of all the main characters in the shows. I watched
I'm
like
aware, I don't
100.
watch TV. I
Yeah.
know there's
Well,
programming.
that's where I would say
but,
on TV for 20, 25 years, they've been subtly putting this into every legal show, every medical show.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say that of course, to answer your question, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But this
Yeah.
idea doesn't
But
come
most
out of
guys
nowhere.
don't want to
Yeah.
mutilate their genitals because it's been
Yeah.
on TV.
But the
So
idea doesn't come out of nowhere. The idea doesn't come out of nowhere to even those people. So they've been
but they're-
influenced, you know?
everybody's been influenced on everything, but people don't always get their genitals cut off.
Yeah,
and
you're right. I
mutilated,
watched those
made
shows
into
and I
hamburgers.
didn't get. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
Not
see
just
what
that, not just that issue. There's programming with all kinds of stuff. That's pretty extreme though. There's programming with, all sorts of agendas and issues beyond trans. But yeah, most people don't do that. What I'm getting at is maybe they should test their IQs because they go to the doctor without even doing research and they have a fucking smartphone in their hand. Most in Canada, United States, almost every single person almost has the internet in their hand. So they go to the doctor. Do you get what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do.
I'm getting at laziness. I'm getting at laziness. I'm not.
I do.
I'm getting at something here where how come I've looked into it more than people that want to turn their genitals into hamburger.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
turn their
Why did
penis
I look
a
into
gash.
it? Why did I
And
look
no,
into it for years prior to?
it's
Why
not.
was
It's
I?
not. And
You
it's
know?
not even. It's not even why I look. I'm not even talking about that. Why haven't they? I'm trying to get away from the excuse making for them though. I don't know if you realize you're sounding that way. I don't think you're intentionally making excuses for them, but they got to have some responsibility at a certain point when you're 20, 25, 30. Where does the line get cut off saying they're just a kid? Because they're an adult. I mean, I was working full time in my 20s. 18, 17, 18, I was already working full time and doing things, had my own car saved up, did my own stuff. And I wasn't running to the doctor saying I want to do this to my genitals. Okay. And I understand that there wasn't as much in the TV shows back then about that, but I think if it was in every show, I wouldn't have done that. Okay. At a certain point, you got to say, there is that going on. But, like most people don't fall for that and run to the doctor and say, I want that without even looking in and say, will I actually have functioning sex organs? Will I have this? Will I have that? Like they don't even do any fucking research.
Yeah.
Some of it, like it might sound harsh to you and maybe your audience, but and again, I'm just saying it.
It's not harsh to me. It's not harsh to me. I get what you're saying because I get what you're saying. You're not talking
it
to
looks
me about
moronic.
it.
I wonder if they have a low IQ is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm really saying that. I wonder if they have something because I don't know even guys that were dumb that I worked with in a warehouse in high school
wouldn't
that
have been
acted
able
like
to be convinced of
jackasses.
that. Yeah.
No, not even close.
Yeah.
Not even close. Even the dumbest one of the bunch, it wouldn't have worked. The dumbest straight one, in the bunch, that would not have worked at all. And I think even if there would have been a gay one, I don't think there were, but it wouldn't have worked on them either.
I'll bet you there's a correlation. There's probably a correlation between that and micro genitalia. I'll bet you porn has an influence.
Well, Kai says there's a correlation between that and Asperger's and the autism spectrum. That's Kai. She claims that there's a
Yeah, definitely for the definitely on the female side of things. I don't know about the male side of things, but like on the F to M's, like Kai, for sure they've made that correlation. I haven't seen the same with that spectrum, that being on the spectrum of men. The MTFs, I haven't, and there is a difference between people on the
yeah,
spectrum by gender. We know there's gender
yeah,
differences, right? We acknowledge them
yes,
here.
there
So,
are. If
but
I
what I
was
would say
running a
on them,
medical
yeah, I would,
system for Canada,
yeah.
I would get it tested. They would have to be tested for that first to see if they're on the autism spectrum or.
And then I would
I'm not
say,
saying force it. I would test them, but not diagnose. I'm not
yeah,
saying that testing isn't diagnosing. It's different.
yeah.
People that might be
I would
listening
say
and
with,
confused.
I would do that. I would do that testing. And then I would say with the MTFs, I would definitely acknowledge that it probably has something to do with feeling less masculine because of a size differential. I'll bet you
Could be.
very few men that are well endowed choose to do that. And they've watched too many pictures of well endowed men be a part of the imagery in front of them. And the sad thing about that is Jazz Jennings is the first that could say that, first to be able to testify to that as a child that was on hormones for so long they didn't even get natural development. So whether they would have had a naturally sized somewhere on the more average range and above, they wouldn't know because they were forced into microgenitalia by their parents' decision, right? And that's the biggest
yeah.
yeah. So and Shapeshifter would say definitely not talking about herself or himself in this, but he I'll say he because that he is detransitioning. It's hard because he's so feminine. But Shapeshifter would say they're lying to you. You know, if you had a micro to begin with, you know, you're going to lie about you only have so much product to work with. There's no way they can make a real one out of something so small. Right? So you're someone who lied to yourself about your size to begin with. You're going to lie about your size afterwards, and you're actually going to have it's something that doesn't function for anything, even if it would have been imaginary. It's so small, right?
I think that.
So
Well, I
shapeshift,
would just.
yeah.
I'd have to push back on that and say they could probably have average to maybe even the biggest penis in the world. They can't make it into a vagina that functions the way that a woman does. It's not the same thing. It's a gash. It's a
Yeah.
wound.
So yeah. Oh, for sure. But I would say
That's
that the
what I'm
ones
saying.
choosing to have the surgery, I bet you are below average and to the extreme on the other end of the spectrum.
Could be.
I just can't. Yeah, I can't even see the proudest. I can't imagine a gay femme man or whatever they call themselves. You know, boy with a large endowment choosing to average to above average choosing to do that. I think it's something that they're not talking about, that people are feeling inferior because of the size.
The ones that are telling honest about after post-op say that it doesn't work. Often it stinks, not like a vagina.
Oh yeah, it'll close up years later. It'll close up if they're not dilating.
Because it
Years
is a
later.
wound. It is a wound.
Yeah, it's a surgical
they
wound.
keep open. That's what it
Yep.
is. It's not. They can't create a vagina. We got to get beyond these lies and bullshit that people go by, saying that they made this into this. No, they really didn't. They
Yeah.
made a wound. They didn't make a self-lubricating vagina that works the same way and looks
Yeah.
the same way. It's
Oh, and
not
I've heard
true.
these people claim and if anyone's claiming that it can, they probably have blown out, they've blown out the back wall into their rectum. Not to be, there's, I've heard post-op people saying it even works. No, it doesn't. And you've probably injured yourself.
You got cut off and your avatar disappeared. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you. No, I would say that if I've heard of a trans woman saying that it's self-lubricating and it works now, and I would say they need to get to a hospital and fast. They've probably blown out the false back wall to their rectum, and they
Could
don't
be,
even
or
know.
they're just a liar,
Yeah.
which is also
Well, and that was another
happening as
thing
well.
Shapeshifter says. That's another thing Shapeshifter says. I mean, yeah, if you'd lie about your size beforehand, why wouldn't you be lying about everything after? Like there's just. Lies.
Well, show
Yeah.
me the
Yeah.
evidence. Show me the evidence. Show me one that works the same way as a woman's natural vagina. I don't think they
Yeah.
do.
Impossible. It's impossible.
I'd like to see the medical proof, not just somebody pulling their pants down. I'd love to see the medical proof that shows it and proves it. The way they can show on growing up, I saw sex shows of penis inserted, ejaculation. They had cameras inside. They had everything showing um, all that kind of stuff for sex ed. Have they done that with any trans either way, going, MTF or FTM? I've never seen it where they show proof that, yes, this works. This is what it looks like. We do have the technology now to create this. I don't think they can do it. And I think that people could spend a few hours on Google before going to a doctor and requesting this to look into it and say, you know what? Holy shit. I thought that all this transition talk, they really can't create a vagina out of a penis, and they can't create a penis out of material on a body and create a fake one. It just doesn't. It isn't possible. It isn't the same. Doesn't work the same. Doesn't function the same. You don't function the same if your gonads are removed. All these changes happen. It's not
That's why.
natural. It's a lie. It's a scam.
Yeah.
And this is the truth for these people.
Mhm.
It might hurt people's feelings that hear this and say they'll be pointing, saying he's a transphobe. No, I'm saying this for your benefit, so you don't go through with this. The people that might listen to this tonight or one day in the future, possibly somebody thinking about it might come across this. Do your research. I don't hate you. I'm trying to spare you from mutilating yourself to something that won't even work.
And that's why I would say that likely it's it's not just likely, it is it's a form of it's the worst form of conversion therapy ever offered to anyone. People blame these churches for trying to change people from gay to straight through awful kinds of mental programming. These people who choose to do this, they're so unaware of what the biology of the opposite sex is, they won't even go look at what a real one looks like. I'll bet you most of the people that are choosing to do this have never seen a real one, let alone asked to see one in reality before they choose to do it. So it's the
Yeah.
worst form of conversion therapy I've ever seen in my entire life.
I don't think they should just see a real one. I just think they should see the butchered, mutilated ones
Both.
and watch the
Both.
talks of the ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
both. But they should see the ones where they're saying they're in the hospital again. It stinks. It smells. They regret it. They didn't know it was going to be like that. It was going to be like this. They thought it would work. They thought they'd have a real vagina. I've seen these videos on YouTube over the years. I don't know if they're
Yeah.
still on YouTube because I didn't just look
I've
yesterday.
watched
For
a
the
lot of
people
this
that,
stuff too, as you can
but
tell.
there's people that have a time issue, especially the
Yeah.
ones on Team Evil. They'll think as soon as I post a video, they think I just recorded it. They can't imagine that something just posted I could have recorded 3 months ago. There's a lot of people like that make these assumptions. So, for the record, I didn't just watch all this research last night or recently. It's been years. I looked
Same.
into some of that stuff years ago. So
Same.
again, I don't know whether
There were
these videos
yeah.
are on. I don't know if they're still on YouTube for the ones that think that all research was just done. Just like I've researched other things many years ago. I was looking into Mandela
Yeah.
effect and flat Earth 2015, not yesterday. A lot of the
Yeah.
content I looked into is not online anymore. For the people
Yeah.
to say, well, I looked for it now. You're a little bit slow. Sometimes with YouTube, you got to be quicker in looking into shit because sometimes
Yeah.
it goes away. So
Yeah.
what happens? But if you want to look into the images, I can't show them on YouTube for you.
Yeah.
But you people listening can do it yourself.
So
You can
easy.
go
They're
on to
all over
image
the
search.
internet.
You can do
Yeah.
it yourself.
And
I can't
trigger
risk my
warning.
channel.
Yeah.
I can't
Trigger
risk my
warning. It
channel.
is. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but I
so
can't
sad.
show and I can't show real vaginas, but I can't show the butchered ones and the ones showing what it looks like and say they didn't want this. They didn't know it was going to be like this. Do your research before you do that. It's a
Yeah.
major surgery. Do a lot of research. Don't be lazy. Do you know that I researched certain topics for years and it wasn't to do with mutilating my body? It was just to
Yeah.
do with this realm, not me personally. I'm trying to
Yeah.
really get through to people here. Truly.
Yeah.
You got to do your research on that. It's your body.
Yeah.
You can't just change it back.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't be
Yeah.
gullible. Don't be
The
naive. Don't be what most people on YouTube demonstrate that they are. Like they believe
even
hearsay and gossip, you know.
my dad as a doctor, long after, they hit a point where circumcision wasn't a paid for service by Medicare anymore, right? And my father continued to perform circumcisions for a bottle of scotch to his patients. And then there hit a point where even my father stopped performing circumcisions, right? And I would say that if there's, and I'm not here to say people should or shouldn't be, and whether it's one's better than the other, but if we're just back to that whole, as a group, people decided that was something, if you wanted to have done, it's elective. It's so elective that you have to even find a doctor willing to do it. And there's obviously lots of doctors do. There's lots of faith-based and non-faith-based people, faith in religion, that choose to do that. And I am not here to purport one or the other. But I would say that, then suddenly we've said this before, but the same institution is now saying if someone has the idea of self-deletion, that they probably should start mutilating their body. It's all, yeah.
I try not to get things jumbled up too much, though. I know about the circumcision issue. I could talk about that one for a long time, too. I am kind of getting tired, but I just want to say about the
Yeah.
whole trans thing. And again, I'm going to say it again. If you haven't done your research and look at the people that say they didn't know this, doesn't that, I shouldn't even ask. To me, it indicates something to me about them, not
Yeah.
just individually, but a bunch of them. Because
Well,
they're
and
doing
about everyone
something.
that cares about them, because anyone that cares about them could have gone and done the research. That's how I got into looking into it. Is there were way too many of my friends' daughters being influenced into hormones and binding, and so I started looking into it all. Yeah, and that was years ago, years and years ago. Meanwhile, you're up against a system where you still have to be acknowledging the brainwashing of these kids. They're not your kids, right? You don't want to hurt them, but you want to be
Yeah.
prepared because even their own parent will just be caused a bigger divide trying to go up against all that. So, 10 years ago, that's how I got into the Swire Kleinfelter. I was looking in German papers, Japanese translated, I looked outside of this continent to find answers as well, because, selective. My father's medical journals were declining in quality over the years that I'd go home and pick one up and start reading it. I'm like, this is like a pharmaceutical magazine now compared to the intellectual academic articles that were in the same journals, 25 years ago. So it's a downgrade of information. My dad wouldn't notice because he's so intelligent. And then someone would say, well, Bex, if you're always reading your dad's medical journals, obviously you got smart enough. I'm not a doctor, right? So that when I first pick one up, I'd be like, I understand 1 in every 5 words or 1 in every 30 words, So there is a balancing of, there's I was getting smarter and more mature as I would go home and pick these journals up and see how much I understood. But also they were dumbing it down so that anyone could pick it up and be sold something, perhaps, be it a medication or whatever. Anyways, I don't need to keep you any longer. You already said you're getting tired, and I know we can talk for hours. So we can pick this up another time.
Yeah, we can. I
Yeah.
just want to say, sometimes it just gets easy to muddy the issue of trans. I wish people would focus on doing their own research. That's very simple, concise. I don't know how anyone could argue against that. A trans person or non-trans person or person that's considering it or whatever. It's pretty simple. You should be doing your research on. People already do their research on less important things.
Yeah.
They'll research for hours before they buy a phone or a computer, a laptop. You don't do that for your genitals and you're changing your body in a drastic way.
Yeah.
Not you, but thousands of people, not just Kai. A lot of people that do that. So I just think I just have this crazy idea that there might be something with them beyond thinking they're the different gender. If they'll go and do that and get body changes as an adult, not a child, as an adult, without doing any research, they might have some other things, um, issues, mental issues, intelligence
Yep.
issues, maybe Asperger's or on the spectrum or something that makes them very
Well, and that's
gullible to things like
yeah.
and also like lazy. Like most people would be like, "Fuck, I'd have to research the living hell out of that for years before I'd ever consider." Like, and they're not like that. They're a different way. So they're taking it
Yeah.
at face value when somebody says you can just transition. Like you'd have to be one of the most gullible people in Canada or United States with the internet at your fingertips, information at your fingertips to look into this on a huge life altering, lifelong surgery like that. That's not going to work. I mean, the information is right there. So there has to be some other issue, in my view, with them. And I know they
Well,
might get angry and upset,
yeah.
and that's fine. See, I think what you and I'm not being but a lot of people just want to defend their feelings. Like if you want to go, people want to defend the feelings and say, oh well, it's going to get them in trouble again and again and again, and nothing's really going to change. You really have to look at the research.
Well, that's on that topic, that you're not preaching to the choir there. As you can see, I have done a lot of research, so but I can
Yeah, but
see
you're
where
not
it
getting
transfers out.
transitioned. You're not getting
Yeah.
transitioned, I don't think.
Well, and I
So they
never
are.
considered it. So, yeah.
No, and they're considering it and not doing the research, obviously.
Well, and it ties back to that word that starts with a K and ends with an I that we were talking about over on my stream, and some research done, behind the Iron Curtain, we'll say, perhaps, in yeah, it has to do with mad science. We'll say mad science, and perhaps
I still think that's kind of an excuse, whether it does or not. They still have the internet at their fingertips.
Yeah.
And they're not doing the research and they're getting a surgery. Because if you'd done the research, you wouldn't get the surgery. And a
Well,
lot
I
of them
made
later on
myself.
say they didn't know. So it's not about
Yeah.
you, Bex. It's about these people
No,
that
no,
are
I
actually
know.
going to doctors. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to actually help people here. And I don't know if I can because they really don't listen. And when you said that, oh, their family should be doing it, they don't. A lot of them don't listen to their families. They think nobody knows
Mhm.
anything, and they just think that they can go to a
Yeah.
doctor and get it all changed. If you want something that doesn't function the rest of your life, that you have to look after in
Yeah.
weird ways that is not natural, like I think you should do your research. I
Mhm.
can list a lot of things people do their fucking research on. A lot of things people do research on.
Yeah, I would say if I had a daughter coming home from school at 12 or 13 years old and put in a binder on, I would pull them out of school and get them help. And that's where that's what I was talking to. I was talking to my experience with multiple friends who had children who were doing
I
that,
know.
and they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything, you know? And when I think about it now, I didn't do as much as I could have to sit them down and say, "Hey, at the very time, my research came after the binding and after the testosterone and before the surgeries for the people I loved." So, but I can say, the 3 people that were significantly in my life at that time have all stopped binding, are all off hormones, and have had no surgeries. They may have some sort of they may have their breasts, they may have a boob job later in life because of what they did as teenagers. And I've told them now in their 20s that don't worry, you already were unhappy, with your body. You would have likely been unhappy with them, and now you can have the ones you want, that you just have to turn it into the best thing possible. They still have the tissue there, the skin there, everything they can do. Lots of people have boob jobs. So if that's the only thing you have to do, then like blessed be, so none of them are on hormones anymore. So something worked. Anyways,
That's
thank you
good.
so much, Stephen.
I would say that children are different than adults. A lot of people call Kai young and a kid, but Kai is 30 something. I don't know if it's 30, 31, 35, 30 plus years old. I don't think that's a child, but I'm going to get going. A lot of people
Yeah,
make excuses for Kai, and I just don't see it that way. I see an adult at a certain point. You gotta start acting like an
you're
adult.
right.
I don't think they have to be 50, 60 years old. They want to blame the world, blame everyone else, but made choices. Obviously, no research was done. They don't do research on things today. They make accusations with no research. But anyways, I am going to get
Yeah.
going, so I'm going
Well,
to end the
and
live stream.
thanks for the time. Thank you again for your time, and thanks for the talk of my channel. You know, and
Thanks for
I
being
appreciate
on.
your patience
It
with
was a
me.
good It was a good conversation, and I do hope people got something through, something out of this, or got through to people that might be thinking of doing certain things. Do your research. You don't even have to go beyond thinking about a million different things and go into the high depth. Just do your research on what it looks like afterwards. Start there.
Hmm.
See if it functions. Keep it pretty simple. Start
Exactly.
there.
Thanks, Stephen. I look forward to the next time we meet. Have a good rest, and I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Okay. Bye for now. Thanks for being on. I'll talk to you soon. And I'm going to say good night to everyone. Good night to everyone here. I try to give solid advice. I'm called a demon, a bully, a hater, everything that you can imagine. Every name, every ism, every racism, every transphobe, every misogynist, this, that, ism, everything that you can imagine. But in the end, I try to say things that are true. I try to say things that are helpful. I try to say things that will spare people pain, suffering, mutilation, getting duped. This is a world full of deceptions and lies. And a lot of people will live their lifetime until 70, 80, 90 years old, and they'll still be wondering, is this a realm full of lies? And some of us understood that long ago. And it's just the way it is in this place. That's just the way it is. It's the way it is. I could say some of this stuff night after night. I don't like repeating myself, but you got to do the research. You got to look for yourself. You really can't blame other people. There are bad doctors. There's a bad system. There's things going on. You must have something wrong with you to do that to yourself without doing any research. You'd have to. You'd have to. That's how I look at it. So the people that want to make excuses and defenses, I think they have to have something wrong with them to do that without doing a drop of goddamn basic, easy research. Laziness, for starters, they would have to have as an adult, not as a child. So don't get it mixed up. Don't try to muddy the waters. As an adult, grown up, you got a phone in your hand. So thanks for watching, everyone. If you got the internet in your hand, you got a lot of information at your fingertips. Just to use a little bit of discernment, look into some regret stories, look into people that say, this doesn't even function. This stinks. I have to use things to keep this open because it's a wound that will try to heal up, which is closing up. It's not real. You were lied to. People don't like to hear that, but you've been lied to in this realm about everything. So get used to it and stop just going by your feelings and boo-hoo and crying and start looking, reading, researching, learning about what's going on. You got to shift your direction and focus and way of handling things in this realm. This is not just to people that are considering that, it's to everyone. Everyone. There's people that want to make excuses and blame everyone else in society and television and movies and everything. In the end, it's on you what you buy. They're going to try to sell you lies, but are you buying the lies? Are you paying for them? Are you paying for lies? Because I'm certainly not. You can call me mean, but I'm actually trying to help you. And some, well, not just some, a great number on YouTube are too dumb and too egotistical and too fucking stubborn to see that. And they don't know what good, solid advice is. They don't know. They think caring is telling people, Oh, I agree with everything. You do whatever good for you, more power to you. That's not caring. Not at all. They don't know what real caring is. A lot of people in this realm are messed up. So thanks for watching, everyone. Mad love to you. Take care. Happy Saturn's Day. Have a good weekend. And I will talk to you soon. And by the way, I posted a premiere video coming up on the Sanity Machine today. So check that out hours from now. Don't forget, it's there. It's coming up, a premiere. Good night. Goodbye. And this is El Diablo Radio International signing off. The cream of the crop. Nobody does it better. No one. No one.